Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was the veteran army soldier and joined Sekirei Part 2. Before we start, please go support DavidArmandoLopezRey for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Issei is a male in this story. Chapter 5. The Final Phase Part 2. Flashback. This happened some time ago. Isay was called by Manaka for something important. When he arrived, he was waiting for him, and next to him there were two more people. Isay-kun, allow me to introduce you to number 104 Heihane and number 105 Benitsubasa. There stood the two Sekireis dressed in the clothes of the disciplinary squad. I was thinking that the disciplinary squad might be short of personnel, with only number 04 Karasuba-kun, and you, of course. I guarantee their battle capabilities. Well, how about you give them the wings? If those are your orders, Sir, Isay respond. If that's how you want to put it, then that's how it should be. Also, I hope you're okay with this, Isay said to Benitsubasa. Benitsubasa's face burst into red upon hearing the brown-haired boy. His appearance and voice are Beanie's type. He seems like a good person, Heihane thought, amused by her partner's reaction. Together forever, was it like that? Said Isay. That's what we Sekirei say, exclaimed Benitsubasa, red as a tomato. Manaka smiled at that. Isay-kun, in times like these, how many more, and I pray that these Sekireis bring you a new meaning to your life. End of flashback. Honestly, I had no idea what he was planning before, but the effects that giving wings to a Sekirei has on a person, that mental bond. I'm a fool, but after all this time I finally realized the meaning of those words. You were there to help me up. Isay's Sekireis didn't understand what the brown-haired boy was referring to. I think the president saw through everything, Isay said. The emptiness inside me, the darkness of Karasuba, the bleak outlook we had. That cunning man, I'm no match for him, huh? Benitsubasa. And yes, exclaimed Benitsubasa, surprised that the brunette called her so suddenly. Can you help me? Isay said, extending his hand towards her. Benitsubasa's face turned red, as well as a face of happiness. And yes, Benitsubasa extended his hand to help Isay up. Where Karasuba and Musubi were fighting, Karasuba felt something strange. What is this? Deep inside where I'm connected to my Ashikabi, it's hot and it hurts, it feels disgusting, said Karasuba, touching her chest, where her heart was. That is the proof of us Sekirei, said Musubi, earning Karasuba's full attention. They are engraved in our Sekirei crest and in our Sekirei core. It is the proof that we are not alone. It is the thing that Yum never had, the very very important thing that Yum could never have, no matter how much she searched for it. The thing that Yum wanted, Karasuba repeated, touching her chest. Then in the distance, the sound of helicopters were easily audible to everyone. The invasion on Kamakura Island was repeated again. For his part, Isay managed to communicate with Manaka, who said that due to a defect caused by the N-02 Matsu, the island's defenses were disabled and that another attack was being carried out. In the distance he saw the other Ashikabis, so it was better to inform them what had happened. They were already talking about what was happening at the moment. Surely it was something from the president. Well, he tried to communicate with the outside without success. I heard that during the last invasion, it was the president's charismatic touch that pressured countries and companies to withdraw, said Isay. The rest of the Ashikabis were surprised by Isay's sudden appearance of him. But we can't even communicate with them. What they think is that he is missing on a mysterious island, and there is no way or means of communication. For them it is more than enough reason to invade the island. Rather, it's now or never. Another voice was heard. You made it sound like they have nothing to do with you, Isay, and his Sekireis turned around. The one who shouted was the Ashikabi of the East. Putting aside the publicity, there are a lot of companies that see MBI as an enemy. They all want a piece of the super relic or Sekirei or whatever. So bad that price isn't an issue. They're probably backing this whole operation, said Higa. Did you hear that, Benitsubasa? Wait, you're saying it sounds like it has nothing to do with us? You're a dirty bastard. That's all she can say, Heihane, and heard a mockery of the pink-haired girl. I'm going to eliminate you. Benitsubasa launched himself against the Ashikabi of the East. But someone else interrupted the fight. Stop, now is not the time to be fighting, shouted the Ashikabi of the South, Mikagami. Everyone stopped their actions. The first time there was N-01 then N-08 because we had those two abnormals we were able to stop the previous invasions, but now achieve it. Do you see how bad it looks? Exclaimed Mikagami, revealing a great truth. How would they stop the invasion that is happening? If we let them take over this island, the ship, the Sekirei, even us Ashikabi, if by any chance they let us live, we'll be sent to who knows where, and I can't even begin to imagine the things they'll do to us. We can't let that happen, exclaimed the Ashikabi of the North. That's right, so as much as I hate to say it, the game will have to wait. We have many more dangers to face. The Ashikabis had already decided the final phase could wait. It was a matter of stopping the invasion. The North would be in charge of shooting down the helicopters, they would use Counton. Flush. A gigantic beam of energy shot out from the Counton floating island, the beam of energy was extremely bright and very powerful. The glow was so bright that it blinded the Ashikabis present. What is that? Benitsabasa shouted, closing his eyes tightly. The energy beam missed the helicopters and continued on, disappearing into space. The first attack failed, but then Counton released a wave that destabilized the helicopters, throwing them to the ground. Now it was time to eliminate the approaching warships. Before the North could shoot down the ships, the surviving helicopters began deploying armed forces. Without wasting time, the Ashikabi of the North and his water Sekirei activated their Naruto, creating large water dragons who took down the warships. The Ashikabi of the East, the satellite that you have connected to your ear, lets you communicate with the outside, right? Said Isay. Yes, Higa replied. Well, we can use it to let people know out there that the president is alive, huh? Wait, the president is alive, right? Isay asked the South. He didn't know how the president and the South contacted each other, but he had to be aware. Sure, he's alive and kicking, Mikagami replied. I understand, if we make this distinction, then the people behind this invasion will have no choice but to withdraw their forces, right? Could you do me that please, said Isay. The Eastern Ashikabi agreed and began work to restore communications. Attention all Ashikabis on the island. The island's transmitters began broadcasting, but the voice was not Manaka's. I am one of your companions, my name is Sanada, I know that you do not want to go to extreme resources, I know that you want to be with your Sekireis and of course ensure your own safety, but we have 10 minutes to meet in the center of the island, I wait for you, and I wish you all the best. But those words the transmission was cut off. What was that? Benitsabasa asked. I don't know, but in any case, the Sekirei battles will have to stop, the priority is to finish off the invading forces, said Isay, removing the knot from his tie. First thing. Ring ring. Isay looked confused, as did the rest of those present, had his phone just rang. Hello? Isay-kun, we're in big trouble. The voice on the other end belonged to Minaka Hiroto. We already know that, President, at this moment. It's not because of that, something worse is happening, Minaka shouted, leaving the brunette slightly deaf. What is worse than what is happening? The Jinki are destabilized. What both Isay and Minato, who knew of the dangers of the Jinki, shouted. Why are they destabilizing? I have no idea. Suddenly the 8 Jinki began to enter a critical state. All 8? Isay exclaimed, one was already a problem, but all 8. I'm trying to stabilize them, but it will take me some time, and I think I know of a requirement to avoid their destabilization. Requirement? I don't know why, but most of them stopped working the moment the battles between the Sekirei stopped. The reason they didn't enter the critical phase may be because the number 04 Karasuba-kun and 88 Musubi-kun are still fighting. Are you telling me that the way to prevent the Jinkas from entering critical condition is for the Sekireis to continue fighting? How? The other Ashikabis heard what the brown-haired boy said. In any case, I know that things have become difficult, but it is necessary that the battles continue. Oh, it's hot. The sound of a slight explosion was heard in the background, and then the communication was cut off. Neither Ashikabi nor Sekirei knew what to say or do, but the moment was not right, as military forces began to surround them. DCH, these guys have already started to bother us, all we have to do is keep fighting while we take these guys out, said Benitsabasa, bumping his fists. I'm afraid so, Benitsabasa, Akitsu, you guys stay here, said Isay. Hey? Where are you going, Isay? The way things are going, the power of all the one-digit people is necessary, I will bring Karasuba, Heihane, come with me. Are they? Why her? Exclaimed Benitsabasa. I'll leave it to you, Heihane, let's go. Isay began to run in the direction where Karasuba was fighting. Heihane began to follow the brown-haired boy. Isay. Benitsabasa felt defeated as she watched Isay walk away with Heihane. Why the hell did he take Heihane? I don't think it's time to worry about that, Akitsu commented. We have to keep fighting and finish off the invasion forces. You don't have to repeat it to me, I'll use them to vent my anger. Jealous with an inferiority complex, Akitsu commented with her typical neutral expression. Stop hanging out with Heihane. Meanwhile at the place where Karasuba and Musubi were fighting. The loud crash rang out. Musubi had launched a powerful downward kick at Karasuba. She raised her sword to pierce her brunette's foot, but more than piercing, the tip of the sword failed to cut any of her skin. Karasuba watched as Musubi spun in the air, landing a powerful kick to her face. I have become much stronger since I left MBI Karasuba-sama. I trained a lot with the landlady Sama to be able to fight against you. The blow stunned Karasuba, causing one of her knees to touch the ground as she gasped for air. You are definitely stronger, Mu-chan, but it is clear, when 2 of my targets joined forces to strengthen this little pigeon. Karasuba gave a sideways slash. Musubi stepped back to avoid harm, but the cuts on her arm and her legs forced her to fall to the ground. Well, Mu-chan, it's not time to end this. Karasuba was getting dangerously close to the brunette, ready to give the final attack. I had fun fighting with you, Mu-chan, but the law of the strongest weak trash always tries to get ahead by working together, commented Karasuba, remembering the Sekirei from before. We Sekirei are always together. We fight so we can be with our expected people, Sekirei and Ashikabi. We both fight together so we can be stronger. That is what Yum never had and always wanted. As long as Sekirei and Ashikabi work together, both can be said to be infinitely powerful. Musubi starting to stand up. Those are nothing more than. Bang. Bang. The sound of gunshots was heard. Karasuba began to feel a lot of pain in her back. Karasuba-sama. Blood began to fall from the corner of Karasuba's mouth. When she turned around, she could see two armed soldiers pointing at her. This is Squadron A. We have two Sekireis in sight. We proceed to shoot down the targets and capture them, said the soldier. The hatred in Karasuba's eyes was easily seen. The events of the past came to her mind. Yum's death. Filthy scum, if it were N''T for you, if it were N''T for vermin like you. Karasuba began to approach the military. Her de Elaheori flew away in the wind. I will kill all of you, Karasuba shouted, releasing all her fury. The soldiers trembled in fear at Karasuba's words. They pointed their weapons to open fire. Damn human trash, Karasuba shouted, attacking both soldiers, but before he could cut them with his katana. Clap. Musubi stepped in, catching the edge of the sword with both hands. Please stop, Karasuba-sama, exclaimed Musubi. If you continue, your body will be hurt. If you die, your Ashikabi will be sad. Musubi's words didn't seem to reach Karasuba, as she showed an expression of confusion as well as pure rage. Yum did not want you to follow that path of destruction. She, as your friend, wanted you to be happy and find your destined person. Issei approached where Karasuba was fighting. He did not know at what moment Karasuba and number 88 had moved so far away. As they advanced, a feeling of pain reached Issei, his union with Karasuba. Where did Kuro go? Heihane asked, somewhat tired from running so much and all the work done so far. Stop right there. Without knowing it, Issei and Heihane found themselves surrounded by soldiers who pointed their weapons at the two of them. There were 5 soldiers in total. Issei evaluated the situation. Heihane looked exhausted, but there was an opportunity. Heihane, attack them, just cut off his weapons, Issei telepathically communicated to Heihane. Understood. Heihane moved quickly, cutting off the rifles that the 5 soldiers were carrying. The surprised soldiers were about to draw their pistols when. Without wasting any time, Issei moved quickly, punching one in the stomach, breaking another's arm, kicking one in the neck, and pulling out his gun and shooting the remaining one in the leg. All of this in a few seconds, leaving Heihane literally with her jaw on the floor as she watched the quick and focused movements of her Ashikabi. Whoa. Heihane managed to stammer. Before entering the MBI, I was a soldier. It seems that I have not lost my touch. In any case, let's continue. I only left some immobilized and others unconscious, exclaimed Issei, removing the magazine from the gun and taking the bullet out of the chamber and leaving the gun on the floor. Heihane followed his Ashikabi. While at Karasuba and Musubi's, the brunette had accidentally said words that brought back memories of the light gray-haired girl's first meeting with Yum. Yum wanted you to leave all that darkness inside you, to learn to value humans, and be able to find someone who would bring you peace and love, exclaimed Musubi, putting pressure on her hands and breaking the blade of Karasuba's katana, just like Yum did in the past. Karasuba was shocked by that. History was repeating itself. Yum felt sad for not being able to help her. She knew that as a Sekirei whose crest was complete, she would never be able to experience the winged one or know the love of being with her Ashikabi. She hoped that meeting her destined person would make her understand. What are you saying? Since I had a complete core and crest, and I lost my core on that occasion, Yum saved me and gave me the miracle of being able to meet my Ashikabi. Musubi put her hand to her chest and began to think about her Ashikabi. That is why I do not want you to risk yourself in that way. Karasuba-sama, you have your Ashikabi. If something were to happen to you, Ashikabi will feel bad. What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of the way, Mu-chan. It's not nonsense, Karasuba-sama. Get away, Karasuba exclaimed, still wanting to kill. Right now. Karasuba. At that moment Issei arrived. Issei, the heat in Karasuba's chest began to grow. What the hell are you doing here? Don't get in my fight. That's enough, Karasuba, you're sorry, aren't you? That burning in your chest. You know, I'm glad I met you that day in China. You changed me, surrounded by war and death, you helped me change. Even now that I felt like my life was worthless again, you helped me change. You showed me that I still have things to live for. What nonsense are you talking? You know it too, right? Sekirei's change Ashikabi. You changed me, now it's time for me to help you change. Issei's words were causing a mess in Karasuba's head. We are both empty, we both only saw the darkest side of the world, both waiting to see the world burn, but you showed me that there is more to that gloomy panorama that we have, I want you to see it with me Karasuba. Karasuba fell to her knees on the floor, her core was beginning to feel very hot, what the hell is going on, why does my core burn so much? That is the proof of a Sekirei, the love and bonds between Ashikabi and Sekirei are capable of illuminating even the darkest shadow of their souls, said Musubi. Karasuba, it's time to. Disgusting. Disgusting, these disgusting feelings are of no use to me, all I need is to fight and slaughter my enemies, to see their blood run down my sword, I don't need a useless Ashikabi like you. Karasuba's fury grew, her head was delirious from her fury and many other emotions. Issei fell to the ground, the pain in his chest was beginning to be unbearable. I do need an Ashikabi, just let me fight and die once and for all. Karasuba chose to throw everything in the trash, beginning the process of burning her own core. The pain, it disappeared. Karasuba Issei could no longer feel the concession he had with Karasuba. The energy that Karasuba was releasing was a lot, her wings began to manifest filling the entire place with a light, her Sekirei crest began to burn red hot and little by little began to disappear. Let's finish this Mu-chan, Karasuba-sama, do not do this, if you consume her core you will die, and if you survive you will never be able to be your Ashikabi Sekirei. I don't care about that nonsense, I don't need an Ashikabi who has gone soft, where is the soulless child I once knew? Where is that monster of destruction I once saw? Everything must simply disappear. Karasuba-sama Musubi would not give up, he would show the figure he admired her mistakes, and would free her from that evil that held her heart prisoner. Karasuba-sama, now I will free her, I will show her the love that Yum always had. Gathering energy in his hands, Musubi planned to end everything in one blow. And consumed by her own power, Karasuba attacked with her broken sword. The clash of fist and katana released a large shockwave, which filled the place with light. Clack. Karasuba's sword broke into pieces, it was his defeat. Karasuba was in a completely white place, she felt no pain, she felt nothing, but then she heard a voice she hadn't heard in a long time, a voice that made her heart race. Karasuba. At that moment, surrounded by light, Karasuba could clearly see Yum's figure. I love you. Karasuba tried to reach Yum with her hands. No, it's not your time. Yum put her fingers to cover Karasuba's mouth, you have people waiting for you, you found someone who loves you for who you are and will always stay by your side, don't make him feel bad. Yes, I think I've achieved something important. I'll always be with you Karasuba, you may not see me, but I can watch over you, I'm happy that you could find love, listen to your heart and be happy. Yes, I will do that. Karasuba closed her eyes, ready to return. Surrounded by meadow, two people, one lying on the ground and the other kneeling beside her, joined in a kiss. Karasuba slowly opened her eyes to look at the person in front of her. Behind her, the Sekirei mark began to shine quite brightly. Issei? Karasuba stammered. How good that you woke up. Issei was crying, relieved that Karasuba had come back to her senses, unable to contain himself, Issei hugged Karasuba. Issei? Please don't leave me, without you I'm afraid my life will turn black again, you have given color to my life, so don't die, don't leave me alone, Issei hugged Karasuba tighter while crying. Drops began to fall on Issei's suit from her. Why am I crying? Karasuba asked herself, she brought her fingers to her face, and yes she was crying, her heart felt very warm. He is your Ashikabi, who will be with you forever, make sure to take care of yourself, okay? Yum had appeared behind Issei, so that only Karasuba could see her, I wish you much happiness Karasuba. Yes Karasuba reciprocated Issei's hug from her. The darkness and the dark panorama that they both had vanished, everything was over. While on the other hand. They are so annoying exclaimed Benitsubasa, hitting the ground and destroying rubble. It bothered him that for a few moments, where he connected with his Ashikabi, he felt a feeling of uneasiness. What's going on over there, Heihain? I don't know, after running Issei told me to go back, you know how tiring these little trips were, I still feel exhausted from the steam said Heihain. We have to follow Issei-sama's instructions, let him take care of Karasuba-sama, we have to keep fighting Akitsu commented, launching several ice stalactites at his opponents. Benitsubasa, Heihain, Akitsu. Did you hear that? It was Issei's voice Benitsubasa asked. Telepathy, Issei had already used it on me before Heihain mentioned. Hey? What do you mean I used it on you before? Jealous. Stop bothering me. I'm on my way, wait for me, we'll use the Naruto. Hey no Naruto Benitsubasa's face turned completely red. That means oral contact. Heihain was in the same boat. For her part, Akitsu looked normal, except for slight red tints on her cheeks. The battles continued, apparently the other Ashikabis thought the same thing and were going to activate their Narutos. As the brown-haired boy headed to where Karasuba was, the Ashikabi of the north used the Naruto of the 108 Kusano, which created several plants that filled the island and healed the injured Sekireis who were out of combat. Things were starting to get ugly, and not just for the disciplinary squad. I type and type, but this doesn't seem to have an end. The Jinki have already passed the danger phase, but these reactions are still worrying, said Minaka, moving from side to side, trying to contain the damage. Boom. The control panels began to explode one after one, the Jinkas began to shine more brightly. This is either something very good or something very bad, said Minaka, sweating profusely. With a loud bang, several Sekireis flew through the air as a result of the powerful attack. Damn, my leg. Benitsubasa had been fighting for a long time, his endurance was reaching its limits, and the last attack had injured his left leg. What's wrong, Beanie? Tired? Heihain commented. Despite laughing, she was not in a good situation either. The claws on her right hand had broken, leaving only her left hand as a weapon. If you have time to make fun of it, defeat those pesky ones. Stop fighting, this is not the time to fight each other, said Akitsu. Her clothes had several cuts, leaving her well-endowed breasts exposed, as well as some wounds on different sides. Stop showing off your damn big tits, Benitsubasa shouted. Several explosions began to be heard in different parts of the island. What's going on? Heihain asked. Issei. The first thing the pink-haired girl worried about was her Ashikabi. They have started bombing the island, was heard behind. Isay. Her Sekireis turned around, relieved to see the brunette. Well, at her side was Karasuba, who used the brunette's shoulders as support. What happened? I lost, Mu-chan defeated me, Karasuba commented. Kuro lost. All of Isay's Sekireis exclaimed. In any case, we must stop the bombing, otherwise the whole island will explode, with it the Jinkas and everything will turn if that happens. What can we do? Where is the Ashikabi of the north? Benitsubasa said doubtfully. What are you planning, Isay? Karasuba asked. The northern water Sekirei, she will most likely be able to sink the ship that is firing at the island. We haven't seen the north since the battle started, Heihain said. I feel like getting even with number 09. Damn, we have to contact the president. Aren't communications with the outside world ready yet? We lost sight of the east, only some of their Sekireis kept fighting, but when the bombardment started we were all scattered, Akitsu commented. Damn, in any case, we have to get into the ship, said Isay. Can you walk, Benitsubasa? Of course it is. Benitsubasa tried to stand up, but the pain in her leg didn't let her. Akitsu, help Benitsubasa. Heihain, help me carry Karasuba. Understood. After helping each other to transport the wounded, the disciplinary squad set in motion. Boom. Boom. Multiple explosions were heard all over the island. Luckily or miraculously, the disciplinary squad was able to move without receiving damage. How are we going to get into the ship? With how screwed up things are, I don't see a way to get in, said Karasuba. You don't know, but while you were fighting with number 88, a Sekirei who had apparently entered the ship left a passage open to enter it. We have to hurry, explained Isay. Stop there. A group of soldiers had surrounded them again, pointing their weapons at the disciplinary squad. Everyone raise your hand, said Isay, which created confusion in his Sekireis. Isay? Benitsubasa said, confused. Do you have something on your mind or are you just giving up? Karasuba said. For their part, Heihain and Akitsu were content to follow their Ashikabi's orders by raising their hands. Reluctantly, Benitsubasa also raised his hands. I've known you for years, Karasuba, I'll let you do it yourself. Isay raised his hands as he did his Sekireis. At that moment, the military made the mistake of lowering their weapons for just a few moments. Bang. 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 Clink. The sound of shells hitting the ground was heard. Isay's Sekireis except Karasuba closed their eyes upon hearing the first shots. After the shots ended, they tried to check themselves for any gunshots. Not bad, it seems you haven't lost your touch, Karasuba commented with a somewhat sinister smile. With a gun in his hand, with smoke coming out of the barrel, Isay had shot down all the soldiers. What, how, when, where? Benitsubasa was in complete confusion. Heihain felt that this moment of extreme tension had cost her years of life, and Akitsu showed a relaxed expression after the initial scare. What just happened? Exclaimed Benitsubasa. Stop screaming, girl, Isay apparently took care of everything, said Kuro. Meanwhile, Isay removed his suit vest and took one of the fallen soldiers' weapons, removing the ammunition from the rest and also removing one of their vests to store the ammunition. How, Isay? Benitsubasa was never more confused in her entire life. She couldn't imagine that her Ashikabi had done this. I already told Heihain, but before entering the MBI I was a soldier. In my last mission I met the president in Karasuba. Since then I have been in the MBI. Benitsubasa was shocked, Akitsu slightly the same. Heihain, having heard it before, did not show surprise. I met him when he was very young, you were barely 15 when we met in China, Karasuba commented. It seems that the years have not affected you, you are still the same as I saw you before. No, I can bet that you are better than before. Things like this are never forgotten, and I always kept my physical condition. Against the Sekireis it wouldn't be much help, but it's good not to lose muscle mass. Issei finished equipping himself. We don't have time to waste, we have to move. The bombing had stopped, and that would only bring more problems, since if they stopped bombing, it meant that the ground forces would redeploy. Failure. These guys just keep coming, exclaimed Benitsubasa, hiding in a corner and covering their ears from the incessant noise of the gunshots. Isay and the rest had managed to find the passage that would take them inside the ship, but they were seen by the military who followed them and began an exchange of fire. Isay was beginning to run out of ammunition. They had no method of escape now that the military was blocking the exit, and being captured was not an option. Damn pests, I will take care of eliminating them once and for all. Karasuba, still hurt, tried to get out and take care of them. Hitting them with the sheath of her katana would be enough, but before she could leave, someone grabbed her hand. Let me go, Isay. No, you are very hurt after receiving those shots and from your fights with numbers 87 and 88. If you go out there you are literally asking to be killed. Hey, do I seem so weak that I'm going to die for something silly like this? I'm a Sekirei number 04, I'm not a weakling who's going to die, said Karasuba. Isay let go of Karasuba's hand, his hair preventing his eyes from being seen by the light gray hair. Assuming that if the brown-haired boy had given him permission to leave, he prepared to launch himself against the military when… Bam. Isay. Karasuba turned to see the brunette. She did T understand why she had hit him bad. Little. The blow was behind Karasuba's head of her. With all the damage received, this was enough for her to lose consciousness. Before falling, Isay held her so she wouldn't hit the ground. Why did you do that, Isay? Benitsubasa claimed. Karasuba is in no condition to fight now. If she goes out alone she will end up dying. I will not allow any of you to die here, exclaimed Isay, carrying Karasuba like a princess and giving her to Benitsubasa. Listen carefully, I will call their attention. You run over there. If I am not mistaken, the control room should be over there. Hey, we can't abandon you, Isay, Benitsubasa claimed. It's an order, get out of here. Akitsu, I entrust you with the protection of all of them. Being a single number I can trust that you will protect them, exclaimed Isay, holding the rifle tightly. I understand, we move, Akitsu replied. Wait, I won't leave Isay here, Benitsubasa exclaimed. We have to do it, Beanie. Trust in Isay, trust in our Ashikabi, said Heihain, completely losing her mocking attitude. You are forbidden to die, did you hear me, Isay, Benitsubasa exclaimed, releasing some tears while clenching her teeth. Take it for granted, I've seen that I have too many important things in my life to give myself the luxury of dying here. Once the Sekirei plan is over, I don't think it's better when everyone is awake. Go now, Isay opened fire against the military. That indicated to the Sekireis to get out of there, beginning to run in the direction where the brown-haired man informed them. Well, I guess it's time to remember old times. Changing the last charger, Isay launched himself against the military. Approach. Firing a short burst of bullets, Isay landed a direct shot on the heads of 5 soldiers, then began to approach. Flish. A few shots buried themselves in Isay's shoulder, but it didn't stop his advance. He kept shooting and shooting, eliminating as many as he could. The pain wasn't important, he had to keep his Sekirei safe, he had to get out of this alive to be able to be with them. Here is Leader C, we have an Ashikabi, I repeat, we have an Ashikabi, reported the leader of that platoon. A small group of soldiers had killed an Ashikabi, what initially were 30, were reduced to only 4, a single Ashikabi was in charge of eliminating them all. Lying down, with his back against the wall, various bullet wounds on his body, bleeding profusely, and on the verge of death, his brown hair covered his eyes, preventing them from seeing any sign of life in him. The soldiers assumed him alive, since he managed to stammer something, although they could not determine what he was saying in a low voice. This damn bastard killed everyone, a simple guy killed everyone, exclaimed one of those who pointed at the fearful chestnut body. The simple person was in charge of massacring us all, that's how. Shinigami, is this guy that rumored mercenary? Damn the MBI, hiring such a monster and turning him into an Ashikabi. The soldiers did not lose sight of any movement of the brown-haired man, the light in his eyes began to fade with each passing second. Damn, is this the end? The worst of all is the irony. I who wanted to die, discovered that I have a lot to live for, and now I'm dying. This is simply something stupid. Whoever is writing my story must be a huge bastard. Damn, and now that I was hoping to be with them, if they manage to get out of this, they will surely hate me for abandoning her, especially Karasuba. The chestnut tree was beginning to take its last breaths, life was beginning to leave its body, but if it was going to die, why not do it in style? Beep. One of the soldiers heard a strange beeping sound. Approaching the chestnut tree, he moved it a little, and to his horror, he saw an electronic trigger. Shit. Uam. At some point, the brown-haired boy had managed to place plastic explosives that he had stolen from the fallen soldiers. These all exploded together, causing parts of the ship to begin to collapse. The rubble began to fall around the chestnut, his strength had abandoned him, there was no way he could move, so, waiting for his last moments of him, he thought about what he wanted to tell his Sekireis of him. If I could have lived I would have liked to get married and spend the rest of my life with you, Benitsubasa Heihei Nikitsu Karasuba goodbye. The ship parts fell on the body of the dying Ashikabi known as Hyoudou Issei. Chapter 6. Searching for the past. Darkness. Volt. Okay, that's enough, right? The first time it was scary, the second time it left me confused, but now it's even ridiculous I said. What the hell am I doing in this place again? There's a dragon. Oh? It seems we can talk more comfortably now said the huge red dragon. Once again I had ended up in this dark place, I think this is a threshold between life and death, or I'm already dead, who knows. I guess if I'm dead, I don't see how I'd get out alive after getting shot so much and having the ship fall on top of me. Hey dragon. My name is Drag, mate the dragon corrected me. Drag. In any case, am I dead? Because I don't feel anything at all I asked the dragon. I relaxed a little waiting for the dragon to answer me, for the moment it didn't seem like that dark matter was making an appearance, so I guess I'll be able to talk calmly with the dragon. I don't think so, if I were dead, I would have already transferred to my next carrier. Carrier? By the way, what are you? Besides, it seems like you know me very well. How could I not know you? As I said before, I have been with you since your birth, but for reasons unknown to me, I have not been able to contact you. At times my voice reached you for a few moments, but nothing more than that. I already knew that your voice sounded familiar when I met Karasuba, a voice told me to move to avoid her decapitating me. Was it you? Indeed, but I must say you have some strange tastes in women, a homicidal psychopath, a volatile tsundere, a stoic and the only slightly normal one is the girl with the claws. Hey, if you've been with me since I was born, you know that my relationship with women before I met my Sekireis wasn't very good, Shuang was a lesbian, and the girls who were with me in that hell were more of a box of surprises than a woman, bother them too much, and I would end up in a ditch I justified myself, besides I was still young. They sound like excuses to me. You're bothering me, you know it was official, this super developed lizard was driving me crazy. Haha, so now you're angry, because those girls have done wonders for you, before you were more of an emotionless robot than a human the dragon laughed loudly. Damn, this lizard is really annoying, what I wouldn't give for a cigarette right now anyway since there's no gravity here, I approached the dragon's face can you explain to me why you're in my body? For that I first have to introduce myself, my name is Drag, the Welsh dragon, the Red Emperor Celestial Dragon, said the dragon with an air of pride reflected in his voice. You're not praising yourself much, you seem to me to be nothing more than a residual product of the Godzilla movies in my opinion I mocked. What did you say the dragon began to breathe fire. Calm down lizard, maybe you won't continue, because your name doesn't mean anything to me. TCH, damn humans the dragon seemed to calm down a bit do you know what sacred gears are don't answer me. That's because I'll tell you that I didn't understand you at all, sacred gear. Something confusing for me without a doubt. This will take a while. We have time, I think the lizard starts talking I settled down as best I could to listen to the story. The lizard told me many things, angels, fallen ones, demons, God, weapons created by him, Longinus, many things. Let me see if I understand, millennia ago the three biblical factions broke out in a war, in the middle of that conflict, you and the white. You got oblivious to everyone, simply because your fight ran into them, since the angels, fallen ones and demons, thought that you would be very troublesome, they defeated you too, cut you into pieces and sealed you in a Longinus type sacred gear, am I forgetting something? No, that's the story. This is certainly something strange, angels, fallen ones and demons. Hey, isn't it the weirdest thing we've encountered, or do I have to remind you of Scotland, the Dullahan, or the zombies in Denmark the month you operated with the BSAA? Though the lizard was right about that, compared to the strange events I experienced in my youth, something like angels, fallen ones and demons were not so rare so, how do I activate the what did you say it was called? Boosted gear. That's it, how do I activate it? There's the problem, for reasons beyond my control, you can't activate the boosted gear, as I said before, something prevents us from communicating, as well as awakening the boosted gear. DCH more problems to solve, can't I have a quiet life well, if I had had a quiet life, I wouldn't be where I am now for better or worse, I didn't completely hate everything that had happened to me up to that point. Except your legacy. Once again, that black thing began to gather again, and it began to bother the situation again. It seems that they came to bother, what will you do? The dragon asked me. Oddly enough, I had a plan and I knew what to do. I'll take care of it, after all this is my problem. I began to approach that black matter. The dark matter began to change again. From it the putrefied corpses of my companions, of the people I had killed throughout my military career, came to torment me again. You need help. I must remind you that you and I inhabit the same body and the same mind and soul. If this dominates you, it will dominate me too. The dragon spread its wings. It was encouraging to think that it had support of such caliber as a celestial dragon, but… No, I'll take care of finishing this once and for all. I turned to look at the dragon's face, even though I had to look up. Haha, you have a good look, my friend. You no longer seem like that pathetic being who sought his own death. I understand. I'll stay here and see how you end this. I appreciate it, lizard. I began to walk towards that darkness. With each step I took, more and more corpses began to gather. That's enough, I shouted with all my strength. Even I was surprised by how strong my voice was. What I did is unforgivable, and I know it. I massacred them, I played with their lives, and I took them without hesitation. It was true, all of this had been my fault. All of those people were the personification of my sins. All of those souls that I removed would haunt me until my death. That would not change. You are very wrong if you think I will let you drag me away. It's true, now I had something to live for. My sins will not disappear. I will take them with me whenever it is time to stop regretting them. That's why they disappear. Strange, a black energy began to surround me, but I didn't feel bad. It was as if that energy was me, as if that black energy that covered my body was an extension of it. Accept your legacy. There it was, tearing apart some of the bodies in its path. A completely black figure of myself emerged, its eyes shining in an intense eye. Its teeth looked more like fangs, and purple steam emanated from them. You are disgusting, my friend. My face bothers me, but that can be easily fixed. That black energy that surrounded me reminded me of something. It was very similar to what that girl used, whom I could call a friend if you want to see it that way. Gathering that black energy in my hand, putting it all together until it became something I could handle, a shadow sword of great size and thickness. Disappear. I used all my strength to wave the gigantic sword. I need to do more physical work. I think I lost some condition. Again. The shadow sword cut through the bodies of all those corpses as if they were butter, cutting my dark self in the process. In doing so, the place began to change. The darkness was disappearing, being filled with a lot of light. Ahaha, good attack, boy, using the shadows like that. It's like that Dullahan girl did it. It seems that the darkness that your heart harbored began to dissipate, said the dragon, looking around, as that darkness cracked into pieces, as if it were glass. I carried the sword and placed it on my shoulder. As the darkness crumbled, it was as if the sword had become lighter as well as the environment. I still don't understand what all this darkness in my heart was about, but I think I'll be able to sleep peacefully again. In any case, I'm alive, right? I know, I hadn't said it already. So, where is my real body? I can say without a doubt that this must be a plane in my subconscious, so my body must be somewhere. Good question, but it's a shame I don't have the answer. If you don't know, then I don't know either. Then I don't know what to do, although now that I think about it, if Karasuba finds me after what I did to her, I'd rather stay here. I don't want to see what that woman is really capable of. You have cable TV here. Then an even brighter light appeared. What's happening? What you feared, you are waking up. Pray to all the saints that your crazy and psychopathic girlfriend does not kill you. With those words the dragon said goodbye. Seriously, what a bad time it will be for me when I wake up. Where am I? The brown-haired boy opened his eyes heavily. A blood bag was connected to his arm from the hospital. Isay seemed to be in a hospital room. Medical equipment that regulated his heart rate and other things were connected to him. Isay, suddenly, a voice that the brown-haired boy knew was heard, in agreement with someone who had launched themselves at him, damaging his ribs in the process. My ribs, I think you broke my ribs, Benitsabasa, Isay shouted. It's good that you're awake. Completely ignoring what the brown-haired boy was saying, the pink-haired girl began to cry, her eyes out on her brown-haired boy's chest. Isay woke up. Some more voices were heard, then two more people entered. Heihane, Akitsu, said the brown-haired boy. There next to him were his two Sekireis, dressed in the clothes of the disciplinary squad, except that Heihane did not have her claws. It's a relief to see that you're finally awake. The doctor said they didn't know if you would wake up, Heihane said, settling into the seat next to the brunette. Akitsu imitated her. Where am I? What happened on the island? Isay asked. The conflict ended, as the Sekirei planned. Another voice was heard, looking towards the door. Karasuba. What is the plan for Sekirei to end? Isay asked. Yes, but first of all, Karasuba moved away from the door and approached the brunette, lifting him by the hospital gown. You have a lot of guts to do that, reading yourself about nonsense about not dying, just so you can knock me out and go die yourself. Something to say before receiving your punishment. Begging for mercy with you is useless, so do what you have to do. Isay closed his eyes, waiting for his Sekirei to do whatever he was going to do. Ah, just seeing you has made me lose my desire. Karasuba released the brunette and went back to the door. Let them tell you what happened. Once they finish, get changed. The president wants to see you with that. Karasuba left the room, imperceptible to everyone. Karasuba smiled a little. Well, that was weird. I expected him to kill me on the spot, said Isay. It seems that Karasuba changed a little. We think the same, said his other three Sekireis. The three of them looked at each other and agreed, standing at the same time and facing the brown-haired boy. What do they do? Bam. Isay received a triple blow to the head. Why did you do that? Isay complained with a triple bump. That was because we were worried, exclaimed Benitsubasa, crying a little more. Do you know how scared we were, thinking that we would lose you? It was very selfish of you to go off on your own and almost die, Heihain said more calmly. You are our important Ashikabi, we cannot live without you, said Akitsu. That's why you shouldn't do something like that again, putting your life in danger, the three of them said in unison. Isay was surprised for a few moments, then felt very happy. Thank you for being my Sekireis. Isay stood up and hugged the three of them. Benitsubasa was as red as a tomato, Heihain was almost the same, and Akitsu had a slight tint on her cheeks. I promise I won't do something so dangerous again. At that moment Benitsubasa fainted from happiness. So, is the Sekirei plan over? Isay asked. Yes, Heihain answered. Benitsubasa was resting in the bed next to the chestnut tree. What happened? After we separated on the ship, the Jinkas became active again, creating a barrier on the island and re-establishing communications. The president took care of everything else. We managed to find you seriously injured, so we withdrew from the game and moved to the tower to give you medical treatment, Heihain explained. I see, because of me they had to withdraw from the battle, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter anymore. After that the battles continued. In the end, number 88 and number 09 were the two finalist Sekireis. Number 88 won. I see, said Isay. He wondered to himself how the Ashikabi of the north would have reacted when he saw his two Sekireis fighting. What was the wish of number 88? That all the Sekireis were free to be with their Ashikabis if they so wished, and those who were forcibly winged to search for who would be their true Ashikabi. I see, I should have guessed. After all, that girl is the opposite of Karasuba, said Isay. You have to thank her, she was the one who found you and brought you to us to receive medical attention. A few minutes later you wouldn't be here with us. I see, I'll have to thank you then. You could go out, I'll change and see what the president wants, said Isay. The girls obeyed their Ashikabi's order, taking the unconscious Benitsubasa out of the room. I guess my mission at the MBI is over. Once changed, still with a few bandages underneath, Isay headed to the main office where Manaka Hiroto was waiting for him, once in front of the door. What did you do? What a scream was heard from inside. Isay recognized the voice of Dr. Takami. Ah, what did you do this time? President said, Isay entering the room. Oh. It seems there are several visitors. There, in addition to Manaka and Dr. Takami, were also their two children, with their respective Sekireis accompanying them. Although something strange happened, everyone, humans and Sekireis, stopped what they were doing as soon as they saw the brunette. Okay, is something weird going on or is it just me? I say, Dr. Takami was the first to speak, although her voice sounded somewhat strange. What's wrong, Dr. Takami? Isay said bluntly. What did the president do? No one in the room knew what to do or say, but the atmosphere in the place was extremely tense. You are Minato-san's older brother, nice to meet you, I'm Yusubi, said the brunette. As if the air in the room had disappeared, no one was breathing. Manaka slowly sneaked to the exit. Extending his arm in an almost unnatural manner, Isay grabbed Manaka by the collar of his shirt and brought him closer so that they were face to face. Could you explain to me what you are talking about, President? Said Isay with a smiling face, but behind it appeared the mask of a blue Hanya. It's like the landlady, shouted those from the north. How does he know how to do that? Did Takedo emit some kind of virus? Said Takami, making his own conjectures before taking out his cell phone. If I am Sashashi, all those researchers who were related to Osamu Takedo must go into quarantine. It is not a drill, do it now. Well, Isay-kun, what happens is that Manaka was sweating profusely. You better explain it, Mr. President, we don't want the position of MBI president to remain vacant. Isay's Sekireis arrived at that moment and saw what their Ashikabi was doing. Be scary, said Benitsubasa and Heihain, hugging each other. Yeah, it seems that Miya is not the only one, said Karasuba, slightly intimidated. For her part, Akitsu had hidden behind the Sekireis who were hugging each other. First of all I have something to explain, said Manaka, feeling calm that her skin was not in danger. In the large office everyone had gathered, with Isay, Minato and Yukari sitting in front facing their father. Apparently. The Sekireis were also on the side, attentive to the conversation, although some were emitting a strong instinct of hostility toward someone. Bam 88, if I had participated I would have beaten you, was heard among the Sekireis. What or which? What did you say? Kazuhana, could you stop looking at me like that, or do you want more wrinkles to appear on your face? said Dr. Takami. The four in front knew it was better not to get involved there. I'll start with you, Issei-kun. Speak up, what do you mean by big brother? You know very well that I am an orphan. That's the thing, I took the liberty of adopting you years ago, 1 month since you arrived. Plank. Out of nowhere a military knife had embedded itself in Minaka's desk. What did what? Issei said, the Hanya mask reappeared behind him, but now his face did T show a smile, his face was serious, and his eyes were shining dangerously. Wait, I did it with good intentions, Minaka tried to excuse himself. I wanted you to change, to leave your past behind and forget all that evil. Ah, since it matters, the fact that they came into my life also helped a lot, said Issei pointing with his thumb at his Sekirei's, so I deeply appreciate it, Minaka. Issei-kun. Minaka was crying comically. From now on call me Odo-sama ga, but it all ended when Issei gave him a strong blow that left him embedded in the table. Don't go too far either, said Issei, cracking his knuckles. Hi, Minaka responded with half his head embedded in the desk. Issei then went to see his stepbrothers of him. Ah, it's the first time we talk, although I had the pleasure of talking to Minato-kun during the third phase. Nice to meet you, Sashashi Yukari-san. My name is Hyoudou Issei, or rather Sashashi Issei. You still have your last name, Issei-kun, said Minaka, sticking his head out of the desk with Takami's help. It's the last name your parents gave you, that's something we can't take away. You're legally our son, but you don't have the last name Sashashi. Yeah, I see, said Isay. He was a little glad to know that he still had his last name. After all, it was the only thing his parents had left him. After talking things over between this somewhat strange family, they managed to understand each other. A week after finishing the Sekirei plan. In a black van parked in an alley in Tokyo. How's the situation going? Issei asked. He was dressed in his typical black suit. So far we have managed to erase a large part of the data, referring to the Sekirei plan, from the different organizations that stole the data, and the Higa Cooperation is also doing its part in the matter, said Higa Izumi's subordinate Kakizaki. It is a great help that they are giving. Not like you, look how he erases everything related to the Sekireis. Yes, the plan to erase any residual data and information about the Sekireis was being carried out. It all started only 2 days ago. Flashback. Erase all data on the Sekireis, you say? Issei said in astonishment. He had been urgently called to Minaka's office. Yes, as you know, now that the Sekirei plan is over and the Sekireis will be released to be with their Ashikabis, this will become very tempting for those who try to take a Sekirei and investigate her. That's why we will erase everything about the Sekirei, said Minaka. His expression was very serious. But how will we do it? One thing will be to erase the data, but what will happen to the Sekireis themselves? There is no way we can set them free. The risk that the I already have it planned, Issei-kun. Look at this. Minaka took out a remote control from one of the drawers in his desk. When he pressed a button, a screen appeared. This is Issei opened his eyes very surprised. It was a live report. Here is Tokyo News. Continuing with the report, the mysterious mobile island that was sighted in the bays of Tokyo a few weeks ago was completely destroyed, as you can see. The image shifted to Kamakura Island, which was engulfed in flames and, surprisingly, was beginning to sink into the deep sea. How? Issei stammered. I had already expected things to end like this. I knew that if the Sekireis were released, at some point the governments of different countries would come and try to take them away, so I prepared a contingency plan. Contingency plan? The first step was to completely eliminate all traces of Kamakura Island and the ship. The second step is to erase the data of the Sekirei plan in the MBI and any corporation that may have taken over them. How will we do that? With our support, some voices were heard in the entrance of the office. Higa Izumi, Minato. Both the Ashikabi of the north and the east had gathered. With the help of the Higa Corporation and Minato-kun Sekirei, we will take care of eliminating any information about the Sekireis that are on the planet. It is certainly possible, with the help of the Higa Corporation and with number 02, but what about the Sekireis that have already been seen? With the invasion of Kamakura and the attack on the MBI, the faces of some Sekireis and Ashikabis could be entered into some kind of database. For that, we have the help of these two, said Minaka. A couple of people entered the room. One was a man of about 25 years old, dressed in a lab coat, short black hair and glasses. The other was a little girl dressed in a black kimono. Shohei Mikado and number 46 Amari-kun. What is your secret? She has a special ability, one for which she did not participate in the Sekirei plan, said Minaka. Amari-kun's ability is memory alteration. By using her Naruto, she is able to modify memories in a range of 10 meters around. With it, we will modify everyone's memories so that they think that the Sekireis died on Kamakura Island. Issei was speechless. If it worked, everything about the Sekireis would be erased and they would be free to live their lives. I will help in any way I can, President said Issei. Great, I'm counting on you, said Minaka. This will be my last mission at the MBI. End of flashback. Isay had gotten out of the van to light a cigarette. There's not much left. The question is, once this is over, what will I do? Plan to leave the MBI. A female voice was heard next to Isay. Yes, I am, or rather I was a mercenary. I simply entered the MBI because it was a mission that Manaka gave me. That mission will end once you are free, Karasuba. Karasuba had come to see how the work was going. Many Sekireis were helping, but since she was more of a go in and eliminate everyone type, she was forbidden from getting involved. What will you do when you leave the MBI? Would you go back to working as a mercenary? Of course not. I have earned too many important things to return to a type of job like that. I will go to a city called Kuo. Okay? The president discovered something about my past. My parents as well as Dr. Takami and her children. My brothers are from that city. Apparently there is a house there that is in my name. Information about my past. You never told me much about your past before meeting me, Karasuba said, intrigued. There is not much to tell. My parents died when I was 3. I was left in an orphanage. The orphanage was actually a place where they sold orphans. I was bought and trained as a soldier and a bucking hell. At 13 we graduated from an initiation where out of 200 only 10 survived, and from there they sent us to any political slaughterhouse, and the rest is history. What a shitty life you had. And you can say that, but that's already in the past. I'm going to go to Kuo, and I'll spend the rest of my life there. I have a good savings saved. I'll modify the house that my parents left so that you can move in, and I'll look for a job there. What job? A few years ago I got a degree in education. Dr. Takami told me to look for a job at the academy where she studied as a young girl. It recently became a mixed school. Oh, so you're going to a school where the majority of students are female. Can I take this as a clear sign of infidelity? If I were to do it, you would cut my head off, and now I don't want to die, thank you. You changed, for the better I think. I can say the same. The main change is that it seems like you have taken a higher esteem for me. Will you continue like that now forever? Yes, Karasuba answered. Isay was speechless at what Karasuba felt out of place. Well, I didn't expect that. In any case, if you go to that city, we will have to stay here for a while. The adjustments will take about a few months. You know, when Manaka told me that, I didn't expect you to be older than me. Ever since I met you, you look the same. What, maybe I don't seem attractive to you anymore just because your little boy is older? Not at all, a mature beauty, although it's not much of a difference either, 21 to 23, just a few years of difference, said Isay. That doesn't change the fact that I want to marry you. Again with that, well, I don't object, although now that everything is over, I feel that things will become boring. There will be no more fights. You can't live without fighting, no. What can I say? I'm someone who loves the battlefield. The only one I still can't marry would be Benitsubasa. Ironic, she was the one who was most in love with you, and it turns out that because of her age, she won't be able to marry you anymore, Karasuba mocked. To explain it better, the Sekireis were not affected by the ravages of time, so even if many years passed, they did not change at all, so they would receive adjustments so that they could live as humans and be able to live with their Ashikabis for the rest of their lives. Some were studied and their ages were determined, as some were not even 2 years old, but a very accurate percentage of their ages was obtained. You are 23 and the oldest, the next is Akitsu with my same age, the next is Heihain with 19, and Benitsubasa the last one with 16 years. I can't marry her because it would be illegal. Is she still locked in her room from her crying? Karasuba asked. Yes, Isay replied. Well, I have to get back to this, see you at the tower. And? Karasuba turned around and headed to the tower to kill some time. 1 month after finishing the Sekirei plan. It was done, all the data on the Sekireis had been completely erased, everything had already been hidden, and the Sekireis were now free to continue on their way. Are you leaving already? Asked Dr. Takami. Yes, my work at the MBI ended, this was my last mission, said Isay. He changed his black suit for jeans, a white shirt with a black jacket, on his back he carried a suitcase with all his belongings. Isay from the door, Benitsubasa cried uncontrollably. Don't go yet, stay with us until I finish the modifications. Stop crying, Beanie, said Heihain, although her eyes betrayed her as they also began to cry. Isay-sama. Akitsu was the most worried. Don't cry. Isay approached them and hugged them. I'll just go ahead and prepare the house. Once you finish your modifications I'll come and get you. You are the most important thing in life, so I would never abandon you. Isay. Benitsubasa began to cry more. Now separate. Takami put things in order by separating the Sekireis from the brown here, a recommendation, so that you get the job at the Kuo Academy. I hope to see you soon, Isay. After all, I am your mother. Don't expect me to call you that, our relationship is the same as before. Thank God, I already have enough trouble with my 2 children to have 1 more, even so you must call me Okasama from now on, said Takami, referring to Isay's Sekireis. The Sekireis didn't know what to do. Stop bothering them, Dr. Takami said. Isay defending his Sekireis. Well, it's time for me to go. Take Takami the land of something a siege. The keys to the convertible. Take it as a gift from Manaka. I'll thank you. Issei left the room. Once in front of the MBI tower, Issei took one last look at the tower. We say goodbye for now. Some arms caught Issei, hugging him by the neck. But I will come for you soon, Karasuba. Ah, let's leave this sentimentality. Karasuba stood in front of Issei and kissed him. The good thing is that there was no one nearby to see the display of Karasuba's wings. You better not fool us. I'll keep that in mind. Take care of yourself. I will. Issei got into the convertible and started to try not to fight too much with the others. I do not promise anything. Issei then took off, walking away, leaving his Sekireis, waiting for the beginning of a new life, as well as learning more about his past. Chapter 7. Kuo City. Kuo City, a small town located near Tokyo, a place that would bring our hero great changes, revelations, and many problems with women. So this is Kuo City, huh? At first glance it feels like a normal city, but for some reason I feel like the city is anything but normal, said Isay while driving through the city. From what he could see, the city was quiet, not as bustling as Tokyo but still busy. Isay took advantage of the red light at the traffic light to check the papers Manaka gave him. Let's see, it's near here. I think it should arrive in about 10 minutes. Said Isay, examining the map that Manaka included in the documents. Driving through the streets of Kuo, Isay passed a school where it was obvious that the female population was greater than the male population. That must be the Kuo Academy. Have classes already started? Well, after checking the house and finishing some more paperwork, I'll go look for a job there. I think it won't be a problem, thanks to Dr. Takami's recommendation. After exactly 10 minutes, and with the help of the map, Isay arrived at his old home, a 2-story house from what he could see. So this is. Something's wrong, Buddy. The red dragon's voice was heard in the chestnut's mind. Since he was about to die, Isay could hear Drake's voice from him, but he couldn't show his power from him. No, I just have some mixed feelings about this place. I once lived here, but it's not like I can remember it, Isay said, running his hand over the frame at the entrance that Hyoudou said. I understand, at that time I had not yet noticed that you were my carrier, I was sleeping inside you. In any case, it's not the time to be sentimental, we have to go into the house. Isay took a pair of travel keys out of his pocket. Putting the first key into the entrance gate. Click. The gate opened easily, making a creaking noise due to the rusty and poorly treated nature of the gate. Isay then opened the front door of the house, entering it. Wow, it's really dirty, there's dirt and spider webs everywhere. Did they really leave this house abandoned for so long? The neighbors didn't say anything. Isay approached. It already seemed strange to Isay that the house was still free. After all, a great number of years have passed since its owners died or in their case disappeared, so one would expect that the house had been sold and someone else had it, but that was not the case. The house was simply left alone without anyone worrying about it. Let's see, apart from the fact that it will be a nuisance to clean everything, the house has 6 bedrooms, 2 on the first floor and the rest on the second, a kitchen, which I have to repair and buy more things for, a living room, a garage, 2 bathrooms, which I have to clean and send to be repaired, I have to pay for electricity, water, and request gas installation. Lots of problems, said Isay simply, fixing up his home will take time. It's good that the girls took a while to eat, I want the house to be tidy by then. Oh, you really seem more human now, worrying about your girls. Shut up, lizard. Hey Drake. What's going on? Is there something wrong with me, with my body? Isay asked. So you already noticed the dragon's voice had a more serious tone. Since he was almost dead, and since he accepted his sins as well as eliminating the dead that roamed his mind, Isay had changed, his physical strength had increased, to what point he still did not know, his senses were sharper than before, his reflexes were also at a higher level than ever, to the point of bordering on the strange, and the most drastic change. When pressure was applied to his right hand, it changed as the veins on it became more noticeable, and his nails became sharper like claws. Does this have to do with you? No, this is not something that the Sekirei possesses. Once you awaken the boosted gear, it will simply allow you to double your power every 10 seconds, and you will also gain some of the abilities of a dragon, but that is not something that some of my former wearers had. My nails look like knives, how much will they cut? Isay wondered, then he saw an old chair in poor condition, so he decided to try them on it. Waving his hands lightly, the chair was cut into pieces. Sharp, I do n'T know how much, but I can say that they are very sharp, said Isay, breathing normally, his hand returned to normal. Why did this happen? Something inside you is awakening, something else besides me, I still don't know what it is, but I think if you give me a few days, maybe a few weeks, I'll be able to find out what. I'll leave it to you, lizard. I'll just clean up, said Isay, discouraged. Our hero's adventures in the city have just begun, the future will bring him many things, as well as discovering more about himself along the way. Hyoudou residence. "Ha, I've cleaned up a lot, but I still have a lot left," Issei exclaimed. She had been cleaning the house for hours, throwing away old things, putting everything in garbage bags. She took her time cutting the overgrown grass at the back of the house. "I already paid for the reconnection of the electricity, water and gas service, although I still have to buy the essential items like a stove, refrigerator, and so on. I didn't think that house would bring me so many problems," commented Issei passing through the hallway on the second floor, then his eyes noticed something. "And this?" Issei noticed a small rope hanging from the ceiling. Inspecting it better, he noticed that it was a rope that lowered some stairs that allowed entry to the attic. "I didn't know this house had an attic." Going up to the attic, using his cell phone as a flashlight, Issei noticed a large number of old boxes. "What is this?" Issei took one of the boxes from the pile and opened one notebook. Inside were several old notebooks, as well as other basic high school and junior high school supplies. "Hyoudou Issei, this is it didn't take a genius to know what that was Hyoudou, these notebooks they belong to my mother," said Isay. According to data that Manaka carefully collected, the house originally belonged to his mother's parents, that is, her grandparents. Years later, her mother met her father and after getting married, they went to live together with her grandparents. Years later, more specifically, 1 year before his birth, his grandparents died. "What's there around here? I need photos, something to remember my parents by." Isay began to search through the different boxes, looking one by one for a family album or something. Inside the boxes he discovered several things. His father's name was Goru, but he did not have his own surname, so he became known as Hyoudou after marrying his mother. This is the last box. Somewhat nervous and anxious, Isay took the last box and opened it, then luckily for him the last box contained several old photo albums. Opening one, Isay saw his mother as a child, his slightly younger grandparents, his mother entering high school. Noticing his mother wearing a uniform he recognized. "So my mother studied at the Kuo Academy. From the photos I could see that her mother was the type of girl who radiated energy, very happy and positive." Turning the page, Isay saw that his mother of him now appeared in a photo with a boy, with somewhat long brown hair, with a somewhat robust build for a boy his age of him, and unlike his mother of him, his face of her, he looked tired and bored. "I bet he's my father," Isay said, laughing lightly. Photos of the two of them became more common. One showed them fighting, with his mother Ella pulling his father's hair Ella and his father Ella pulling her cheeks. Another where they were both at the beach with their father teaching their mother to swim, one where they were older with their father and mother entering university. Another one where you can see her mother crying with a happy face showing the camera that she was wearing an engagement ring on her finger and her father looking away, slightly blushing. The photo of their wedding, a traditional Japanese wedding, then one where her mother was seen carrying a brown-haired baby. "That's me. My grandparents no longer appear in the photos," said Isay with a sad look on his face. Click. Lifting the box a little, Isay saw that a pendant fell out of it, a pendant that had a skull on it. Looking at the photos again, Isay noticed that in all of them his father could be seen wearing it. "It must be my father's. I'll keep it, it's a memory of my father after all." Isay placed the pendant around his neck, thus carrying with him a memory of his father. Isay stared at the photos, unaware of the hours passing until it was 4 in the afternoon. "Damn, I have to go buy beds for me and the girls." I was very distracted looking at the photos. Isay put all the things back in the boxes and left them in a corner. Going down the stairs and back inside the stairs and closing the entrance to the attic. Then Isay went down to the first floor and entered the garage, opening the doors to take out the convertible. When he took it out he got out to close the garage doors. Another thing to send to be repaired, it's a bit heavy having to open and close that manually. Closing everything well, Isay took the car out to the street and went to buy things for the house. Kuo City Shopping Center. Isay had arrived at the mall. It was a large place very similar to those found in Tokyo. Isay went down with the convertible to the underground parking lot and parked it. "It's not very different from Tokyo. Here I'll find where to buy most things, then I'll have to pay to have what I can't fit in the car sent to me." Isay got out of the car. Walking to reach the stairs and go to the upper floor, Isay began to think about the things he should buy, as well as wondering what Karasuba and the others were doing. "I'll call Dr. Takami tonight to find out how things are going," Isay thought. So deep in thought that he didn't notice a group of men dressed in cleaning clothes, colliding with one of them and knocking him to the ground. "I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention," said Isay trying to help the man by giving him his hand, but he pushed it away. "Watch where you're going, idiot," the man said angrily, picking up the bag he dropped when he collided with the chestnut tree. Isay noticed something strange in his man's hands, and he also found the sacks each one was carrying suspicious, all of them looking at Isay in a bad way. The men ignored Isay and got into a van that had a cleaning lady's logo printed on the side. That would be possible. Isay found the behavior of that group very strange. In addition to the hands of the subjects. "No, this city seems calm, it will be more paranoia," said Isay, forgetting the matter. Continuing on his way, he went up the stairs to go upstairs and buy the things he needed for the house. Very well, Mr. Hyoudou, we will load the things onto the truck and send them to your house in half an hour, said to a young man, a worker at the place. Here's my card. Issei handed over his credit card to pay for things. As you say. Issei had bought some beds, a television for the living room, a refrigerator, a kitchen, and so on. After receiving his card back, Issei left the store. The purchased items would arrive at his residence in about half an hour, where it would be up to him to install them. I stopped for a few moments to go to a cafe and buy a coffee, taking the path that led to the right wing of the shopping center, which was divided in the center into two side wings, left and right, each with different stores. But this mall has everything, it even has its own bank. Then Isay realized something that should have been very obvious to him. Bank. Then those guys. Bang. The unforgettable sounds of gunshots reached Isay's ears. Alright, everyone move, we're taking this place, shouted a man with his face covered by a balaclava and carrying a submachine gun. The screams began to sound, so some people tried to escape only to receive fatal shots. Isay knew he had to move quickly and get out of there. Where do you think you're going? One of the thieves approached from behind Isay, placing the barrel of the gun on his back. Calm down, friend, things will get bad for you and your group, let's not complicate things further, said Isay, raising his hands. He couldn't risk doing anything. Move. The man pushed Isay to start walking. Wouldn't having these kinds of things happen to me change anything? You have terrible luck, my friend. Imagine getting into such a mess on your first day in the city. Shut up, lizard, my hands are tied because if I try anything, this guy will shoot me in the head and goodbye to me and you. It will be good for you, since when you die, I will go to my next carrier. You're a damn parasitic lizard, did you know that? Oh, shut up, I don't think you'll die from something so simple, you've been through worse things. What the Red Dragon said was a great truth. Isay had experienced many worse things than a simple robbery attempt, but now he was in a difficult position since they had him disarmed and trapped. Stay still there, one of the men threw Isay along with other people inside a store where they had the hostages locked up in case things got ugly. The group of thieves had come to steal the safe in the bank in the shopping center, an armed and well-positioned group of around 15 people. All those taken hostage were people who had not run away and were captured, some students and shop workers. Let's see, how do I get out of this? Isay thought. All the hostages were handcuffed behind their backs, making it almost impossible to stand or do anything. The men brought in another group, some students who didn't make it out on time, about 3 girls with black hair, 2 with glasses, 1 with her hair tied in a ponytail, and the most prominent one, a girl with red hair. Strange, apart from one or another Sekirei, I had never seen someone with red hair, it's crimson I think, plus her face is of the foreign type. Another man brought another person, a man about Isay's age, with pale blonde hair dressed in a white shirt and black pants with a brown belt. Throwing him next to Isay. Come on buddy, why so much aggression? Said the blonde. Unlike everyone there except Isay, he didn't seem scared at all, as if this had happened to him many times or was something common for him. Could it be Isay noticed something peculiar about him? Shut your mouth or I'll shoot you, threatened one of the thieves. Boom. An explosion was heard. It seems they have already started, the man laughing. What are you up to? The blonde asked. That doesn't matter to you, you're just a hostage. Oh come on, at least I want to know why they took me hostage. Well, what's the point in telling you, we've been planning this heist for weeks, steal all the money from the bank. That seems obvious, but the way you are armed and well organized, you are not just normal thieves, right? A smile appeared on the blonde's lips. I knew it, Isay thought, imitating the man's smile, and he knew what would happen when he saw what the blonde was doing without the other man seeing. Well, I'll do my part then. He talks a lot, are you a police officer? Who knows? Damn, don't be so smart, the guy lifted the blonde by the collar of his shirt. Clap. The sound of something metallic falling to the ground was heard when the man looked at the ground. Just behind the blonde, he could see some open handcuffs. But what? Damn. An unexpected blow to the face made the thief take a few steps back, which allowed Isay to sweep the thief's legs with his legs, causing him to fall hard to the ground and hit him in the face with his heel, leaving him unconscious. Nice hit, said the blonde, then he checked the unconscious thief, taking a key out of his pants pocket. He went on to free all his wives and hostages. Thank you very much, the hosts, crying, thanked the blonde. You're welcome, it's my job. Let me guess, police. Isay said, rubbing his wrists. How prefecture detective, Saji Genshiro, the blonde greeted, extending his hand. I can see that you weren't scaring me, are you a police officer? Not at all, I was a soldier, Isay answered simply, and plainly I can notice that things got busy around here, aren't these guys just thieves? Isay asked, handcuffing the unconscious thief's hands and feet. No, it's a criminal group that has been robbing almost all the banks in the city. It is known that they are part of a large criminal network, said Saji, then he took the robber's submachine gun and the pistol. What are you planning? Isay asked. There are still some hostages in other premises. I will try to neutralize everyone and get them to safety. The rescue team should be arriving soon, as well as several police teams are outside," said Saji, checking the weapons for the last time. "Would you do me please and get these people out of here? If you follow the path that leads to the underground parking lot they won't see them." "I understand," but then Issei extended his hand toward Saji. "The gun, I don't think things will be that easy, at least I'll try not to use it, but if that's the case I need something to defend myself with." Saji understood the brown-haired boy's logic, but as a police detective he couldn't do something like that and he didn't know the brown-haired boy in the slightest. "Don't worry, I'm on your side, we're allies," said Issei, as if to clear up the doubts the blonde had. I don't know if it's because of the situation or if you have some kind of gift with words, but I believe you." Saji then gave the gun to Issei, but he didn't let go yet. "Don't do anything crazy, getting these people out of here is the priority." "I know, I won't do anything stupid, I'll get everyone out quickly and come help you." "PCH, you're not a law enforcement officer, don't kill yourself in this. If you manage to get out, then inform those outside to send the assault team." Hi, I will report what happened, but try to stay alive until reinforcements arrive. I can't afford to die so soon, in any case balance." "Okay, everyone follow me," Issei said. Issei was in charge of taking out the hostages, while Saji went to free the hostages still captured. In the parking lot. "Come on, get out of here quickly," Issei shouted to the people. They ran with all their strength to the exit. Bang bang. As Issei thought, things were not so easy, resulting in a confrontation against 3 other thieves. They were going to shoot the hostages, but Issei shot first so that the thieves didn't have time to open fire. The shots caught the attention of the police outside who began to help get all the hostages out of the place. Click click. "Oh come on, good time for me to run out of ammunition," said Isay. "Approach." Seeing that the brown-haired boy did not continue shooting, the 3 thieves opened fire with their submachine guns against Isay. Isay jumped behind a car to avoid ending up like Swiss cheese again. "Now what do I do? The hostages have already left, but since I'm trapped here I can't move, and if they keep shooting like that, the car will end up exploding. Scared mate, where are your guts? Who understands you? Damn lizard, first you tell me to forget about my past, and now this make up your mind once and for all," Isay exclaimed at how contradictory the dragon can be. "I didn't mean that, you big idiot, you will never be able to forget your past, you said it yourself, you have used the skills you have forged in so many battles, return to your times of glory, be the much feared Shinigami once more, and teach those idiots the fear of death." The dragon's words echoed deeply in Isay's mind. "I must kill again. No, just hurt them, show them the terror you inspire, don't stain your hands with blood again, don't accumulate more sins that will haunt you for the rest of your life." Isay knew what he had to do, he had to return to being his old self, unite his current self with his previous self, become the Shinigami again, but not get his hands dirty anymore. Isay activated the switch in a long time, his eyes showed a void like the eternal night, he felt his body as light as a feather, the Shinigami had returned. Shoot, don't let the police get close," one of the shooters exclaimed. Then as the 3 continued to fire, they felt a deathly cold chill down their spines, seeing the dark figure of something approaching at great speed. Fufiru panicked, the 3 of them began to shoot. With each step Isay took, he felt as if everything was starting to go slower, the bullets that were heading towards him were going so slowly that he could catch them with his hands without any effort. Approaching the nearest one at full speed, lengthening his nails and cutting off his fingers. My fingers," he screamed in agony, but then. Bang. Isay held the gun that the man dropped when he lost his fingers, aiming at the legs of the 3, giving 3 precise shots that each pierced the legs of their respective targets. The 3 of them screamed in agony. Then the one who lost his fingers looked at the neutral and cold face with which Isay looked at him, terrified to the core, fainting from the pain and loss of blood and the fear that the brown-haired man spread. Isay took a deep breath, dropping the submachine gun to the ground. "It seems that I still have it," Isay said, looking at his hands, clenching his fists. "How you are is something that you won't be able to change even in 1,000 years, you will always be like this, but it doesn't mean that you have to use your talent so often, you are looking for a quiet life, right?" "Yes, this was the last time I would use that," Isay said. Moments later the police arrived and took charge of everything. What Isay didn't notice is that 4 people witnessed everything. That was something interesting, maybe it wasn't so bad that this happened," said to a girl with black hair tied in a ponytail, purple eyes and a great figure. "Certainly, that person has a strange aura about him, it's something I couldn't describe, it's not demonic or fallen or that of an angel, a sacred gear perhaps," said a girl with crimson red hair, blue eyes and like the other a large figure. "It may be that, but I sense something more in that person," said a girl with black hair, violet eyes with glasses and unlike the other 3, with a somewhat skimpy figure. "If that's what you think, Kaicho, but if he had a sacred gear, wouldn't that be a reason to keep an eye on him?" The recent deaths have been of people who have sacred gear, exclaimed the last girl, long, loose black hair and orange eyes, like the other two with great figures. Let's leave it like this for now, what happened today left us short on time, said the short-haired girl. The four girls disappeared unnoticed by everyone in a strange circle that appeared under their feet. Once everything was over, with all the thieves being handcuffed and taken to jail. Hey, you from the crowd, Saji called out to Issei, I owe you one, you helped all these people get out of that problem. You're welcome, Issei replied. What's your name? Hyoudou Issei, it's a pleasure, said Issei, shaking hands with Saji. I introduce myself again, Saji Genshiro, detective of the Kuo City department, although I just transferred here from Tokyo, I returned to my hometown after a while. Coincidence, the same. I came from Tokyo and was born here, although I will be working as a teacher. Strange coincidence, where will you work? The Kuo Academy. Good place, recently it became co-ed, try not to do anything stupid there, I wouldn't want to arrest a teacher for overstepping with a student. It won't be with me, I'm engaged, said Isay. It seems that both got along well, establishing a friendship. A few days later, Isay had finished fixing up the house and everything, watching the city news on what happened at the mall. A few days later he went to drop off his documents at Kuo Academy, thanks to Manaka, most of his past was erased, leaving it as if he had had a normal life. And thanks to Dr. Takami's recommendation, he was given the job. He would be a probationary teacher, teaching only first and second year students, and serving as a support teacher for the third year class. This will be your first week as a teacher, Hyoudou-kun said to a teacher from the school, followed by the brown-haired boy. Yes, I will be under your care and I will try to learn from you, Akawa-senpai, said the brown-haired boy, dressed in a black office suit. However, the door to the third grade classroom opened, with the time sensei entering first. Listen, from now on we will receive a support teacher, he will start from now, say hello to him. Then Issei passed, the girls in the classroom couldn't help but blush when they saw the brunette, added to her good looks, and that gentle air he gave off. Nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei and I will be your teacher, I hope we get along, said the brown-haired boy giving a sincere smile. Almost all the girls blushed at that, only 4 were in shock when they saw the brunette. Este? You have. K. It's a joke, the 4 girls, known as Akeno Himejima, Tsubaki Shinra, Sona Citri and Ria's Gremory, thought in unison. Chapter 8. The wheels of destiny begin to turn. Hyoudou residence. It's been about 2 weeks since Issei started as a teacher at Kuo Academy. He worked for all 3 grades, as a support teacher for 3rd graders, and as a languages and literature teacher for 2nd and 1st graders. It was evening at the Hyoudou residence, Issei had just had dinner and corrected some of the first-year students' work. What time is it? Issei took off his glasses that he uses when reading and looked at the time on his wall clock, indicating that it was 9 o'clock at night. I'll call them, I'm interested in knowing how the situation is over there. Issei took his cell phone and called a number in his address book. Beep 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 click. Hello. Dr. Takami, it's me Issei. I saw the caller ID, what do you want? The woman on the line said haughtily. I'm surprised that your children don't have your character. Issei thought, I'm calling to find out how things are going. The adjustments for the Sekireis are going full steam ahead. Of the 108 Sekireis, a total of 11 have already finished the adjustments, but we cannot release all of them until all 108 finish the adjustments. I see, has there been a problem? Issei asked. At the moment, none, except for the occasional fight between Sekireis who had personal quarrels. Benitsubasa has been harassing Musubi since they were all gathered, the same with Heihain and Tsukiyumi. From the doctor's tone of voice, she was reproaching the brunette for not being there to control her Sekireis. I'm sorry about what they did, what about Karasuba and Akitsu? I don't know why you ask about number 07, she is still emotionless, so she barely stands out, she has scared many Sekireis who didn't notice when they approached, and strangely Karasuba has been calm, did you do something with her? Not that I remember, something about the Ashikabis. I understand that several are there in the MBI accompanying their Sekireis. There have not been many altercations, some fights since when the winged system was reset, Sekireis who were forced to be winged by someone who was not their Ashikabi stayed away, some tried to become winged again by force, but the Hanyu took care of them. I won't ask how they ended for my own mental health, in the last few months I was on the verge of collapsing, said Isay, after meeting number 01 and noticing what she was like, something that although he could also get angry like Dr. Takeshido, it was terrifying when number 01 got angry. Better, I'll just say that we're still cleaning up what's left of the last one. Isay didn't want to ask if it was a joke or if he was telling the truth. In any case, when the winged ones restarted, some Ashikabis gained 1 or 2 more Sekirei. Let me guess, Minato got another Sekirei. Number 54 Kurus Minato's Sekireis were furious when they found out, mainly Tsukiyumi. Haha, your son is a gigolo in some way. I don't think I've ever seen a man surrounded by so many women. The brown-haired boy laughed at how comical the situation his stepbrother was going through seemed. Shut up, at least I raised my son well, so that he wouldn't be someone who played with the feelings of a girl in love. Amen for that, said the brown-haired boy. Although it seems that your Sekireis have also changed a bit, mainly because I heard Karasuba say that if she got another Sekirei or found out that you were flirting around, she would cut you off. You don't need me to continue, do you? I understand, do you have so little faith in me? Speaking of the devil, here she is, I'll pass her to you. Huh? Wait. Yeah, look, so much time you have passed and we haven't received a call from you, did you find anything fun over there? From Karasuba's tone, I could tell she was slightly annoyed. Seriously, do you have so little faith in me? Issei said, annoyed that they didn't trust him. I have to repeat that you, Benitsubasa, Heihane and Akitsu are the only women I can relate to. No, but it's good to hear it. From the tone it was clear that Karasuba was laughing at what the brown-haired boy said. You find it very funny to buck me, don't you? A bit. TCH, how are you? I feel normal, the adjustments were not so radical, I feel the same as my abilities did not disappear, according to Takami, there is no way to eliminate that since it forms our being. And I thought you would leave your weapons to live the life of a housewife. Keep dreaming. You said you already received the adjustments, are the Sekireis receiving the adjustments for their numbers? Yes, me and Akitsu have already gone through the adjustments, dude, we have to wait for Benitsubasa and Heihane, it's a pain in the ass that they are both in the 3 figures. Dr. Takami told me that they are only on the 11th, so there is a lot of time left before they are finished. Yes, I must admit that it is kind of funny to see Benitsubasa getting desperate because you are not here, the poor thing sometimes starts crying and hugging a teddy bear. Is it that serious? Besides, you make it sound like I'm the only one who misses me. What's going on with Heihane, Akitsu and you? Heihane won't openly express that she misses you, Akitsu just gets depressed if you're mentioned as she's still afraid of being abandoned again, and as for me. What about you? I trust you, or else I will cut off what makes you a man. Isay exclaimed, scared that he really carried out the threat. I just remind you not to cheat on us with anyone there, especially with your students, Professor. What am I going to do with you? In any case, we are waiting to be able to return with you, did you find anything in that house? Yes, old photos of my parents. You didn't remember anything about your family, did you? Yes, it was emotional to see the photographs of my mother and father as well as my grandparents. That's right, we felt your emotional change, remember the bond that unites the Sekireis with their Ashikabis is strong. So yeah. Yes, and after the adjustments, I think it has been strengthened a bit. Wow, anything else I can find out about these modifications? My bust grew. It wasn't what I expected, but I'm not complaining either. Oh? What's going through your head right now? You've been hanging out with the pervert, haven't you? Seriously, I barely recognize you anymore, although it's better. I can say the same about you, for better or worse, we both changed each other. Cheesy nonsense. Shut up, by the way, it seems that even the Sekireis who haven't gone through the adjustment are capable of getting pregnant. At that moment Issei froze, as a cold sweat began to run down his face. Calm down, it's not me. Judging from the tone of her voice, it seemed like Karasuba was trying to hold back her laughter. Don't scare me like that, I'm not mentally ready for a child yet, do I even know the parents? Yes, it's Min-chan and Mu-chan and Tsu-chan. Huyen. Issei didn't know those names. The son of Dr. Takami, Musubi and number 09 Tsukiyumi. Hey, that was fast, Issei exclaimed, amazed by the revelation. Well, things here were also a bit shocking for everyone. After finding out, Takami ordered every female Sekirei who had crossed that line with her Ashikabi to take a pregnancy test. And? At least a total of 15 Sekireis tested positive, neither me nor Akitsu tested positive. Issei gave a well-deserved sigh of relief. But things went bad for you. Are they? Takami gave us the test, my Akitsu, standing in front of Benitsubasa and Heihane. I don't see the problem. Benitsubasa was insecure for a long time because she thought you were gay. How the hell do I come to that conclusion? Do N''T blame her, you didn't seem to be interested in anything before, so the girl thought you were hitting the other way by not showing the slightest interest in her. Well, in a way you're right, but I've changed, so I don't understand why you say things will be bad for me. Well, because the girl is upset because you didn't have intimacy with her, only with me who has more time by your side and Akitsu who joined last. Oh, how screwed am I? I think that at most when she arrives, she will end up either hitting you or rapping you. That's bad. Issei started to think that maybe he should prepare for the worst. It's not that bad, I know you, and I know that you have more lives than a cat. If I learned anything from my epic military career, it is that luck determines whether you live or die, and as it is for everyone, luck ends up running out at the most necessary moment. The conversation is taking a bad turn, let's leave it here. I think the same, as there's still a long way to go before the adjustments are finished. The way things are going, I say that it should be over in a month or a month and a half, that is, if there are no setbacks. Well, I already have the house ready for your arrival, I'll be waiting for you. Now you're the one who sounds cheesy. Shut up, bye. Bye. Click beep beep. The call ended, Issei left the phone on his desk and looked back at the clock on the wall. Shit, it's midnight, I have to finish grading these papers, Issei exclaimed. The chestnut spent a large part of the night correcting his work and then went to bed without knowing that very soon his life would take a 180-degree turn. In some parts of the human world. An island in the farthest part of the world, an island covered by dense storm clouds that the sun's rays never touch. An air of death and desolation was emitted from that island, a place where only the strongest beings could survive, and the weak would be simply another piece of meat. On that island, an imposing castle stood, a place of death and despair. Inside that castle. Juju, there's not much left, very soon they will wake up. The mournful voice of a skeletal being resonated in the laboratory in the castle. We've been at this for a while, but do you think they'll obey you? The person who asked was a middle-aged man, with long black hair, a beard and dressed in a black suit and sunglasses, even though they were indoors. Oh, they will, after all. The skeletal being searched for something that was in the center of the laboratory, a pedestal with 4 bright orbs, taking one with his skeletal hands. They already belong to me, haha, exclaimed the being, caressing the orb that he held in his hands with adoration. Don't be overconfident, if they are at least 0.1% like them, what you have come up with will go to waste. The man gave his opinion of him. Don't worry, having several contingency plans is in my nature, you are already one, and for the boy, he said, being like. The man looked at a corner of the laboratory. His plan B is already being formed. What they both saw was a large tube which was filled with a green liquid and inside something was beginning to form. You are a ruthless and heartless bastard. Did you forget, I don't have a soul, ha, but I think it's time to send the kid some gifts, ha. The creature's laughter was so loud that it could be heard throughout the island. Our academy. Another quiet day at the academy for Isay. At this moment he was finishing teaching the class for the first years. That's all for today, before finishing I will give you your work, said Isay. One by one Isay called his students to give them their work. How'd you, Kaneko-san? Isay called the quietest of her class due to the little time she had been there. The girl in question stepped forward to take her job. After getting it she stared at the brunette for a few moments. Is something wrong, Taoju-san? Isay asked kindly. No, it's nothing, Sensei. Kaneko did T say anything and returned to her seat. The class ended, being a slight break between classes for Isay. The next class would be for the second years. Isay went to the teacher's lounge, being greeted as usual by a friend. I am Isay, greeted a man of robust build dressed in sports clothes, with short black hair. I, Kenzan. Isay returned the greeting, sitting at his desk. Have you already adapted to being a teacher? A little, although there are still some students who give me trouble, said Isay. Let me guess, the second pervert pair. I've already received complaints from the Kendo club regarding them. I'm sorry about that. It's not your fault, that pair has been behaving that way ever since the beginning. The worst thing is that they don't learn from it, since on several occasions they were caught and almost ground to dust by the old captain of the club. I understand that the current captain and vice captain of the club are Murayama-san and Kata-san, said Isay, checking his list of names from his classroom. Those same people, following the example of their former senpai, give some punishments to that pair when they catch them, but none of them plans to stop spying. The master exhaled a deep sigh. Well, it's not like we can do much, it's their decision to do those things, and we can't keep an eye on them all the time, either, said Isay. I guess when they mature a little they will stop doing those things. After all, when one was young one also did those things. At his age I was still trying to make it alive the next day, Isay thought, but shook those ideas out of his head. In any case, are you up for drinking tonight? Your wife didn't get upset because you're bad with the drink. Come on, party pooper, what she doesn't know won't hurt her. Oh? And what should I not find out about? Stupid. Swallowing hard, Kenzan turned his head to see the owner of the voice. It's nothing, Circa darling, right, Isay. Isay. When Kenzan turned to see the brunette, he was no longer there. He's going to be a son of a bitch. Suddenly Kenzan felt a powerful bear grip on his skull. You and I have a lot to talk about. For his part, the brown-haired boy had run away the moment he saw his senpai behind his co-worker, using his skills to move stealthily without raising suspicion. Phew, Akawa-senpai can be very scary when she's angry too, said Isay, walking through the halls of the academy. His stay at school had been very good, except for some students, mostly male. He was easily accepted among his students. Continuing to walk through the halls normally, preparing to go up the stairs to go to the second-year classroom, Issei came across a girl with crimson hair. A girl he already knew from before, she was one of the girls who were taken hostage in the last incident and also being one of his students. The girl in question was Ria's Gremory, one of the Samas of the academy, a foreigner from a country that Issei could not recognize by her face, although he would bet on somewhere in the Scandinavian countries. The girl had been staring at him for a short time. "Do I have something on my face today? Because it's not very common for me to be observed for so long," said Issei kindly giving the girl a smile. "Do you need something from my Gremory-kun?" "It's nothing sensei, and as for looking at him, you should get used to it since he has a nice face." "Thank you," Issei replied. "If you'll excuse me sensei," Ria said goodbye and went up the stairs to go to her respective classroom. "Well, for some reason I feel like this day is a bit weird," Issei said to himself scratching his head, then looked at the watch on his wrist. "I'm running late." Issei quickened his pace and arrived at his classroom. "Okay guys, calm down." Upon entering the classroom, all the students returned to their respective seats. Before starting class, Mitsuda-kun, Motohama-kun, I would like to talk to you after class. "Huh? What did we do?" the duo exclaimed in unison. "What didn't you do, you pair of perverts?" said one of the girls in the room. "Anything they say is a lie, Issei-sensei. I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you. After finishing class you will come to the teacher's lounge, do you understand me?" Both of them didn't want to pay attention. "I said it, did you understand me?" The Hanyu mask appeared behind Issei, scaring the pair and all of their students. 3. "I scared," the pair obeyed the orders. Very well, the mask disappeared from behind Issei. "Boy, take out your books." After the initial scare, classes resumed as normal until the end of classes. The cult club room. While our hero was finishing some things in the teacher's lounge, certain Redeeds and their group were plotting something. "Did you get any information about Issei-sensei?" Akeno asked Ria's Gremory sitting at the desk in the club room. "Yes, although it's not like it's much," answered his right hand from him and vice president of the club, Akeno Himejima. "How is that?" the Redeed asked. "Here and see for yourself." Akeno handed a folder to the Redeed. This one felt very light for some reason. When Riaz opened it, she saw why the brunette said that. The file with the current photo. Name: Hyoudou Issei. Status: single. Age: 21 years old. Nationality: Japanese. Job: currently as a teacher at Kao Academy. Nothing more, that was simply what the file said. "Akeno, what is this?" the Redeed asked due to the lack of information. "It's how you see it, Riaz, except for small details like the name of his parents and grandparents and that he was born here, as well as that his parents died when he was 3 years old. That's all we can find about him. Nothing is known about him since he disappeared after being believed dead with his parents until now." As the brunette explained, everything about the brown-haired man was in doubt. There was no information about him, not where he lived before, not where he worked, not even what he had been doing in recent years. "Mystery, everything that surrounds Sensei is a mystery, from that strange aura that he possesses," said Riaz. "Most likely Sensei has a sacred gear." The one who spoke now was the prince of the Kao Academy, Kiba. "But the aura he has is different from that of a sacred gear." "Then you know, Hyoudou?" Riaz asked. "Even though they are different, each sacred gear emits a base aura that is the same for everyone. That is why one can know whether a person has a sacred gear or not," Hyoudou explained. "But the aura that Sensei emits is different, it does not seem to be linked to his sacred gear. The aroma that Sensei gives off is also somewhat confusing." The one who spoke now was the academy's mascot, Kaneko Taoju. "What kind of aroma?" There are several different aromas coming from it, but there is only one that seems to be very attached to it, as if it were already a natural aroma in it." "And what is that?" "Sensei smells like gunpowder." "Gunpowder?" the boys repeated in doubt. "And?" The boys wondered more and more about their strange and mysterious sensei. "In any case, Kaneko, you could keep watching him." "I but you." The albino girl got up from the chair and left the club room. You seem very interested in our sensei areas." "A little," the Redeed admitted, "but I'm more interested in knowing what sacred gear pose the aura it emits is great." "I know it sounds unlikely, but could it be a Longinus?" said the brunette. "If that's the case, it would be a good idea for him to join us. After all, there isn't much difference in their ages," said Riaz. But those words spoken, a not very elaborate plan was carried out. That night, after finishing what he had to do in the teacher's lounge, Issei went to the school parking lot to get in his convertible and return home. Once there, he had a serious conversation with the dragon that lives in his body. "Concentrate a little more, partner, send all your energies to your left hand." Issei was in the middle of his room. At the dragon's request, he was trying to materialize his sacred gear at once. "That's what Drake tried. Sending my energies to a single point is very different from that technique." Come on, it's just doing the opposite, there's a little more to go. Gathering all his energy in his left arm, while his eyes were closed, Issei did not notice that at the same time that his energy gathered in his arm, illuminating it in a green color, a black aura he began to cover the rest of his body. The dark energy that Issei was emitting, added to all the control he had to summon his sacred gear once and for all, began to emit a strong presence that was easily noticed by the beings that inhabited the city. Boost. But the sound that Issei had never heard before, and feeling a burning pain in his left arm, when he opened his eyes, he could see a red mechanical claw covering his arm like armor. Haha, so this is the boosted gear. Exhausted, Issei dropped to the ground, carefully observing his sacred gear. It seems that you can now use it, but in doing so we drained a great deal of energy to break the signal that blocked the activation. The dragon's voice sounded tired. Is that why I feel so tired? It will take some time to restore our energies, so I recommend you not get into any kind of trouble. You say it as if it would attract trouble. Oh no, what do you say about some of your students not being human? Damn lizard. As the dragon said, Issei noticed thanks to Drake that some of his students had some strange energies, and later found out that several of them were demons. Besides the fact that you only have to worry about them, they have also been watching you since you got here. I can't determine whether they are demons or something else, but a sinister aura is noticeable. More problems, I think I should give up on having a peaceful life. I don't see the point, you've already shown that if you want something in your life, you have to fight for it. Poetic. I'm going to sleep to regain energy. You almost fell asleep. Shut up, and with those last words, the red dragon went to sleep. He fell asleep and he didn't tell me how to make this disappear. The rest of the night Issei tried and tried until he managed to dematerialize the boosted gear. Somewhere in the city of Kuo, something was happening. A group of unknown creatures entered the city, a very large group of beings whose only objective was to hunt their pre-established prey. While on the other hand, that same night, the horrible event had just occurred in a building in the city, and the forces of law had already arrived. Damn, it's a bucking massacre, said Saji Genshiro entering the crime scene. The building was a 5-story house that was used as a dormitory for students at Kuo University. It was located a few kilometers from the forest that faces the northern mountains. In total, a number of 30 students lived there. The place was destroyed, blood and dismembered corpses everywhere, bodies with organs scattered everywhere, blood painting walls, floors and windows. What kind of monster could do something like that? Saji wondered. It had been 10 minutes since the police had cordoned off the area and started investigating the crime scene. The person who made the call to report the incident was a girl who lived in the complex. She had gone out to spend a weekend with her parents, and when she returned she found the traumatic scene. What the hell is going on in this town now? Being a local, Saji doesn't remember things being this bad in the past. In the month he's been working here, he's had to see several cases of mysterious deaths, missing people, and now a bucking serial killer. Chapter 9. Longing. Old abandoned building. The battle had broken out in one of the old abandoned buildings in the city of Kuo, in an old cargo warehouse that was abandoned after 30 years of use because the situation became unsafe for its workers, given how remote it was from the city. But these creatures are very difficult to kill, said a 16-year-old blonde boy wielding a sword and dressed in the Kuo Academy uniform and Knight of Ria's Gremory, Hyoudou. I see it, Hyoudou, and they are also intelligent. They retreat before I can hit them with my powers of destruction, and they cover themselves from Akeno's attacks, said a red-haired girl of about 17 years old, dressed in the Kuo Academy uniform, heiress of the Gremory house and king of her entourage, Ria's Gremory. Boom. Someone was thrown hard against a wall, crashed through it and rolled on the floor slightly injured. Kaneko Rias exclaimed, alarmed. I'm fine, but it just caught me off guard, said a small girl with short white hair, rook of Ria's Gremory, Taoju Kaneko. She was slightly bruised, with a broken eyebrow and blood running down her face and her uniform torn. Boom. One of the strange beings they were fighting against crossed the wall following the albino, a very robust human-like being, completely black in color and with insect antennae on his head and a perpetual neutral expression. The strange being launched itself against the three of them again. Kaneko intercepted him by kicking him in the head, but the creature crossed his arms to stop the blow. The albino's kick broke the creature's arms, splitting them in half and hitting the creature's head, which was thrown with force several meters to the right, hitting an old container, passing through it. Bomb. The sound of the strange being's body hitting the container echoed through the warehouse. Haha, the little albino was exhausted. The last hit she gave was one where she put all her energy, plus hitting the arms of that thing, left her leg in pain. An explosion was heard outside the warehouse where 3 charred bodies crashed through the roof. Fufufu, these things were very annoying, they are like cockroaches that did not die. A voice was heard coming from above, who floated in the sky dressed as a priestess, even though some of her clothes were torn, with black hair tied in a ponytail, the queen of Ria's Gremory in her right hand, Akeno Himejima. Certainly, these things don't die easily, Ria said, firing a sphere with destructive power at the 3 charred bodies to make sure they wouldn't get up again. The bodies of those beings were erased until not even a particle of them remained. This is the second time we've faced these things, said Kiba, stabbing the severed head of one of these beings, noticing how the body was not far away from his movements. They are strong, fast, agile, intelligent and very difficult to kill. Besides, their bodies are tough, said Kaneko, walking with difficulty because of her injured leg. Even with my strength, it was difficult for me to withstand one of their blows. But exactly what are these things, said Rias, examining what remained of one of these beings. A week ago these strange beings had sneaked into the city. They, according to Rias and Sona's hypothesis, were responsible for the massacre at a university house not far from Kao. Their first encounter with these beings was when they were hunting an exiled demon. They had already cornered the demon when out of nowhere a group of 5 of these things appeared and without warning, killed the exiled demon by tearing it apart and then charged against the Gremory group. That time they were almost killed by the strength these things possessed. With one blow Sona Citri, the other heir of the demonic Citri in the city, appeared to help her friend. Should we send the bodies to Surzich's Sama? Queen Gremory asked. Yes, we need to find out what these things are and how dangerous they can be, Ria said thoughtfully. Today, for some reason, I feel like the air around the city has a strange feeling of danger and death. There are more of these things out there, Kaicho said. They took care of about 10 more last night, Kiba reported. Then he remembered something. I think these things are evolving. Evolved? The Queen Gremory said in shock. What do you mean, Hyoudou? Rias asked. Unlike the ones we faced last time, these ones seemed faster and stronger, plus they were smarter by avoiding getting into long-distance combat with Butchu and Akeno-san. As the knight said, once the fight started, the creatures focused on attacking him and the little rook, taking distance from the redite and brunette, separating them and, if they had the opportunity, attacking them up close. More problems are gathering one after another. Ria sighed heavily. If this weren't complicated enough, there were also those fallen angels plotting something in our territory. Another problem they had to solve was that an undetermined group of fallen angels and stray exorcists had infiltrated the city for some time, capturing and eliminating seemingly normal humans, only to discover that those humans were people who possessed sacred gear inside them. For now we are done, but we have to increase security at the points where these creatures can infiltrate. They do not attack during the day, but once it is night they attack whoever gets in their way, said the redite. Butchu, do I still have to keep an eye on Issei-sensei? The albino asked. Yes, Kaneko, that sudden surge of energy a few days ago came from Sensei's house. It is likely that he has awakened his sacred gear, and if we could sense it, then the fallen must have done so too. Fufufu, Butchu seems very interested in Sensei. Do you want to have a little adventure with your sensei, Butchu? Said the brunette, making fun of her king a little. Keep your imaginations in your head, Akeno. The only thing I see in Sensei is a future ally. In fact, he may even join us, said Rias, that being her main plan to add the brown-haired boy to her group and maybe thus free herself from that commitment to which she was tied. Fufufu, it might be fun to have Sensei with us. After all, there aren't many years difference, and he's single. Akeno, are you even thinking about something like that? Rias asked incredulously. Fufufu, of course not, Rias. I was just saying that to joke with you, said the brunette, acting as always. I hope so, Akeno, playing with something like that, said the redite, reproaching the brunette's attitude. One thing was certain, Hyoudou Issei had unknowingly been put in the crosshairs of many different factions as well as mysterious beings. Hyoudou residence basement. Curiously, Issei discovered something that did not appear in the original plans of his house. It turns out that on the first floor there was a secret passage that led to the basement. The place was a little larger than the house but completely empty, so Issei arranged for it by cleaning it, lighting it, and turning it into a training room so as not to lose physical condition. Issei was training by giving several quick punches and kicks to a punching bag, dressed in a white shirt, training pants and combat gloves. The training that Isay carried out was of various types: physical, speed and reflexes. While he was punching the punching bag, 5 modified tennis ball machines were aimed at the chestnut's body, firing the balls at a high speed, higher than they should have. The balls were going fast, but not at the same speed as a bullet, so Isay could easily dodge them while punching and kicking the bag, without even turning to focus on the machines. His training and constant life at war had sharpened his senses to such an extent that he was able to dodge at least 10 gunshots. Adding to the new abilities he gained after almost dying on the island elevated all of his skills. Isay gave a powerful kick that split the sandbag in half, spilling its contents across the floor. The machines ran out of balls and stopped shooting. This training helps me not to rust, although it's still not enough," exclaimed the brown-haired man taking off his shirt, revealing a body well toned over the years, which had several wounds and scars on his chest and back, and a large scar on his left side. "I've already trained, but since this lizard fell asleep and didn't tell me how to quickly access the boosted gear, I can't train with it," said Issei, looking at his left hand after drying the sweat with a towel which he moved to the area around his neck. Hearing in his mind how the great red dragon snored loudly. Well, I have to go buy some things and then finish grading the exams," said Issei, standing up again and leaving the basement. As he left the basement, Issei wondered why this room could only be accessed through a secret passageway, and he was also intrigued as to why this basement was larger in width than the house itself. Before completely leaving the basement, Issei stood at the entrance and looked back. What was here? What other mystery does this house hold? Issei asked no one in particular. Issei stared at the basement before remembering that his time was limited as he returned to what he had to do, buy food and review exams. After finishing grading the second-year kids' tests, Issei went out to buy the empty daily provisions, locking up the house and taking his convertible out of the garage. Pip. Now it's easier since after some repairs he installed an automatic door, getting in the car and going out to buy something, without knowing that not far from there he was being watched. Kuo Academy. Another normal day at the academy for Isay, after a few classes, a short break in the teacher's lounge, and declining his coworker and physical education teacher's offer to go out drinking tonight after getting his strict wife's approval, Isay continued giving the last class of the day, which would be with the first-year students. "Okay guys, that's all for today, you already know that the work I sent you will be for Monday of next week," said Isay, finishing erasing the blackboard. The students, excited about the weekend, packed their things and rushed out as fast as lightning. These kids are quick to leave class, would I have been the same as them if my life had been different? Issei said out loud, imagining for a few moments what his life would have been like if his parents had not died, if he had not been in an endless war for most of his youth. He was so focused on that he didn't notice that not all of his students had left the classroom. "What do you mean, sensei?" asked a little albino girl. It's nothing, Taoju-kun," Issei quickly denied, then for the first time that day he noticed that the albino had a bandage on her leg. "What happened to her leg?" "I had a small accident while I was fixing some things in my apartment," said Kaneko, clearly lying, although her always neutral expression did not let someone experienced like Issei in reading facial expressions see if she was lying or not. "I see, can you walk well?" the brown-haired boy asked, somewhat worried about his student. "Yes, it's nothing, sensei." After that the albino prepared to leave, although slowly since whether she wanted to or not her leg had not recovered 100% from the damage after facing those creatures. Issei noticed that Kaneko was having difficulty walking and thought he could help his student. "Taoju-kun," called Issei. "Yes, Issei-sensei," said Kaneko, who was already about to leave. "Let me take you home, with your injured leg, it will be difficult for you to walk to it, right?" said Issei, sounding sincere and worried about the little girl, without having hidden motives. "It's not necessary, Issei-sensei, I can walk normally." "There's no need to be so proud, Taoju-san, I'm your sensei, you can trust me. Or do I seem suspicious to you?" "Do I really look suspicious?" Issei said, his face souring a little as he thought that he actually did sound suspicious. "No, it doesn't look suspicious, Issei-sensei, I appreciate you taking me to my apartment. Before going I have to go to my club to inform them that I will be leaving early." "Oh right, you're in Gremory-kun's occult club," Issei said, remembering the strange club that was in the old school building. "Okay, I'll wait for you in the teacher's room once you finish what you have to do," Issei replied, smiling naturally. "But the bow," Kaneko said goodbye and went to the club room, while Issei headed to the teacher's lounge. "Taoju-kun may be a devil like Gremory-kun and his group, but I don't see any signs that they're going to do anything bad or anything like that. I guess not all demons are evil, although it's not like I've met anything before," Issei thought, but as he did so he suffered sudden headaches. "What's wrong? I feel like my head is going to explode," said Issei, suffering from so much pain that he had to lean on the wall to stay standing. Suddenly, images came to Issei's head, fire, the sound of gunshots, explosions and himself looking at a mirror covered in blood, seeing himself younger, like when he was 13 years old. "You're okay, Issei-sensei." The one who arrived and saw the brown-haired boy in that state was one of his students, Sona Shiratori from 3rd year. "Shiratori-kun, and yes, just a slight headache, you have nothing to worry about," the brunette quickly denied, even though his thoughts were very focused on what had just happened. "I understand, sensei." The brunette retired to the student council office, but like her friend Daella, she was beginning to gain some interest, not romantic, in her. Daella-sensei, Daella. Meanwhile in the hidden club room, Ria's Gremory had just learned what a rook had told her about her sensei. "I see, Kaneko. I wonder if Issei-sensei knows that we are monitoring him, or is he simply a good teacher who helps his students?" said the Redeed, thinking carefully about her sensei's attitude. I don't think Issei-sensei knows that we are following him, although he is more cautious than normal people. He doesn't doubt me, but I will still inform him if something happens. But you. I'll leave it to you, Kaneko said Riaz. Then the little albino girl left the club room, leaving only the Redeed there. Hyoudou Issei, what mysteries do you hold within you? Asked a Redeed looking at the brown-haired girl's information documents. Once outside the academy, and after the brown-haired boy narrowly escaped a strange rumor about him and the little albino girl from spreading, Issei took charge of taking his student to the apartment where she lived. Thank you for bringing me, Issei-sensei, said Kaneko, getting out of her teacher's convertible. No problem, Taoju-kun, it is my duty as a teacher to help my students as much as I can, Issei said happily. For a few moments Kaneko smiled as she noticed what a good person her sensei Ella was, giving her even more reasons to prevent the fallen from attacking him. See you, Issei-sensei, said the albino girl. Goodbye. See you on Monday, Kaneko-san. The brown-haired boy also said goodbye. The albino entered the building, disappearing from sight. The chestnut was about to start the car and leave when. Excuse me, a voice stopped Issei when he turned to see who called him. He saw a girl of about 16 or 17 years old, with long black hair, violet eyes and dressed in the uniform of a school he did not recognize. Can I help you? Said the brown-haired boy, but then Issei's senses were activated, alerting him that the girl in front of him was dangerous, mainly because of that smell of blood she gave off and that she somehow managed to hide. You're a teacher at Kao Academy, right? That's right. Do you need something? Issei asked more cautiously. Whoever it is acts natural, she's a good actress. My name is Amano Ikma. Since you are a teacher at that academy, I was wondering if you could help me. I plan to take the entrance test, and since the academy is one of the best in the city, I would like to be ready to pass the test. And why do you ask me? Well, who better to teach me than a teacher from that academy? Could you give me private lessons, please? She wants something. I'll play along and see what happens. Okay, I think I can help you. After all, a teacher is here to help his students. Seriously, thank you so much, exclaimed the girl excitedly. If you don't mind, we can meet tomorrow to come up with a study plan. No problem, we'll meet tomorrow at noon downtown. Is that okay with you, Amano-kun? Yes, thank you. With those last words the brunette left in another direction. Issei did the same, started the car and left. I have to prepare myself. I'm sure that girl is up to no good, and to top it off I'm the target, I think. Ha, can't I have a peaceful life? After those thoughts the chestnut returned home and prepared for the next day. For her part of her, Yum walked away happily, with a smile on her face until she disappeared into an alley, revealing her true form of her. It was easier than I thought. Most likely the poor fool is one of those who seek the bodies of his students, Ella said Yuma, changing his appearance to Ella. His uniform to Ella became a sadistic queen-type outfit, and a pair of black wings emerged from his back. For her part, Kaneko had managed to hear the conversation after having felt the presence of the fallen one nearby. She quickly went to inform Riaz about what was happening. I see the fallen made the first move, Riaz said through a holographic call. Do you have something on mind, but you? The albino asked. For the moment we will set up a perimeter to monitor the sensei, although it will be more difficult since we are still trying to find the place where those strange creatures are hiding. I see, said the albino, cutting the transmission. Hyoudou residence. Already at home, Issei prepared for tomorrow, honing his skills as best he could, since his instincts told him that tomorrow, he would need all of them in order to survive. Issei finished practicing his combat with a knife, a military knife that he has always carried since his days in the military. History repeats itself, kill or die, Issei said heavily as he saw his own reflection of him in the knife. I wonder, will that technique be useful to me? Issei asked himself, a technique that was taught to him and that held to the point of almost dying when trying to control it. Without a doubt, tomorrow would be a busy day for Isay, where his life and destiny would hang by a thread that would debate him between life or death. The next day things were a bit strange for Isay. He clearly thought he would talk to the girl to teach her so she could enter the Kao Academy. He clearly knew it was all a disappointment, but he played along until she revealed what her plans were, which he did not expect the study meeting to end like one. This seems like a damn date, Isay thought. He was dressed in his typical clothes that he wore when he worked. As Isay said, instead of coming up with a study method, it was all about going to a restaurant, watching a movie and doing what is properly done on a date. On the way, a girl dressed in a bat cosplay handed him a pamphlet that Isay accepted. Isay-san, look, isn't it cute, said Yuma in front of a grappling machine in an arcade, pointing at a teddy bear. It's a bucking date. What is this girl up to? And it's a good thing that none of my students are around here, otherwise they could misunderstand this. It's a good thing that I don't look very old, otherwise I would have even worse problems, Isay thought, grateful for not looking too old. Even though he was 21 and a month away from turning 22, Isay still looked young to the point of appearing to be about 18 years old. The rest of the date was normal, and Issei was starting to get tired of waiting for the girl to make her move, so they both went to the city park. It was already getting dark when they arrived. I got distracted and in the end we didn't end up talking about the study plan of all, the brunette said. Very bad on your part, Amano-kun. If you want to enter the Cow Academy, I don't think it's very advisable for you to waste time like this, Issei scolded. I'm sorry, it won't happen again, the girl apologized, then she got dangerously close to the brunette to the point of having her face very close, but this didn't faze Issei, at least not in that sense. Sensei, could you do me please? What do you need, Amano-kun? Issei asked, then all his alarms warned him that the girl was about to make her move. Yuma moved a little closer and stood on tiptoe and whispered in Issei's ear. You could die for me. Then a red energy appeared in the girl's hand, taking the form of a spear and attacking the brown-haired boy to kill, but in a fraction of a second there was no one there. But how? Very bad, Amano-kun. First rule when you try to kill someone. Issei's voice was heard behind Yuma, who turned to see the brunette, but when doing so she received a strong blow to the stomach that threw her back. Never let your bloodlust and killer instinct shine, said Issei calmly, but to Yuma, Issei looked intimidating. On the other hand, Ria's Gremory and her group, Ella and Sona Citri and her group, watched everything attentively. With surveillance spells they had been able to carefully observe everything that was happening now. It seems that Issei sensei was so sure that it was a trap from the beginning, said Sona Citri, analyzing the situation. Can't you do something with the audio? Ria's. Unfortunately not, I'm already spending a lot of resources to keep an eye on sensei, with those things still free. I see Sona was also keeping strict monitoring of the city, in case those creatures appeared again. Fufu, it seems that Issei sensei is not a normal human as we expected, although with the aura he emits, one would know immediately. Anything to say, Kaneko-chan? Asked the only boy in the room. The blow that Issei sensei gave was a special one, he aimed at an exact point to knock out his opponent. He explained to the Oblina, being a rook his main qualities were hand-to-hand combat. Let's see how this continues, Ria said, paying attention to the transmission. DCH, it seems you're not a poor fool like I expected, you managed to dodge my blow, and I can also bet that you knew my intentions from the beginning, said Yum, standing up after the blow. As I said, next time don't be so impatient and showing your killer instinct. Can I ask why you're after me? Why should I tell that to a pathetic human? What happened just now was just a stroke of luck, said the girl, transforming. Her clothes changed into a dominatrix outfit and two black wings emerging from her back. Black feathery wings, are you a fallen angel, then? Issei asked without being intimidated a little, taking off his tie to be able to breathe better. It seems that you are not surprised. In any case, I came to kill you. Do not blame me, blame God for putting a sacred gear in your body. Great, it's all your fault, lizard, said Issei, looking at his left arm, listening to the dragon snoring. In any case, I won't make it that easy for you, Detenshi-chan, exclaimed Issei, taking a combat knife out of his pants and choosing a combat stance. Do not be arrogant, human, because if you think you can beat me, you are very wrong, exclaimed the angry foal, creating a spear of light in her hand. Come on, Yuma-kun, if you're going to fight, fight with a cool head. Moving with anger only leaves many openings for them to attack you. Don't call me by that stupid name, my name is Rainer, exclaimed the woman, throwing herself against the brown-haired boy. Rainer was so carried away by that tantrum of fury that every stab she launched against the brunette had no effect. Issei masterfully dodged each blow without even trying. Come on, what's happening? Is this all the fallen angels can do? Issei said mockingly. It was a strategy to throw the fallen one off balance. Shut up, he exclaimed, throwing the spear at Issei, seeing how he didn't move and was about to hit the brown-haired boy's chest. Then a smile appeared on Issei's face, preparing to use that technique that cost him so much to learn, being one of the few times he could use it. Plump. Then to Rainer's surprise, her spear of light bounced off before it could hit the brown-haired boy, and even worse was that the spear returned to her faster than originally. Boom. An explosion lit up the park. Rainer was able to dodge the lethal blow, but in doing so she was engulfed by the explosion of her spear, leaving her injured. The spear had hit the fountain in the square, exploding it and producing light rain in the area. Well, it seems that you got carried away and ended up defeating yourself, said Isay, slightly amazed by how useful and powerful that technique was. Ah damn you, what did you do? Rainer exclaimed, badly injured and without the strength to stand up. Easy, I simply returned your attack using my own ability, Full Counter, an ability that allows me to return any magic attack launched against me. I must thank you, since you are the first person I used it with, said Isay, turning around, putting away the knife and ready to leave. I recommend that you leave. I won't kill you, so I hope you disappear from the city and never come back. Damn, even if Rainer wanted to fight, she wanted to stand up and fight, she was too hurt to do so. When Isay left the place, he felt a chill throughout his body. His instincts told him that something extremely bad was behind him. When he turned around, he saw that a group of at least 10 rare creatures had appeared in the park. No, not these things again. Raynor seemed to recognize the beings, her face filled with panic. You damn people are the ones who killed Middle Trainer exclaimed, crawling backwards. Issei didn't understand what happened, but if one thing was clear it was that these things, whatever they were very dangerous. Then one approached Issei and tried to tear off the brunette's head, but at the last second Issei did a deadly jump backwards, avoiding certain death. Ah, what the hell. I saw my life flash before my eyes just now, I almost died, Issei exclaimed, but he didn't have time to rest as the creatures launched themselves at him. Where Riaz and the others? Those things have appeared again, just now, Riaz exclaimed. The Kendo prepares the magic circle, we have to go help Issei-sensei, or else we won't be able to save anything from him. When the brunette was about to activate her magic to teleport them to that place, she got an unpleasant surprise. But I can't do it, something is preventing us from moving from this place, a Kendo exclaimed. Hey? Riaz exclaimed. When Sona and her group tried to use the transportation circle, the same thing happened, something blocked them and did not let them leave that room. Everything indicated that the brown-haired boy would have to fend for himself, while the young demons looked for a way to break the spell that kept them prisoners. Issei dodged a blow of one of those beings, the blow produced an impact wave that devastated trees that were in its path. One of the rare beings spread insect wings from its back, charging at Issei too quickly. Issei wouldn't have time to dodge it, so he crossed his arms and concentrated all his strength on them to stop the blow. The impact began to drag Issei, to the point where he was launched many meters into the air, falling very far away, getting lost in the dark forest. Issei broke branches and more branches as he fell. When he hit the ground, some parts of his body showed clear signs of damage, as well as the vest of his suit was torn to shreds. Without time to catch his breath, he was kissed by the creatures again, but now he would fight back. When one of those beings launched a powerful blow against Issei, Issei dodged it by crouching, taking the knife out of his pants and piercing the head of the latter, which stopped his movements. Before he could remove the knife from the skull of that being, another attacked trying to grab Issei. For his part of him, Issei moved away, only to see that the creature ripped the head off the other creature when the blow missed. If that gave me my head would roll, Issei thought. Without weapons and being able to materialize the booster gear, Issei chose to grow his nails to make them into knives. Now launching himself on the offensive, Issei pierced the chest of one of these beings, managing to extract his heart from him. But what the hell, his body is very hard, Issei thought, receiving a lot of pain from his hand. Fast and precise, Isay attacked the vital points that at least one would think, since these creatures resembled a person, aiming for the heart, the jugular, although with that there was no damage since these things could still move, they only fell when their heart was completely destroyed or their brain was destroyed. After minutes of combat that seemed like years to Isay, he managed to kill them all. But he did not come out well, his physical resistance was at its limit, his hands hurt like hell, and his right shoulder was dislocated. "Haha, I can't take any more," Isay exclaimed, letting himself fall back against a tree. Isay thought he could relax now, but his danger sensors sounded once again. Throwing himself to the ground just in time, Isay managed to keep his head still attached to his body. "What the hell?" Isay exclaimed, seeing his new attackers from him. They were very similar to those from a while ago, but there were changes. One was green, and his arms were two sharp knives, two were much larger and more robust in appearance, one had a large horn on his head. "For the love of God, what did I do for these monstrosities to want to kill me?" Isay exclaimed, but he knew that these were no moments for joking, he would have to surpass the limits of his body if he wanted to survive. Flipping his switch and letting the Shinigami loose, completely turning off his limitations and emotions, preparing to attack at the slightest opening. The creature that resembled a praying mantis and one of the musclemen were the first to attack. The muscleman launched himself against Isay, trying to catch him in a deadly embrace that would grind his bones. Isay jumped onto the creature's head, ready to pierce its skull and aim to destroy its brains, but then the mantis, launching a vertical cut at Isay. Flap. Isay caught the sharp blade with his hands, they bled a lot, but repressing the pain in them, he pulled the being's body, using his own blade to cut off the mantis's head. The Colossus was going to catch Isay with his hands, but Isay used the same blade to cut the Colossus's arms at the elbows, where the junction of these was thinner. The Colossus's arms fell heavily to the ground, unable to use its strong arms it could no longer fight, so Isay embedded the mantis blade in its skull, which broke as it buried itself inside the creature's brain. As Isay fell to the ground, he felt a tremor. The other Colossus had buried his hands in the ground and was about to lift all the earth around Isay to throw him off balance and crush him. Without time, Isay made a grotesque gesture, he put his arms inside the severed arms of the Colossus, and even with all the extra weight that the arms had, he managed to jump, and with those big fists, he hit the ground that the other Colossus tried to lift. Losing the Colossus's balance, he fell on his back, giving Isay the opportunity to stand on him. Issei landed a strong blow on the Colossus's head with those giant fists. Bomb. 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 He continued and continued to beat him until the creature's head was crushed to a pulp, its brains scattered on the ground. Issei's body was already at its breaking point, his limbs hurt a lot, he could no longer stay in the Shinigami state for a moment longer, but there was still one left. Where? Stab. Before he could do anything, the other being who had hidden once the fight started, waited for his moment and attacked Issei, piercing the brown-haired man's body with his horn. Issei spat out a lot of blood, the being was lifting him with his horn, moving his head, causing more damage to the brown-haired boy. The chestnut's consciousness was about to disappear, so much damage was taking its toll to the point of almost not being able to move a single foot. Amid I circa n apostrophe t die yet I circa n apostrophe t I wo n apostrophe t using the last ounce of his strength, Issei held the horn that pierced him, applying pressure with his hands. Crack. The horn began to crack and then. Crack. The horn broke off, leaving a part embedded in the chestnut's chest. Removing the horn from his chest, bleeding profusely, Issei delivered the final blow, removing the horn completely and spinning to embed it in the being's head, killing it once and for all. The place had become a carnage, mutilated bodies and blood everywhere, Issei could feel his life leaving him. Damn, because I don't want to die now. Karasuba, Benitsubasa, Heihain, Akitsu. Issei's vision was blurry and quickly turning black, but before falling into eternal sleep a red light appeared. Ria's had a stroke of luck, she had seen how her master had decimated these beings with great skill, even though he had to push his body to the limit to achieve it, she saw how he was about to die without being able to help him, but the pamphlet that his familiar gave to the brown-haired boy gave him a chance to go out and help him. Issei didn't know what was happening around him, everything was too blurry to recognize what was happening. Rias had been successfully summoned to the brown-haired boy's side, her wounds were at the point of not being able to heal them in time, so there was only one option left, reincarnate her sensei and make him one of her pieces. From now on you will live for me, from now on I will be your teacher. Rias was ready to activate the reincarnation ritual. Somewhere in the world. Ho, I'm so sorry little demon, but that wasn't in the original plans. A mournful voice was heard, watching everything that happened through a crystal sphere. I guess it's my turn to intervene a little. Just when Rias was about to reincarnate Issei. Crack. Boom. The tremor threw Rias off balance. What's happening? In shock Rias watched as gigantic skeletal hands grabbed the brunette's body and dragged him into the depths. No, Rias tried to use her powers to save the brown-haired boy, but they didn't hit her hands, and so Issei was swallowed by the earth and disappeared. MBI Tower. There was a crisis going on at the MBI. Quickly took her to the infirmary, exclaimed Dr. Takami. Just moments ago, Issei's Sekireis had fallen into a serious condition, they were writhing in pain with a high fever. What the hell is going on? Takami exclaimed as he entered the infirmary, his scientists were bringing Benitsubasa, Heihain and Akitsu on stretchers. Issei Benitsubasa whimpered unconsciously, releasing some tears. Hold on girls, where's Karasuba? Dr. Takami, we can't stop number 04, exclaimed a security guard over the radio that Takami was carrying. Making her way through the guards without killing them, Karasuba fought through the pain to get out of the tower. Get away, exclaimed Karasuba, hitting several guards with her sheathed katana. Don't come to me with this, Issei, don't you dare die, you damn wretch, shouted Karasuba before falling unconscious from the pain. Chapter 10. Reincarnation. Kao Academy. It's been about 2 days since Hyoudou Issei, one of the teachers at Kao Academy, disappeared after an encounter with a fallen angel, which then worsened with the appearance of strange enemies that invaded the city. Ironically, after he defeated several of those beings and was kidnapped by those strange skeletal hands, all traces of those beings disappeared. It vanished. There was nothing, nor could anything be found on them. But more than good, it indicated that there was no way to find the chestnut. Has any information about Issei-sensei been found yet? Rias asked her from behind her desk. Still nothing, but we don't know exactly what were those hands that took him, there were no traces of demonic energy, fall or any energetic trace in the place, answered her faithful Queen Akeno Himejima. I see. Is something wrong, but I thought the skills that sensei showed when facing those beings, it was something non-human, even so it was not noticeable that he was using a sacred gear, but the scary thing is that sensei seemed like a different person. You noticed it too, said Akeno in the last moments, it seemed that sensei had no emotions, his eyes were empty, they were scary. I do an apostrophe T think sensei acted when teaching, his way of being and how he faced those beings, it was as if he had two personalities, said Rias. Will sensei suffer from a disorder? Who knows, even with the different methods that the Gremory clan has, we have not been able to find information about Hyoudou Issei more than what we already have. It is certainly something mysterious, is there any news about the creatures? Yes, Oni-sama has already sent information about the analysis of the corpses. What did they say? These things are not any kind of being in the world, whatever they are, they were created. Created. Yes, they have human DNA, mixed with samples of different types of insects, one of them being the cockroach, that is why they could still survive even if we cut off their heads. It was also discovered that they do not have the rest of the senses, they do not feel pain, fear, anxiety or anything like that, they are inhuman killing machines. Who would create something like that? And why did they appear here? I don't know Akeno, I don't know, but something makes me think that they came here for Issei-sensei, or don't you find it suspicious that they disappeared right after sensei was kidnapped? It is certainly something strange. The brunette answered. Something that is also strange is that a few days ago a group of black people were seen near sensei's house. How many things are you hiding? Riaz asked. And where is it now? No one knew exactly where the chestnut was, and with the disappearance of those beings, the fallen began to resume their activities and began to move. On the other hand, the main researcher of the MBI Corporation Sashashi Takami was moving heaven and earth to find the brown-haired man after his Sekireis entered a coma, but all without success. Isay had been kidnapped by a mysterious force, being on the verge of death. At no time did he know that he was taken against his will. He didn't know exactly where he was going, but the damage he had suffered was enough that he would die, or, if he survived, he wouldn't wake up for a long time. And that's what had happened. Stupid. Stupid. Slowly Isay opened his eyes, disoriented and strangely changed when he opened his eyes fully. He didn't know what happened, but he was submerged in a water tank, with an oxygen mask supplying him with air. Bomb. Isay hit to break the glass. He didn't need to know more to know that he was in big trouble. Crack. After a few hits, the camera glass began to crack. A blow to the right, ice. Isay heard a familiar voice, then hit as instructed. Crash. Flash. The tank broke, scattering greenish water all over the ground as Isay fell under the force of the water. Once on the ground he took off his mask. Cough, what the hell. Cough. Isay coughed some water that got into his lungs. Ice. When Isay turned in the direction of the voice he had heard earlier, he was surprised to receive a hug. Ice, you don't know how happy I am that you're okay. And it's Abasa. Isay exclaimed in disbelief and surprised. For some mysterious reason, his second Sekirei was at his side. But it wasn't until a few seconds that Isay noticed some things. The first and most important. It's Abasa, why are you naked? Isay said, looking away since it was not the time. Hearing those words, and adding to what Isay had already said in front of him without realizing it, the pink-haired girl's face turned a deep red. Before you point out someone's nakedness, why don't you notice your own? Isay heard another familiar voice. Karasuba. I bet you. Isay looked at himself carefully, noticing that the alpha was naked, just like the pink-haired girl. That's why he felt cold. It's not the time. What are you doing here? No, the best question is why are you naked and transparent? There next to Isay were the rest of his Sekireis, Karasuba, Benitsubasa, Akitsu and Heihain, hiding behind the brunette to hide their nakedness in vain, since strangely enough they were all transparent. You should tell us. Suddenly we suffered pain in the tower and fainted. When we regained consciousness, we found ourselves in this strange place, without our clothes and transparent as you see us, said Karasuba, informing and then looking at the brown-haired boy. Eyes. What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? I don't know. My head hurts. I remember strange things. I remember being tricked by a girl with bird wings and an SM suit who wanted to kill me, then some strange things attacked me, and the rest is confusing, said Isay, noticing the black aura that covered everyone, instantly realizing that he has talked too much. Crap. Karasuba had grabbed Isay's face, digging her nails into her sides, staring into her eyes with a psychopathic look. Oh? So you've been having fun in our absence, huh? Two things, the first, ouch, the second, did they forget that I said that he tried to kill me, and lastly, how can they hurt me if they are transparent? Isay asked. He noticed that even though they were in that state, he still felt the bond that united them strongly, so the option of them being ghosts was ruled out. I think it's necessary that I remind you about who are and will be the only women in your life, said Karasuba, increasing her grip on her. Enough, it's not the time of one thing, I'm sure, and that is that wherever I am, I'm in a bind, said Isay, standing up after removing Karasuba's nails from the sides of his face. The atmosphere now somewhat calm, Isay carefully inspected the place where he was. It was a spacious but empty room, the only thing there was the strange machine he was inside. Isay stared at the machine carefully. What's wrong, Ice? Karasuba asked. I remember. Isay put his hand to his chest. That when I was fighting with whatever those things were, one of them pierced my chest with its horn, the wound was fatal. How am I still? You were in bad shape. When we woke up we saw you inside that machine in a deplorable state. We tried to get you out, but in this state we can't touch anything other than you, Karasuba reported. The machine seems to have healed you little by little. We don't know how much time you have passed, but little by little you were healing. The most serious wound, the one on your stomach, finished healing a few minutes after you woke up, said Heihane, still behind Akitsu with Benitsubasa. Amidst the same as hiding behind Akitsu, I can still see everything. Benitsubasa knelt down hugging his own body, while Heihane tried not to be in the brown-haired boy's field of vision. They talk to Akitsu and me about having hex with ice, and they act like little girls. Shut up, Karasuba, Benitsubasa shouted. For her part, Akitsu had no problem with being looked at, but the red tint on her cheeks was a clear indication that she felt somewhat embarrassed. What exactly attacked you? I don't know what it was, but it was dangerous. Its strength was at an extremely high level, but I couldn't say if it was stronger than Benitsubasa. In any case, we have to get out of here, and luckily I found both the exit and the pants I was wearing before, because I won't get out naked. After Issei put on the old torn pants, he moved an old bookcase with a metal door behind it. Clap. With a few light knocks, Issei noticed that the door was extremely thick. Damn, the door must be at least 30 centimeters thick. It's not something easy to open. Issei thought about a way to open it. If I could touch that thing I could send it flying with one punch, Benitsubasa exclaimed. And knock the roof down with the process, Heihane said. Beanie doesn't think before doing things, that's why he still loses against N-88. Shut up, Heihane. Besides, you still haven't defeated number 09. Letting the girls fight. Any plans to get out of here? I have few options. Are you okay? Since if someone other than me sees you, they would mistake you for Ghost, said Isay, while weakly knocking on different parts of the door. Even though it's a bit strange not being able to touch anything and that we can certainly levitate, Karasuba said, rising a little, I feel fine. It's not like I was dead from the start. If I were someone else I would be more confused now than I already am. I'm starting to think that what I experienced wasn't all bad. Issei hit with moderate force at a certain point. Well, this is the point, but with my strength of Ella I won't be able to knock her down, said Issei, but in his mind of Ella, he noticed that something in him had changed. What? He didn't know yet. How do you plan to take it down? The strength of a normal human being won't be enough. Issei looked at his left arm. Hey Drake, I need you to lend a hand here. To the strangeness of his Sekireis, they saw how the brown-haired boy was talking to his left hand. Are you sure you didn't hit your head? Karasuba said. The 20 appeared on Issei's forehead, showing his displeasure. Wake up, damn it, you overdeveloped lizard, Issei roared loudly. Boost. With astonishment and fear for an old memory, Issei's Sekireis watched as his left arm became covered in a reddish aura to transform into a red metallic claw with a green jewel on the back of his hand. Good morning, partner, did I miss something? I would say a lot, going to sleep without telling me how to use the boosted gear at will. I forgot to explain it to you. Well, what does it matter? I noticed that your girls are here and seeing how they are, what are you planning on waking me up right after you have hex with them? I'll go in there and punch that big mouth of yours, you know that, right? Try it, mate. It's been a long time since I was able to put my carrier in his place. Issei, who the hell are you talking to? And what is that claw? Karasuba asked seriously, remembering the past incident that Issei didn't seem to remember in the least. Benitsubasa, Heihane and Akitsu looked on with concern, praying that Issei wouldn't understand the berserker form they faced before. The explanation would be long and we don't have time now. Drake, I need you to help me double my power. Understood, partner, although it is strange, did something happen to you? You no longer seem like a normal human, even to yourself. I don't have the slightest idea, but anyway, help me here. Issei got into position, clenching his left fist tightly and focusing his gaze on a fixed point. Boost boost. The characteristic sound of the bossed gear was easily audible in that room. A green aura covered Issei's body. The Sekireis noticed a great change from the previous time. The aura that covered Issei was green, not black, and it emanated strength but not desolation. Issei delivered a devastating blow that ripped the door off completely, throwing it many meters away. It seems the 2 boosts were too many. I think that without the need for the bossed gear you could have thrown it. I'm starting to think that it might be true, said Issei, examining himself, noticing at first glance that something in him had changed. What is that? Exclaimed Benitsubasa excitedly. Since when can you pull out that claw at will? Why is your strength so high despite being a human? Tap. Bending his body back, Issei avoided being cut in half by one of the beings that attacked him before, the one that was like a combination with the praying mantis. What is that thing? It's disgusting, exclaimed Benitsubasa, getting chills just by looking at it. Apparently the creature couldn't see the Sekireis, since its eyes were only focused on Issei. This thing, like other different ones, was the one that almost killed me. Issei wiped the blood that was running down his cheek from a slight cut, but now I plan to get even. Quickly, disappearing in a few seconds, Issei had positioned himself below the being's defense, grabbing the sharp blade of his right arm with a boosted gear. Boost. Tear. Isay exerted force and tore the blade from the being, from which a jet of green blood came out, but the creature still had that neutral expression. Well, it seems you don't feel pain, my friend, but Isay disappeared again in a blink of an eye, appearing behind the being. I don't care if it hurts you or not. Again. The creature's body was cut into several parts. Different expressions of astonishment were seen on the Sekirei's faces, even Akitsu who had the least facial expression. Phew, this thing has already lost all its edge. Issei threw the creature's blade, peeking through the door. Issei noticed that he was in a building, and from what he saw at the end of the hallway, he deduced that apparently I'm locked in something similar to a prison grate. How? What? Benitsubasa was in a mental mess at this moment. Putting it simply, this thing Issei showed the Bosted Gear is a relic called Bosted Gear. It has the ability to double my power every 10 seconds. You are with me since my birth, and within it you reside a dragon. The dragon? Like the one in the stories? Asked Benitsubasa. You could at least say hello, lizard. Ha, this is the first time we talk. I'm talking the girls, not Karasuba, exclaimed in surprise. Issei followed by his Sekireis left the room, checking the others in search of something useful to them. How did you end up here? Karasuba asked next to Issei. I don't know, I remember that after that thing pierced my chest and killed him afterwards, I was about to faint due to lack of blood when I could see a red glow. After that I fainted, but I noticed that something moved me from the place. In Kao there is no penal institution of this size, said Issei, after examining the size of the structure. Red glow? I don't know, the only thing that is certain is that I have to get out of here at all costs. Issei hit what appeared to be the main door, knocking it down as the sunlight came out and blinding him for a few moments. Great, this is just great, Issei exclaimed. And that was no small feat, since the place itself was a jungle environment not typical of Japan, leaving behind what was a prison and walking through the thick jungle. Things are ugly, according to what I've read in some books. Most of this fauna is not from Japan, commented Karasuba. What do we do? Even though we are here with Ice, we don't know where he is. What will happen if he ends up shipwrecked on a desert island? Exclaimed Benitsubasa. You've been letting her watch a lot of movies, right? Issei said. It's not like we can do much in the tower. Most of us who haven't passed the exam are forced to wait endlessly, Heihain said. I see. Could you stop looking at me so much? Heihain commented, blushing. Well, I don't see your naked body very often. You have a lot of scars. It's because of my claws. Sometimes I forget I have them on, and I'm not judging you. You are my Sekireis and I love you. Something like scars doesn't seem like an impediment to me. Gee. Benitsubasa looked at Pelagris with eyes full of jealousy since she had not received any praise. I found a cabin, Akitsu reported. Carefully, Issei slowly opened the door of the cabin, since with his military experience, installing a trigger at a price that would activate a trap is something that is expected when finding a house like this. Click. Luckily for him, there was no trap. Issei opened the door normally. Inside the cabin was ruined and affected by time, the wood was rotten, a bad smell in the house told Issei that some time ago someone was murdered here. Ice, we found something, it might be useful to you, Karasuba commented as her face showed a smile. After Issei followed Karasuba, what the girls had found was some clothes, a pair of jeans, a red shirt, gloves and military boots. Now I don't know if I'm in Japan or not, Issei exclaimed, since there were also 2 katanas and a strange bow. Issei unsheathed both katanas, letting the expert examine them. Both are well treated for something that was left lying around. They are very sharp, it seems more like someone prepared them recently. Which indicates that someone was waiting for me, or that the attack of those things was planned to bring me here. Clap. Issei sheathed both katanas and tied one to his back and the other to the right side of his waist. Can you handle them? Karasuba said with mischief in her voice. I may not be a teacher like you, but I'll manage. Now this. For some reason, Issei felt some strange vibes emanating from that arc, but he didn't expect what happened next. When Issei held the bow with his left hand, it glowed red, materializing the Bosted Gear. What's going on? Issei's left arm glowed deep red as particles of light emerged in all directions. Isa's Sekireis went to try to help their Ashikabi, but as if a miniature dome had appeared out of nowhere, they couldn't get close to the brown-haired boy. Partner, the bow you just grabbed is melting along with the Bosted Gear. I don't know why, but it's absorbing it. Flush. The aura of both weapons seemed to begin a resonance cycle after a red flash. But what? Issei exclaimed in astonishment. The bow had merged with the claw, deploying a system like the bow that was unfolded, a red energy line acting as the string. Congratulations, partner, I don't know how, but you just won a weapon that will remain incorporated into the Bosted Gear. I don't even know what to say. Issei had already reached the point where nothing could surprise him. What about the arrows? Do you even know how to use a bow? Karasuba asked, approaching Isay, examining his arm. In fact yes, when I was younger I used it for a while, since it allowed me to eliminate my targets in a silent way. Issei moved his hands imitating the pulling of an arrow, and a red energy materialized taking the shape of an arrow. When I left the stance, the arrow disappeared. It seems I don't have to worry about running out of arrows, Issei said, deactivating the PG. I wouldn't be sure, each arrow uses up some of your magic energy. You don't have a magic reserve big enough to waste arrows, so I suggest you hit before attacking. You're a pain, lizard. It seems you've finished equipping yourself. Out of nowhere a transmission started playing. TCH, so you're watching me, huh? Could I ask the name of my captor? My name is not important, what is important is to listen to the rules of this game. Aim? Said Isay and his Sekireis. From now on you have 24 hours to leave this island, but as you might have imagined, it won't be easy. My precious experiments are scattered all over the island, among them are the leaders. If you want to leave, defeat the leader of the island and by doing so you will find a helicopter that will help you get out of here. If you don't manage it within 24 hours. I don't need to tell you the rest, do I? It's clear that you're a bit crazy, my friend. How do I know that the helicopter isn't rigged? That's simple, you don't know, you'll have to choose, either take the risk and take the helicopter, or perish here. The game begins. The whistle marked the beginning of this strange game of death. MBI Tower. The Kami was hysterical, not only did she have 4 Sekireis in a coma, but her stepson was missing, and even with all the weight of the MBI, they could not find any trace of him. Dr. Takami, you have to come, said one of the MBI researchers. What's going on? The vital signs of those 4 have stabilized, but they have not yet regained consciousness. Hey. Takami quickly went to the room where the 4 Sekireis were. Reviewing all the data provided by the analysis, Takami did not understand why they did not wake up, in addition to knowing that wherever Issei was, he was alive, since the proof itself was that the Sekireis still lived. Take them to the adjustment chamber, we will forget the list and make the adjustments to these 2, and tune in at 4, maybe with it we can get them to regain consciousness, and maybe just maybe know where that stepson of mine has gone. I already have problems with my children, so you don't want to give me more, Issei said Takami. Meanwhile in Kao, in an abandoned church. We don't know why, but those things have disappeared. Those monsters really screwed us over, said a man dressed in a trench coat. At first glance it was obvious that his right arm was missing. How far will the girl go? He should arrive soon, as well as more exorcists. Those who were already following us were completely annihilated by those things, said to a woman with dark blue hair, dressed in a very tight leather suit. If they were, in some way they saved us the work, they killed that guy, exclaimed the fallen angel Rainer. We were lucky in my opinion, and when that girl arrives, the plans to wipe out every demon in this city will begin. I recommend you do not underestimate that person, said to them 3, leaning against the wall, a man dressed in yellow clothes, with 2 katanas. One long and one short tied to his right side, with his face completely covered, revealing only his wide eyes of him. He's not the kind of guy who dies so easily. You speak as if you know him, Scorpion, and I must remind you who hired you, Rainer exclaimed, looking at the man with contemptuous eyes. I remember, I'm simply here because they hired me, and as for knowing him well, yes, I know him and I assure you that he is not dead. The man pushed himself away from the wall and walked out the main door of the church. That guy gives me a bad feeling, commented the falling blue hair. I think the same, exclaimed the man. What they didn't know was that the man heard them perfectly, moving away step by step. The man seemed to disappear among the trees. Those birds are dreaming if they think you'll die so easily, Isay. After all, there's no one who knows better what you're capable of than me, since we know you, me and the remaining 8 who came out of that hell. Extras, 2. Mib Tower. Inside the tower the adjustments of all the Sekireis were being carried out, accompanied by their Ashikabis, but we will focus on Kuno number 95 and Risavam, who was passed off as the deceased Ashibaki Shigi Haruka. Risavam was interested in having more Sekireis for his plans. Inside Musubi, who brings the couple together. Oh? You guys escaped with the Sekirei's plan, said the brunette to the couple. Hello Musubi-san, said the blonde. Because I returned to the city, she said curiously. Because I am a Sekirei, she replied. I have to go back to Minato-san, said Musubi, bowing. The chestnut Maiko retreated in front of the couple. Fukukuku, there are different Sekireis here, as the clumsy blonde told him. I think I'll make my move later, the descendant Lucifer said mentally. The platinum-haired boy went to the group of Ashikabis. He fulfilled his role as Risavam during the Sekirei's adjustments. Chapter 11. King of the Jungle. Same. After that weird announcer informed Isay that he had 24 hours to get out of here or else he would die. He set off to escape. One would think that the announcement had not informed much. Whoever brought me here, the bastard seems to be having fun with his stupid game, Isay commented calmly. Before leaving the cabin I found a small device shaped like a touch phone, which was actually a GPS that showed the current time and a counter. Why do you say that? Karasuba asked. All of that would have seemed entertaining and interesting to participate in, only being nothing more than an entity floating next to her Ashikabi, and the fact that he himself was in danger killed all excitement. For this, look, Issei showed the screen of the device after pressing some commands on it. The four of them gathered together to look at the screen, instantly noticing that something extremely strange was happening on that island. How is that possible? Benitsubasa exclaimed in shock. What the screen showed was an image of the island from the sky, showing how big the island was, but also certain inconsistencies within it. The most striking thing is that for some strange and inexplicable reason, the island seemed to be divided into 4 different regions with an active volcano as the center. Each region reflected a different biotic area. Where Isay was, according to the GPS, was the jungle area, a dense Amazon jungle. There were also other biotic areas that were an arid desert, a frozen tundra, and the last one, where the goal was marked, a quarry full of mountains. It also indicated that Isay was very, very far from the objective. That rectifies that this island is madness. It is not possible for 4 different biotic areas to converge in one place. The simple fact of having a desert and a frozen tundra near each other is impossible, said Karasuba, being the most informed of all. Where we are already looks like an Amazon jungle. The last time I was in one was when I was 14. Was the one who spoke, Akitsu pausing before continuing, something that Isay had become accustomed to in his Sekirei. The endpoint is very far away. It's true, Benitsubasa exclaimed surely, as he always did when speaking. We only have 24 hours, that won't be enough time to get to the other end of the island. Isay thought for a while. What his Sekirei said was correct. The map showed how big the island was. 24 hours were not enough, plus he would lose time if he was attacked by those things again. Then something came to Isay's mind, a memory of a not very pleasant place, but of someone whose ability would be of help right here. I think I have a way to move faster. Isay sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and regulating his breathing. What are you doing? His Sekireis asked when they saw the brunette sit and not move, regulating his breathing to the point of almost not having any. Since he had awakened, everything in him seemed different. For about 10 minutes Isay remained in that position, searching her memories and analyzing the ability that she used, trying to copy it at least enough for it to be of help to him. That's it, thanks for the help, Lizard. Isay opened his eyes, standing up again. Rare ability, but I see a lot of use for it in the future. Well, until you manage to get the balance breaker, the dragon commented, emitting a slight green glow in Isay's left hand. Balance breaker? Isay asked without recognizing that term. I'll explain it to you later. What have you done? Karasuba could sense that something strange had happened to Isay. Let's say there's nothing to worry about anymore. In your condition, will you be able to keep up with me? That fierce smile for some reason caused confusion in his Sekireis, since they had never seen him smile like that. What do you mean? Can we continue? Karasuba asked. Something strange has happened to you. Maybe Isay also felt somewhat confused by her sudden change in attitude. The combination of his cold and calculating personality and an explosive personality looking for fights. But the most important thing is to get out of here. Isay crouched down and tensed his legs as much as possible, about to release all the load from them. What are you? Karasuba didn't finish her sentence because. Plush. Isay shot upwards, a powerful jump with which he rose above the treetops. An invisible force pushed the Sekireis, revealing that they were tied to Isay and could not move away until a certain distance from him. They could not be 10 meters away from the brown-haired boy. Once high above the trees, the expressions of the 5 were varied. Isay maintained that fierce smile. Benitsubasa had his eyes wide open in confusion. Heihain became dizzy from the height. Akitsu maintained her neutral expression, but her eyes revealed astonishment, and finally Karasuba looked in astonishment at the back of her Ashikabi. What the hell just happened? How is it possible for Isay to make a jump comparable to that of a combat Sekirei like Benitsubasa? Were Karasuba's thoughts of her. Stop, we're too high, Benitsubasa shouted when he realized how high they were. Isay Heihain aside pushed her dizziness to shout out her Ashikabi's name. If you fall from this height. Then something else happened that shocked his Sekireis. Push. Push. Isay began to move in a straight line forward, kicking the air, allowing him to move without falling to the ground, and his speed was extremely high. The GPS inside Isay's pocket showed that in a matter of seconds, Isay had already advanced 1/4 of the way through the jungle terrain. After getting rid of the initial confusion, his Sekireis, of course Karasuba as the main one, demanded answers. Ice, Karasuba shouted to get the brown-haired boy's attention. Okay? Isay kept his gaze forward and concentrated on not breaking the balance of the technique. What do you mean, what? How the hell are you flying? Karasuba demanded to know. In the most literal sense of the word, I'm not flying. Do you think I look like an idiot or what? Said Karasuba, annoyed, interrupting the brunette. Let me finish, I'm not flying, what I do is use a small amount of energy to kick the air around us, allowing me to make long jumps in different directions, although it is not the same as how its original user does it, said Issei explaining the technique. Original user? Heihane asked, this time with her eyes closed so as not to look down. Karasuba, do you remember what I told you about my childhood? Yes, Karasuba replied, remembering that conversation. The others wondered about this conservation. I omitted a detail in the story. In addition to teaching us about how to fight, kill and detach ourselves from our human emotions, they also taught a very small group about some magical reinforcements. Magic? The four exclaimed. Obviously Karasuba didn't believe a word until she realized that there was no logical explanation for how Issei was doing what he was doing now. Yes, magic, that small group learned different kinds of magic. In the final test 10 of us, the graduates were instructed in a specific magic. Mine was the full counter, a magic that allows me to return any magical or energy attack. The physical and weapons are still impossible for me to return. Come back, you say. Yes, putting it in an example, let's say that a Kitsu uses an ice attack against me. I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't hurt Isama, Kitsu said. It's just an example, Issei corrected. In any case, if she were attacking, I could activate my full counter and return a Kitsu's attack against her with twice the strength. That's my ability, said Issei, finishing his explanation. For God's sake, couldn't you have told us something like this before? Are you keeping some other secret from us? Karasuba's angry look was nothing compared to the previous one. It wasn't a secret, it's another thing that they didn't ask. If I had my katana here, I swear I would cut off what makes you a man. For that damn answer, anger was not enough. Karasuba was furious. Refrain from hitting me. If I lose concentration even in the slightest, I won't be able to maintain the ability. This is nothing more than a mere copy, so a lot of concentration is necessary to maintain it, said Isay, since in case he had a hard time maintaining the proper balance, so that his energy hits the air with enough force to propel it forward. If this is just a mere copy, what can the original do? Asked Benitsubasa. The original user of this technique does not need any effort to maintain it. In fact, if she trained to improve it in all these years, I would bet that she could go around this island 10 times in just 5 minutes. You speak as if you know that person very well. Karasuba did N''T even realize that her voice was filled with jealousy. I had to, after all, in that graduation ceremony we had to know everything about everyone, since only 10 of us would get out of there alive. Issei's expression darkened at the bad memory. Something that was seen by his Sekireis, as well as feeling the emotional change of this one, a mixture of rage and regret. It was N''T long before Issei descended to earth again, followed by his Sekireis. What's wrong? Benitsubasa asked worriedly as she saw the brunette breathing erratically. Can I open my eyes now? Heihane asked. Aha, I knew it, this is the most I can do for now, said Issei, regulating his breathing again. My thing is repelling energy, concentrating it in an exact point is not my strong point. Ah, Akitsu paused before speaking again. How far have we gone? Issei took the device out of his pocket from him. I covered more than half of the jungle wasteland in just 20 minutes, but it will take me some time to restore my energy. By energy you mean magic? Yes, it is unfortunate, but I do not have much. What do you mean, don't pose a lot? Heihane asked. I will answer, that Drake spoke, emitting the green glow in Issei's hand. Usually a normal human is born with certain magical reserves, some have many, others average. Unfortunately my partner's magical reserves are deplorable. Thanks for the support, Lizard. Yuju, so there are things. Ice is terrible at Heihane mocked for the first time, not at Benitsubasa. Sergeant. Ah, again, I can't get used to that, Benitsubasa said honestly. Does he usually talk so much? He talks a lot lately, although he sleeps mostly. Well, start getting used to it. I will be with my partner until he dies, which he who knows could be in several years or a few. The life expectancy of the Sekirei does not exceed 30. Because he's not over 30, shouted Benitsubasa. For many reasons, primarily because of White. White? The Sekireis repeated. Issei began to walk. Staying in one place for a long time would be dangerous, since that guy's experiments were loose on this island, but he still kept the conversation going. You had already mentioned it before, what or who is the target? Isay asked, remembering certain moments when Drake mentioned it. His name says it all. Just as I am the Red Emperor Celestial Dragon, there is also a White Emperor Celestial Dragon, the White One, and I have been fighting for decades, so much so that we accidentally got into the middle of the war of the 3 factions. Factions? The angels, the fallen angels and the demons, said Isay. Are you kidding us? Angelus, really? Karasuba said cynically. You are very wrong if you think that you so-called Sekireis are the only strange creatures in this world, Drake said to the four. This world is plagued by many creatures that are much stronger than you, the biblical factions, the Asgardians, the Olympians among many other beings, even the one so feared by you, that is N-01 is nothing more than a child compared to what is out there. Interesting, so Mia isn't the strongest. That smile on Karasuba's face only indicated one thing. Great, he got excited Issei, and the rest of his Sekireis thought in unison with a drop behind their necks. And what was, the white and the red interfered in the war between the three factions, creating chaos which forced the biblical god, the leaders of the fallen and the masked demon kings, to form a momentary alliance to stop them, which they did and defeated both dragons, destroying their bodies and enclosing their souls in the boosted gear and divine diving. Isay's mechanical arm Benitsubasa raised Issei's arm. Correct, the boosted gear and the divine diving are one of the 13 Longinus. Longinus? This time everyone asked, Issei included, since last time Drake didn't finish explaining that term to him. Ah, I couldn't explain that part to you last time, right? Well, a Longinus is a sacred gear of greater power, capable of killing a god. Issei stood up abruptly with his eyes wide open, his Sekireis equally shocked. You're telling me I can kill a god in that thing? Issei exclaimed out loud in shock. Yes, indeed, at this moment I doubt it very much, but it is possible. After all, the influence of the boosted gear attracts powers, so I am beginning to seriously doubt if you will have that quiet life that you wanted. I'm really cursed. Is a quiet life too much to ask for? Issei began to have a headache. Now more than ever I am happy to have you as my Ashikabi, exclaimed Karasuba. The emotion in her voice gave her away. I should have guessed you would act like that. Akitsu spoke, giving his typical pause. Enemy, he pointed ahead. Issei turned around and focused on what was in front of him. Around 30 of these creatures blocked his way, among them were those that looked normal, mantises, colossi and some with horns. It seems the game is starting, Karasuba commented. Boss. The glove materialized on Issei's left arm, he brought his hands to the hilt of the katanas and slowly unsheathed them. Well, let the party begin. Issei launched himself at full speed against the beings. The battle began and the remaining time was 22 hours. Far away from the island, in a place hidden from the sight of the world, the mastermind behind Issei's predicament gloated in admiration of his work. Watching every movement of the chestnut through a crystal ball which projected everything that happened, hidden inside his castle. Ijoho, that's it my little one, fight, survive this, surpass your limits, and become the ultimate weapon that I long for, exclaimed the skeletal being, looking with his empty eye sockets that projected a small blue light as the chestnut made his way through the insectoid beings with his swords, cutting them in half. I see you are very entertained, although I do not see the point. Appearing behind the skeleton, a man in a black suit. Soon the seal that represses his true self will be released, it would not be risky to put him here. That's why I brought him here. Once the seal is broken he will gain a lot of power, but even with all that power he will be useless to me. The pacific life he lived these years has made him weak, the simple fact of almost dying with my pets is proof. So you brought him here to make him stronger? The man asked doubtfully, raising an eyebrow. It is well known that by surpassing your own limits, you will reach a new power, in addition to the fact that we can take advantage of the dragon that is trapped inside. Plans for it to reach balance breaker. Exactly, only by reaching that level will he be able to survive. Now they both focused their attention on the projection. What about those who accompany him? That union that they have was not in the plans, or am I wrong? The man exclaimed, seeing Issei's Sekireis perfectly. Their appearance here is nothing more than a minor incident. They cannot interfere directly, but they can be useful to us as specimen number T203 ready. Being the only one who managed to form himself perfectly, what do you plan with him? Put it in the helicopter, it will be a pleasant surprise for them. The being's gaze was loaded with malice and a twisted taste, its empty sockets focused on Issei and Karasuba. Issei launched himself against the insectoid beings. Bam. The first to attack were two of the colossi, both launching themselves at the same time to catch the brown-haired man in their powerful hands. Issei slipped under both of them, avoiding their capture, and with both katanas cut off each of their right and left legs. Both of them, missing their respective legs, lost their balance and began to fall on their backs. Tap. Issei used the body of one of the colossi as a platform to jump. Already in the air were three of the mantises, who jumped to impale, cut and mutilate Issei's flesh with their sharp blades. Bomb. Stab. In the air Issei kicked him with enough force to tear off the head of one of the mantises, throwing one of his katanas which pierced the chest of one and splitting the last one in half with his free katana. Before falling to the ground, Issei used the katana that pierced the mantis's chest to propel himself and jump, avoiding being pierced by the horned beings, which were sent flying like torpedoes in both directions. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Issei stood head over head on top of both of them, holding their horns and using force he broke them. Crack. He then spun in the air to throw his horns, which pierced the chests of the two colossi who tried to catch him after he got back up. Stab. Issei threw both horns with great force, which pierced their targets and threw them back until they were stuck to some trees. Upon touching the ground again, Isay withdrew the katana that was on the mantis's chest, and crossing both swords over his head, he avoided the attack of 4 new mantises. They are annoying. Boost. Isay was charged with a boost, giving him a push of energy and exerting pressure, sending the 4 mantises into the air. Stab. Isay embedded the swords into the ground and activated the new bow. Slush. 4 red energy arrows pierced the mantises' skulls. Boom. The energy arrows exploded, completely blowing the skulls apart. Quickly Isay deactivated the bow, he grabbed both katanas, and with quick movements and dodging any attack, he ended up eliminating the 30 enemies in the blink of an eye. Isay exhaled, waving his katanas to clean the blood on them, sheathing them again. Clack. Amazing, exclaimed Benitsabasa with hearts in his eyes. Ice is amazing, the best of them all. It was incredible without a doubt, but is something like that possible for a normal human? Heihane asked confused. At what Heihane said, Isay himself wondered what had happened to him. Although he lost some conditions, he was never able to do feats like the ones he just did even with magical reinforcement. I can confirm that as strange as it may seem, you are no longer a normal human, said Drake, confirming his suspicions of him. Bravo, splendid. The voice of the guy who brought Isay to this island began to sound. TCH, so you're constantly watching me, friend, find yourself a better hobby than kidnapping people for your macabre games, exclaimed Isay. Well, it's not a hobby, my dear friend, it's more of a conditioning. Hey? Isay asked. I have big plans for you in the future, boy, plans that have been delayed by the radical change in your lifestyle these many years. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I refuse to be your lab rat, Isay exclaimed. It's not something you can choose, you are and always will be part of my plans just like those other 9 who survived with you. Isay's expression changed to one of astonishment, falling to his knees holding his head. 9? Did he say 9? Is he referring to them? No, it's not possible because my head hurt so much were Isay's thoughts. Blurry images of that hell he went through like a child, as well as fire and screams in a place he didn't remember, hit his head like the blow of a mace. Ice, resist ice, the combined shouts of his Sekireis managed to get the brown-haired boy out of that state. Haha, damn you, who do you think you are to play with us like that? The brown-haired boy's voice was loaded with so much hatred that it surprised his Sekireis of him. The Joho, that's it, hate me, you're the weapon of destruction I need, you don't need any emotions other than hate. I won't be what you say, I'll follow my own path, and when I find out who you are, Isay made the thumbs down sign, I will kill you. Isay's sharp eyes looking up were filled with determination. That proclamation managed to cause a palpitation in the hearts of his Sekireis, even in Karasuba causing a blush. Let's see if you can keep your word. I'll be waiting for you in the final stretch. I'll be your final boss, of course. That is, if you can defeat my experiments and the leaders of each environment. Their pathetic creatures are nothing to me, Isay exclaimed, having gathered enough energy to activate the technique from before, skywalk aerial walk, which he managed to imitate in his own way. Push. Although Isay was moving, the voice continued speaking to him. I wouldn't declare victory before time, you've only just seen the tip of the iceberg. While Isay was focused on maintaining the technique while also listening to the nonsense his captor said, he couldn't dodge a surprise attack. Slash. A sharp taste of air shot out of nowhere, targeting the brown-haired boy. Reacting at the last nanosecond, Isay managed to change trajectory, but the taste of air managed to cut the left side of his torso. Isay reproached himself for making such a mistake, clenching his teeth and not paying attention to the wound. He quickly drew his katanas. Plank. Forming and had sharp knives on the sides, and to top it off, its entire body had small spike-shaped protuberances. Let's see if you can defeat the boss of the juggle, the Mantis King, he exclaimed to cut the transmission. Hooking. The creature exerted pressure with the leaves of its hands, causing Isay to begin to fall to the ground. Isay kicked the creature in the chest to gain distance with the momentum, slightly injuring his foot from the spikes. Tap tap. Isay jumped using the tree branches to stabilize his fall. Once on land, Isay had to quickly plan a strategy to confront that thing. Ice, the wound won't stop bleeding, Benitsabasa exclaimed worriedly. Isay now noticed its damage, the wound on its side was not deep, but for some reason it would not stop bleeding. Then Isay noticed something strange in the creature's blades, an almost imperceptible purple liquid. I see, your knives have a chemical that prevents the healing of minor wounds, I'll be in trouble if I get more wounded. Isay chose to change his combat position, forming a cross with his swords. Both fighters looked at each other, neither made a move until they were ready. The fall of a fruit was the sound that started the fight. Again. Clank clank. In rapid movements that would be imperceptible to the human eye, Isay and the Mantis King clashed swords. Issei made a cross lash, but the Mantis King used the blade of his right arm to block, and with his left, he aimed at Issei's neck. Tilting his head, Issei managed to prevent it from being separated from his body, turning around and pointing the katana in his right hand at the being's torso. Plank. Issei opened his eyes in shock, the spike-like protrusions extended blocking the attack. In slow motion Issei watched as those same protuberances prepared to stretch. Jumping back, he managed to avoid being pierced. Looking up to see the being above him giving a vertical slash that formed a sharp gust of wind that left a large gash in the ground. Flum. The being began to spin like a miniature tornado, sending out hundreds of crescent-shaped gusts of cutting air in all directions. Boost. Plank. You. Charging 2 boosts, Issei began to wave the katanas to block the slashing blasts as fast as he could and more. Again. But even with that, small cuts were still made in different parts of his body. Damn, if this continues like this I'll be the one who falls first. Their attack consists of firing high-speed bursts of air with their knives. They don't have magical elements, so my full counter was of no use to me, Issei thought. You won't get anything by blocking, pressure him with your defense, Karasuba ordered. Heeding the advice of his group swordmaster, Isay began to advance against the being. Flush. Jumping and kicking the air to change his trajectory, Isay positioned himself behind the Mantis King. Flank. Once again the protrusion served as a shield, blocking Isay's attacks. Damn, I can't use katanas like Karasuba, I can't manage to hit the weak spots in its defense. Think how do I defeat this thing? Issei didn't know how to overcome this thing's defenses, being forced to defend himself only. But Issei's sharp and keen eye began to notice a pattern after each attack, as well as taking in his surroundings. After throwing the wind blades, his reaction time decreases by about 1.5 nanoseconds. The logs that surround us are used to attack from different flanks quickly, but he doesn't use them. I have it, I already know how to attack him, but 2 katanas are of no use to me, and neither is the bow. Quickly searching his memory of him while blocking and counterattacking, Issei searched for a combat style that fit what he needed now and an appropriate weapon, then looked at the Bastard Gear's gloves. "Hey Drake," Issei exclaimed, blocking the sharp kick. "What's up, mate? Can you materialize another glove on your right arm?" Issei asked, after jumping and avoiding an X-shaped slash. "It is possible, but why? If we share minds you should already know the answer, although it will be a way I tried to fight, since I'm not one of those who fight that way." Issei jumped back, avoiding an attack that was aimed at his legs. "I can materialize it and I think I have a solution for the combat technique, but it may not work." "Talk, it's better than nothing." While Issei was fighting that thing, his Sekireis watched the fight attentively, helpless because they couldn't do anything. "If only we could attack that thing," Itsubasa bellowed, "I don't want to be hurt. That thing has strength, speed and mid-range attacks, adding to that protection if Ice doesn't plan something quickly, it might," Karasuba said bitterly. "Don't say it," Itsubasa exclaimed, preventing Karasuba from completing her sentence. "Will it work?" "No, a better question is it even worth doing something like that?" Issei asked Drake. The Sekireis noticed that Issei was talking to the dragon, but he was the only one who could hear what the dragon was saying. "What are you discussing at a time like this?" Heihain asked. Issei jumped on the being by using the trunk of a tree as a base. The being cut the tree in half with one of his attacks. The rumble of some falling trees echoed through the jungle. "It's 50-50. We don't know if it will work or not, but it's the only method we can use at the moment," Drake finished explaining. "I guess it's all or nothing." Issei embedded both katanas into the ground and stepped back. Boost. With the characteristic noise of the Bastard Gear, a second glove materialized on Issei's right arm. That action, along with releasing his swords, confused his Sekireis. "Heihain," Issei exclaimed, moving quickly towards his Sekirei. High being suddenly called confused the Sekirei, but that was only a prelude since. Hiss. To Heihain's surprise and confusion, Issei had lightly grabbed her chin and joined her lips with hers, causing her pale skin to turn into a furious red. Heihain's dark blue wings appeared in that state, but Heihain was so confused that she was unable to recite the Naruto. "I appreciated Heihain, I didn't know if this would work or not, but you managed to show that it is possible." Boom. Unlike before, this time a blue aura covered Issei's body, the color of his right eye changed to brown, and another change occurred. Again. The hands of both gloves changed, causing the fingers to become long, sharp red claws. Flush. In the blink of an eye Issei had moved, attacking the creature now with his claws. The moment the tips of the claws made contact with the protrusions, they deviated slightly and managed to pierce the Mantis King's skin. Before the protrusion spread and managed to hit Issei, he jumped towards a tree, maneuvering between the branches and attacking again. It was fast and precise acrobatic movements that he managed to attack on several occasions, breaking the Mantis King's defense. While the Sekireis. "Impossible, Ice is fighting like Heihain." Benitsabasa exclaimed in shock, recognizing her partner's fighting style. Before everyone's eyes, Issei moved just like Heihain, perfectly imitating every movement, every jump. It was like seeing Heihain's image superimposed on Issei's. Although Heihain still hadn't gotten over her confusion and blushing from the kiss, even with her wings active. Issei moved on to deliver the final blow to finish off the Mantis King once and for all. Crossing his claws, forming a cross, observing the Mantis King through the slits of his claws, Issei prepared the blow. Boost 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 boost. The claws were covered with two different auras, the one on the left hand in a red color, and the right one in blue. But the Sekirei, Heihain's blue wings began to shine brightly, so much so that he was almost blinded. Try to overcome this, the power of my bond with my Sekirei Zankaku Rapaku no Tsume scream of the killing claws. Plish. Issei crossed his claws, sparks came out from the clash of the knives, firing a combination of red and blue energies, in the form of crosses against the being. The Mantis King crossed his blades as he made the protrusion spread out to form a shield. Again. But it was useless, the impact energy cut him several times diagonally and vertically, reducing him to strips of minced meat, destroying the vegetation behind him until he was lost in the distance. After the attack, Issei's blue aura disappeared, the claws on his gloves returned to their normal state, just at the same moment that Heihain's wings were disabled. Ha ha. How? Heihain blinked in confusion after seeing Issei use some sort of combination of their techniques on her. It seems that the link with the Sekireis is two-way. Just as you gain power through me, I have found a way to gain power through you, Heihain explained Issei with increased muscle pain. Issei had defeated the first area boss, leaving only 20 hours to escape. Over. In all these years that Sahashi Takami worked on the Sekirei project, this was the first time she was so confused. To begin with, the sudden collapse of the members of the disciplinary squad. Her symptoms were something she didn't know about, and she quickly concluded that the problem was with their Ashikabi. Since she couldn't contact her stepson, she thought the worst, something she quickly ruled out since all four of them were still alive. Then another event occurred that had no logical explanation. Suddenly one of the Sekireis had manifested her wings. Number 104 Heihain entered the state that can only be reached by being winged for the first time or by using Naruto, but neither of the two cases served to explain. One, because she was already winged, even with a reset of the winged one that did not change, and second because the Ashikabi in question was not present. One headache after another, what the hell is going on? Said Takami, almost tearing out his hair out of frustration and confusion. Scientists and the person in charge of making adjustments to these Sekireis will work hard to find the answer to these phenomena. Back with Isay and his Sekireis. Isay had almost reached the edge of the jungle section, he had only taken him an hour of walking, since activating that combat mode had drained a lot of energy, both physical and magical. Can you explain how you managed to copy Heihain's movements and attacks? Karasuba asked. The other Sekireis also wanted to know, especially Heihain, who had positioned herself behind Akitsu, blushing violently when Issei looked at her, touching her lips occasionally. I think I couldn't explain it well, so I'll let the one who gave me the idea explain it, exclaimed Issei, raising the arm of the Bastard gear. Explain it to them, you lizard. Throwing the problems at me, where do I start? Asked the dragon. Everything, Karasuba exclaimed. I assure you that she will be the one wearing the pants if they form a family. You better say goodbye to your left arm, Eyes, because I plan to cut it off the moment I have my body and my sword at hand. Braig explained the situation and shut up. Here they don't accept a joke. Well, I'll start to explain. You Sekireis, when activating what you call Naruto, drain part of the energy of your Ashikabis, with it you manage to reach your maximum potential. Information that we don't know, please. I'm starting to like him, Drake said, the sarcasm in his voice was noticeable. The fact is that this union of yours can be used in both directions. When you activate those wings of yours, at least in the case of my partner, he can extract your energy and in a short time imitate your skills and techniques as if they were his own. I finished explaining. So, if we activate Naruto Eyes, will he be able to fight like us? Asked Benitsabasa. In short, yes, but if you look closely at my partner. The girl saw that Issei was breathing more heavily and his movements had become slower. I don't think that this function can be done very often, since it consumes energy and strength from my partner's body in movements that he is not used to. He has recently started to recondition his body. Recondition? Unlike when he was younger, he has lost many faculties, his body has become weak, the years he spent in the service of the weirdo with glasses. Wanaka's image came to everyone's mind. Affected him greatly. Issei and the others managed to reach the end of the jungle region, facing the desert, but before Issei entered the desert, he managed to notice something very strange. What are you looking at on the ground? Karasuba asked. Issei had crouched down and observed the division of the terrain. This is weird, how is it? What's wrong, did you find something? That's why the island was so strange, this whole island is artificial. Artificial? Hisakure's repeated. If you see here, Isay removed the sand that entered the jungle area and pointed to a fissure. It is as if a large stretch of land had been torn from another place and forcibly joined right in this part. Wait, are you saying that this whole island is a bunch of pieces of other parts joined together into one? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? Oh, it seems they discovered the truth about this island. There his voice was heard again. Indeed, I took the liberty of separating pieces of land from different parts of the world to make this fun island with the sole purpose of bringing you here. At first it was difficult to undo it here by joining the pieces, but my specimens managed to do it in time. Damn it, what do you think human lives are? Isay exclaimed furiously. Something hypocritical coming from you, or do I need to remind you how bloody your hands are? Isay grew angry, but he was right, he was nobody to talk, being a person who killed so many, guilty or not. Since you have reached the second part in record time, I will give you a prize. Bam. Out of nowhere, a box fell a few meters in front of Isay. Inside you will find what you need to get through the desert, and one last thing, try to survive and not lose any of your companions. This comment alerts Isay. So whoever brought you here can see us too, said Karasuba. If she had her katana she would have gripped it tightly. When Isay entered the desert area, a heat wave hit him, causing him to sweat profusely. Wow, it's hot, it's like being in Cairo, said Isay, wiping the sweat from his forehead. How hot? In this state we don't feel changes in temperature. A lot, it's swelteringly hot, said Isay. Then he saw the box they sent, with doubts he approached it. When Isay opened the box, he found a large canteen filled with water inside. At least I have water, even I would end up dehydrated in no time with this heat. Isay was about to give her a small drink when. Wait, Tsubasa stopped him. How can you drink it that easily? What if it's poisoned? The pink-haired girl reproached. I agree with Beanie-chan, said Karasuba, causing confusion in everyone because of the strange nickname for Tsubasa. That was a very stupid thing you were about to do. For a normal person it would be stupid, but not for me. I'm sorry to inform you, but there is no poison that affects me. Kitsu paused, what do you mean by that? But sounded, my body was trained to be immune to all kinds of poisons, just as I can withstand electric shocks in my body, Isay informed his Sekirei of him. Ace. As a child I was forced to try different doses of poisons so that my body would develop natural immunity to any, just like receiving electric shocks again. Isay's gaze changed because of that bad memory. Isay's Sekirei preferred not to ask further, it was obvious that their Ashikabi's past was very dark. The hours passed, Isay had managed to travel half the desert without encountering any enemies, which he was uncomfortable. Isay took off his shirt to make a makeshift turban of sorts. As he did so he noticed that his Sekirei's Karasuba from time to his own confusion were looking at his torso, literally drooling. It's noon, there are about 4 hours left at this speed to reach the frozen tundra, said Isay after looking at the GPS, putting it away again. How long would it take if you were to use the air kick technique again? Heihane asked. Call it skywalk, I don't think I can use it, I've exhausted my magic reserves a lot, I couldn't use my full counter, even if I wanted to, Isay explained without stopping walking. It's worrying that they haven't attacked us now, Karasuba commented, looking in all directions. They're plotting something, that's why I haven't let my guard down, I've already recovered a bit from my fight with the Mantis King, and my wound has already healed. The cut on Isay's side of him had already closed completely in a short time, his regeneration level was high. Oh shit, that's why the temperature went up. Isay looked up. The active volcano was right in the middle, lava spilled in different places forming lava pools. But we have to cross here. I think the desert was better, Heihane said. Look at the map, the fastest way is to go through here, going around it would take us a long time, and we still have 2 areas left, exclaimed Isay. The place was a potential death trap, the volcano, the lava pools, and the fact that no enemy had attacked it so far gave him a bad feeling. Flush. Isay sensed danger, and at the last second he jumped. Boom. The fireball hit the spot where he was standing, sending sand flying into the air. Isay didn't see his position, and he was about to fall into a pool of lava. Sacrificing one of his katanas, Isay threw it into the pool of lava, using the hilt as a base to jump to the other side and touch solid ground. Flush. Pillars of fire began to emerge from their position. Jumping and jumping back, Isay escaped from being swallowed by the pillars. Where do the attacks come from? Isay wondering, trying to feel the presence of his attacker. Bro. The black armor of a medieval knight twice the size of Isay emerged from the lava, his arms were red hot. Bomb. The armor leapt out of the lava, and fire came out of the corners of the armor, exhaling a mouthful of fire through the face protector. A strange thing has appeared, Tsubasa shouted. Lava, that thing is covered in lava, Heihane pointed out the obvious, how are you going to fight that thing? Ice. There's the problem, there's no way I can fight him, use the katanas, and they'll melt from the lava. I don't have magic for the bow and hand-to-hand combat is also out of the question, Issei said, reporting. The sweat on Issei's face was cold, an opponent against whom there was no way to fight. Prick. Focused on his opponent, Issei did not see how chains that emitted a purple color emerged from the ground and wrapped around the astral figures of his Sekireis. What is this? I circa an apostrophe T move Benitsubasa exclaimed, struggling to get free, but his attempts were in vain. Damn, they got us. Karasuba growled. Karasuba, Benitsubasa, Heihain, Akitsu Issei tried to go help them. The blow to his side sent him flying, the armor had spun to strike with his red-hot arm at Issei's moment of distraction. Issei vomited blood as he felt his ribs break from the blow, as well as his flesh being burned by the hot metal. Thump. Issei bounced about 3 times on the ground until he hit the ground hard. The armor jumped, landing right in front of Issei, who was trying to get up after receiving that damage. Crack. The armor stomped hard which broke the ground, forming a circle where the armor and Issei were trapped inside, as the surroundings were filled with lava. Exactly 10 meters away were Issei's Sekireis trying to break free from their bonds. Damn, it won't break. Benitsubasa had held the chains trying to break them, but they wouldn't budge. There was nothing the Sekireis could do, they could only touch Issei and the chains that imprinted on them, leaving them in a useless state. The armor pointed at Issei with his open hand, from which a small sphere of fire began to form. Dodge it, partner, the dragon shouted. Boost. Charged with energy, Issei managed to jump to the right. More. The shot of fire seemed more like a laser shot, disintegrating everything in its path, generating an explosion. Boom. Flames covered all the surroundings, creating a scene straight out of hell. Cough cough, Issei coughed, spitting blood as he did so. How the hell do I attack this thing? Issei's options were extremely limited at the moment, he was trapped in a ring so to speak, surrounded by lava with no chances to escape, no energy to use the jump, and no time to concentrate to be able to use the technique. The armor creaked as he moved, the sound of his approaching footsteps was the only thing Issei needed to snap out of his thoughts of him. Damn, there's no other option but to fight hand to hand, will the gloves hold up? We are a dragon, the fire does not harm us. Well, I'm already hurt, Issei said, making efforts to ignore the pain in his side. The quick examination of himself revealed that 2 of his ribs had been broken and his side had 3rd-degree burns. Plush. The armor raised its arm again, pointing at Issei with its open hand. Issei prepared to dodge the fire shot again. But the shot never went off, instead. It was only a 1/10 of a second that Issei saw her, out of nowhere a small orange sphere appeared in front of her face, his mind reacted before his body, deciphering what it was. But before his body could move, the sphere contracted and… Faish. Boom. The sphere exploded, generating an orange flame that engulfed Issei. Isay, his Sekirei, screamed in horror. Break, 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 Benitsubasa shouted, using all his strength to break the chains that imprisoned him, but none of them gave way. The Sekireis gritted their teeth in fury and frustration. Issei came out of the flames, he was somewhat injured by the explosion, and some of his hair had been burned. Ice. Charging at the armor at full speed, charging energy into his gloves. The armor began to fire bursts of spheres at high speed. Boom. Boom. Ignoring the pain from the explosions that damaged his organs and burned his skin, Issei ran with all his power to reach the armor. Boom. An explosion hit him again from the front, engulfing him, but Issei used the Bosted gear gloves to cover his face, emerging from the flames ready to strike with all his might. Take this, Issei roared, connecting the blow to his helmet. Buy him. Issei exerted all his strength on him, charged with 3 boosts to tear the head off the armor in one blow. Clap. The armor helmet flew away and fell into the sea of lava. The heavy armor fell to the ground on its back, making a loud noise. Ha ha ha, Isay, breathing heavily, had managed to win, turning to join his Sekireis, about to use the skywalk. Clashin'. The sound of screeching metal only caused Isay to stop, turning his head to look in shock. The armor stood up again, without its head, through which flames came out of the space of the neck. You have to be kidding me, that thing didn't have anyone inside. Isay exclaimed incredulously. The armor had no one inside it, it was just a puppet that moved by someone's orders. The armor was launched against Isay, without him being able to dodge it in time, grabbing him by the face, burning him as his hands were red hot. Isay screamed in pain, black smoke began to come out, along with the unpleasant smell of burning meat. While in the distance his Sekireis moved. Enough, please stop, Benitsubasa cried. Karasuba bit her lip to the point of bleeding with a look full of hatred and rage. Heihain had closed her eyes, unable to continue watching that. Stish. When the girls looked in the direction of that sound, they saw a very powerful white aura coming out of Akitsu's body, her expression always neutral to angry. I will not forgive you, I will not forgive you for hurting my Ashikabi-sama. Akitsu's tone of voice was extremely low, overshadowed by Issei's screams of pain. The closest Benitsubasa could see the white aura starting to freeze around her, the chain also starting to freeze. Akitsu's Sekirei crest began to flicker brightly. I will never forgive you. To their surprise, Akitsu roared with a strength not very typical of her. Ash. The chains holding her back froze. Now seeing this as her only chance, Benitsubasa managed to stretch out her arm to strike the chains, breaking them into pieces. Crash. Oh, Akitsu save Issei, the Sekirei shouted. Quickly Akitsu moved to get to Issei, where the lava passed by and cooled. The armor was preparing to give the final blow, still holding the brown-haired boy with his hand, keeping him raised in the air, beginning to gather energy in his arm which he would shoot at point-blank range. Krish. The arm holding Issei froze, causing the metal to contract and break into small pieces. Issei was about to fall on his back but was stopped. The armor took a few steps back. If he had the helmet he would have looked in confusion at his now stump. Issei had suffered burns on his face, but even with it he managed to open his eyes. Akitsu Issei muttered weakly, bringing his right hand to caress the girl's cheek. It's okay Isama, together, if we're both together, we'll get through this. Akitsu lowered her head, joining her lips with those of her beloved Ashikabi once again. The white glow rose into the sky, frosty white wings emerged from Akitsu's back of her. This is the ice of our union that freezes the evils that plague us. A new Naruto had been created, one that surpassed the ties between Ashikabi and Sekirei. Issei stood up again, now his body was surrounded by a white aura, as well as frost covered his hair, his right eye changed to a dark gray color, and the gem on his right hand went from green to light blue. The aura that rose to the sky began to form clouds, causing it to start snowing in this part. Another change was that Issei's expression was now like Akitsu's, melancholic. The chestnut was right behind him with his wings illuminating. The armor after the initial confusion lashed out with a burst of fireball. Issei extended his right arm with his right palm. Tsararifuki icicle snowstorm said Issei and Akitsu. From Issei's palm and to his sides, hundreds, thousands of ice stakes began to emerge. Hoo. The tastes of fire and ice collided with each other, destroying each other and generating a lot of mist. The bursts continued and continued, but the armor was beginning to give way. Issei and Akitsu's ice blasts began to increase in number, far outnumbering the fire blast. Clank. Little by little the ice stakes began to pierce different parts of the armor. Charging fire energy into the still functional arm, the armor was about to launch another attack. Crank. Again the ice froze the arm before he could launch the attack, breaking it into pieces. It's over. The white aura that covered Issei began to concentrate on his left fist. The wind roared strongly, creating a small tornado around both chestnut trees, and Akitsu's wings began to shine very brightly. Now. The armor leapt high, deforming in the sky and transforming into a gigantic fireball the size of a 3-story building. Issei jumped, hitting the fireball with his fist. Dooth. Lightning was generated when both forces collided. Issei wouldn't back down. Dragon. Always ready about ooh. Boost. Issei's energy doubled, transforming into a collision of two comets, one orange and one white-green. The blast of cold and hot air whipped around the surroundings. The sea of lava had already frozen at some point of combat. Then something happened that violated the laws of physics. Crash. The fire began to freeze. Little by little the gigantic fireball crystallized until the entire sphere became a large piece of ice that Issei destroyed with a punch. Ice fragments scattered across the sky. Akitsu's wings vanished, as did the energy she gave to Issei. The chains holding the others evaporated, leaving them free. Issei had defeated the second area boss, with 14 hours remaining until the time limit. 40%. Interesting, their companions may be useful to us, said the skeletal being, looking with fascination at the power of the union of Ashikabi and Sekirei. What are you planning now? Asked the man in the suit. As you will see, they are unconsciously raising the boy's abilities. If you compare it to when he woke up, his resistance in the parameters has increased. What he is doing now is an indisputable proof that handling of ice, although it does not compare to the Mao Leviathan. That girl is a case as strange as it may seem. Both of them had a drop on their heads when remembering a certain brunette with pigtails. In any case, half of this test you have passed. If you overcome the 2 remaining areas you will be able to reach Balance Breaker. What will you do with them? Since they are useful to us, you will leave them to their own devices, but I will adjust to the last 2 bosses. At this moment Issei could appreciate why he no longer felt human. Flush. After the fight with the armor, he received a lot of damage, his body was burned, and some of his ribs were broken. But now, a white smoke was coming out of his wounds, activating a regeneration system. What the hell? Issei exclaimed confused. This is like when Ice lost control, his Sekirei's thought. When the steam stopped rising from his wounds, they had disappeared, or rather, they had healed to the point where they no longer caused any discomfort. Partner, what just happened is something strange even for someone who has seen everything like me. In some way it is as if your body has a natural reaction to increase cellular regeneration, Drake explained, so that everyone could hear him. What, my body? Issei had studied something about cells during his stay at the MBI, but what Drake was explaining was something not common in a human being. Still in the discussion, Isay continued on his way. The stay in the desert area had a lot of time, leaving half the hours taken. Arriving at the Arctic tundra area, Isay entered and instantly felt a cold like he had never felt before. Even a kitsu's cold skin did not compare. Achoo, Isay sneezed loudly, his teeth chattering from the cold. This is what pp worse. Akitsu paused. I wish I was here in person. For a Sekirei with ice powers, being in a place like this must be very tempting. Too bad that wasn't the case for Isay. Bye good for you boo-boo, but I'm freezing right now, said Isay. A cold breeze and snow hitting him didn't help. I better start running to keep my body warm. Isay had started to run at full speed, being the only way to keep his body active so that his body would not drop below the danger point. You must be unlucky, going from an arid desert to a frozen tundra, and you lost your shirt in the desert, Karasuba commented, laughing a little at the brown-haired boy's precarious situation. Circa shut up Karasuba, you guys have it easy since you can't feel the temperature, but right now my body is freezing, and being underdressed doesn't help. What Isay said had its point. Partner, I must remind you that since you awakened the Bastard gear you stopped being a full-fledged human and became part dragon. That doesn't help me at all. What do you mean you're part dragon now? Benitsubasa asked. How do you expect me to know? What I'm trying to get at, you big idiot, is that if you concentrate magic in your lungs, you can exhale a little fire and warm up your body. The sudden information caused Isay to skid and fall face first into the snow, becoming buried in it. So now you can throw fire. Any other little surprises we want to know? Karasuba said, crouching in front of the snowman who was now Isay. Isay came out in the blue snow because of the cold. I swear you're going to pay me, lizard, for keeping so many things hidden. I didn't keep them hidden, it's another thing if you didn't ask. An angry vein appeared on the foreheads of Isay, Karasuba and Benitsubasa. Akitsu on the other hand was the same, and Heihain was mocking as was typical of her. The hell with it all, how the hell do I throw fire? Easy, breathe, gather magic in your lungs and exhale. Following the dragon's instructions, Isay sat in the snow, breathing slowly and bringing his magic to his lungs. Pash. As he exhaled, a small fireball came out of Isay's mouth. Repeating the process, Isay began to expel medium-sized fireballs, hot enough to regulate his body temperature. While his Sekireis watched, fascinated by the changes that Isay was gaining as well as the surprising thing about seeing them surpass the feats of a human and even a Sekirei. Number 06 Hamura, I think things are different, she's an elemental Sekirei. Isay is part dragon, Heihain said, repeating the dragon's words. In any case, it will be better to keep them alert while Isay finishes conditioning his body, Karasuba gave the orders. I don't like this feeling that we are being watched at all. Karasuba's combat instincts alerted her that someone without knowing exactly where she was watching them. Not far from there, a pack of white wolves were watching their most recent prey. The wolves were pure white, but their fur was stained with blood, and mutations had turned them into atrocious animals, with sharp claws, fangs and more than 2 eyes. The wolf's pink eyes went from looking at the women, focusing only on the brown-haired boy who continued to throw fireballs. Her instincts to prove he was better than the human overwhelmed the animal, preparing his fangs to sink into the neck of his prey. Chapter 12. Revenge Dragon. Frozen Tundra. 12 hours until time limit. The first 12 of the 24 hours he had been given by his captor to escape from this island he had passed. 12 hours in which he had to fight for his life on many occasions. But he had come through, fighting off every single one of the strange creatures his captor had sent to kill him. And with every fight he had this strange feeling deep inside that he was slowly becoming stronger. What's more, he himself felt different, as if something in his body had changed. Was it because of the bossed gear? Or had his captor done something to his body while he was unconscious? There were many questions that came to his mind. But to stay alive he had to leave those questions for later, he had to survive this. For that reason, at this moment he was fighting again. Fighting against a large number of opponents who had come for his head. Again. With a cross-section he had just killed a deformed animal with the appearance of a wolf. This doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon. I think the same Karasuba Isay waved the katana to remove the excess blood on the blade, but neither of them had any difficulty. Issei had already finished off a dozen of these rare beings, the only thing they had at an advantage was their numbers, because their strength was far below the insect beings. It seems like for every one we eliminate, more appear, Benitsubasa commented, counting the number of remaining opponents. It doesn't matter. He raised his weapon, he had to focus all his senses to finish them all off quickly. I'll finish them all. Issei's gaze was colder than the tundra itself, which made his Sekireis uncomfortable, not Karasuba. The pack of animals pounced on Issei when they saw that he had gotten into a fighting stance. 5 were the first to attack. 1 jumped on Isay. Again. With a single movement, Issei split the wolf in half, dyeing the snow red. Another one charged head-on at Issei, aiming his fangs at the brunette's neck. Stab. Issei pierced the animal's deformed skull with 1 thrust, sticking the animal's body to the ground. Another attempt to attack from behind. Zash. Isay spun quickly, using the animal's own momentum to cut it in half. The other 2 tried to attack from the left and right, opening their large jaws. Stab. Flush. With his sword, Issei impaled the one who attacked him from the right, while with his other hand, he fired a ray of red energy that completely vaporized the other animal. In the blink of an eye, Issei had taken care of the first 5 that tried to attack him, the rest of the pack backing off a bit. So, who's next? Issei pointed at them, looking at them with a cold, emotionless gaze. It didn't take long for those animals to realize that their positions had been reversed. They were no longer the predators, they were now the prey. Moving at high speed, it was Issei's turn to attack. The stranger. From its base, that skeletal being watched all of Issei's movements with great attention, measuring his abilities, graphing how much he improved as the hours passed. And I couldn't be happier with the results I was getting. It's perfect, his strength, speed, agility, reflexes, everything is going up with every fight, with every minute that passes. This is magnificent, ha 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 ha. From the doorframe, the man in a black suit watched a brown-haired man's progress not with interest, but with extreme caution. Your entertaining experiment is a double-edged sword for us, you know that, right? The being stopped laughing, focusing his attention on his companion of him. From the beginning I knew that the chances of them turning against me are high. My long-awaited experiment has a 50% chance of failure, as well as a 50% chance of success. Only fate will decide if the coin falls in our favor. This strange creature cared about nothing but the experiment he was already conducting. Whatever you say, the man in the suit turned around, ready to leave. What you ask me for is done. The experiment is on board the ship in a sealed chamber. I will retire to do my other work. Have a good time. Being waved him off without even looking at him. Remember, if possible, bring me some specimens for my experiments. It's been a long time since I had the corpse of a second-generation angel to experiment on. Stop asking for impossible things. The man took a cigarette out of his vest. You know as well as I do that trying to kill Seraph is not that easy, even for us, and they have the strength of the paladin, as well as Griselda IV for this meeting. I'm not asking you to bring me Michael's body either, just get me whoever you can. I'll see what I can bring you. The man walked away, leaving the being who continued to monitor his experiment alone. With every step you take you look more like him. Both were ruthless bastards who saw death as an art. There was also something in the image that caught the being's attention. The image of a majestic wolf with plush white fur watching the brown-haired man from afar. It seems that this fugitive experiment has taken an interest in him. Let's see what will happen if they meet. Back with Issei and his Sekireis. Frozen tundra. 10 hours until time limit. Isay had had an idea after killing all those strange animals. In order to stop wasting magic to warm his body, he used his sword to skin the corpses that were still in one piece to form a shelter. You know, I'm glad I can't smell anything while in this astral form, Karasuba commented, now staying a little away from the brunette. Does the grade N degrees 04, the Kuro no Sekirei, the black Sekirei, feel uncomfortable with the smell of fresh blood? Issei's mocking face bothered the gray-haired girl. What did you say? Karasuba stood in front of Issei, blocking her way. It looked like a fight was going to break out between the two. Kuro, this is not the time to fight each other, Benitsubasa exclaimed loudly in an attempt to stop both of them. Both Issei and Karasuba were surprised by the sudden reprimand from the Sekirei. On the other hand, Akitsu and Heihain were open-mouthed at what the movie Rosa had just done. She's dead, Heihain said, scared, hugging Akitsu. It was nice meeting you, Beanie. Akitsu just agreed, waving goodbye to the pink-haired girl. Now she was scared of what might happen to her. But what happened next was something that no one expected. What the girl says is true, it's not time to fight each other. I agree with what you say, thanks Benitsubasa. The pink-haired girl's entire face burst into a deep red while hot smoke came out of her ears. Issei and his Sekireis continued walking through the tundra, waiting for them to be attacked again or for something else to happen. Can I ask you a question? Heihain asked. Go ahead, what do you want to ask? With everything that's happened so far, I haven't seen you confused or at least somewhat scared of those strange creatures that have attacked you. Have you ever dealt with something like that before? Without stopping walking, Issei took a moment to answer his Sekirei's question. It's certainly not the first time I've dealt with such a strange problem. Issei revealed. I've encountered a similar problem before. Heihain, Benitsubasa and Akitsu were surprised, while Karasuba was interested in this anecdote. In my years as a soldier I came across some things that could be described as extremely strange. Why do you think I wasn't surprised when I found out about the Sekireis? You mean before? Yes, long before I knew about the Sekireis I came across the most peculiar people, from a couple of Christians who tried to kill me when I was on a mission, to a pretentious vampire who tried to make me her slave, to meet a Dullahan who was the closest thing to a friend I could have. So you've encountered strange creatures before? Benitsubasa asked. Yes, it was at the time when my paramilitary squadron was hired to support the BSAA on a mission. BSAA? Akitsu tilted her head in confusion. BSAA, an organization that fights bioterrorism, my team and I had to help them years ago. In that mission I came across how atrocious the T-virus can be. T-virus? The virus that reanimated corpses. In that mission we found ourselves trapped in a city infested with zombies, as well as several Bo's bioorganic weapon that hunted us. By zombies, do you mean like the ones in the movies? Heihain asked, interested. Being the only one of the four of them to be a lover of horror movies, despite always getting scared. Something like that. It may seem surprising, but the movies are not far from reality. What are the Bo's you mention? BIO, the acronym for bioorganic weapon or bioorganic weapons, were experiments by the now dissolved Umbrella Corporation, grotesque-looking weapons that attacked anyone who targeted them. It seems that humans come up with many ways to self-destruct, Karasuba commented, reaffirming her beliefs about humans. The path of the human race is its own destruction, the dragon commented, so that everyone could hear it either by his own hand or by that of something higher. I think it would be better if we change the subject, Issei commented. How much of my energy has been recovered? Your reserves are at 50%, but seeing as how terrible your control over it is, I bet that by using 2 or 3 attacks, you will end up consuming it all. Thanks for the encouraging words. Lizard Issei hit the gem with his other hand. So 50, huh? Lead. They heard a rumble behind them, and when they turned around they saw that one of the mountains in the distance had received some kind of attack, but that was not the important thing. The important thing was the avalanche that was approaching them. Shit. Without wasting any time, Issei began to run at full speed, using the skywalk to increase his speed even further. A snowstorm followed the chestnut tree and company very closely, hot on its heels. Issei used more power, gaining a little more distance. Distance that seemed to shrink with every second. It's useless to continue on flat ground. Ice jump as high as you can. It's useless, the avalanche is too close for me to jump, it will swallow me up. Go over there. Issei looked where his Sekirei was pointing. What he saw was the entrance to a small cave. It's the best we have. Hey. Plush. Issei sent all his magic reserves towards his feet, propelling himself with all his strength towards the entrance of the cave, seconds before the snow engulfed him. Maybe it seems we're saved, Issei exclaimed, panting from exhaustion. Saved, but trapped. The snow covered the entrance, Karasuba reported, pointing at the entrance with her thumb. How will we get out? Let me think. Issei thought of a quick solution. Over here, Akitsu said to get attention. The cave has a descent. Everyone looked where Akitsu pointed. There was a steep slope that led to a lower level. The way the stone in this cave is treated tells me that it is not a natural cave. This was made by someone, Issei commented while touching the wall. Problem's right. The trap, most likely the one who brought me here, expected me to come this way. He must have caused the avalanche. So we're going this way? Benitsubasa asked. Issei considered his options, closing his eyes to think about what to do. It's a trap for sure, but with the path we came on blocked, it's most likely that I'll waste the energy I had replenished. That's what you did. I have no choice but to continue. Issei began to descend that path. His Sekireis looked at each other for a few moments, then followed their Ashikabi. After an hour and a half of descent, Isay and his Sekireis arrived at what looked like an ancient underground city. At the top there was a hole that let in moonlight as the only source of light. Several of the buildings in the ancient city were destroyed, others had fallen into ruin over time. In the distance you could see an extremely tall building that looked like an ancient Mayan pyramid. That hole above is the only exit there seems to be. I don't have enough energy to get there using the skywalk. How do I get there? If we get to that pyramid, could we get to the top? Benitsubasa gave his idea, pointing to the pyramid. I think if we get to the top from there, we could climb up to the hole. Issei looked at the pyramid, feeling a bad feeling coming from it. Crush. Karasuba spoke in a low voice next to Issei, looking towards the pyramid as well. I know, something has been following us for a while, Issei exclaimed, still looking ahead. Trying to locate where his pursuer was hiding, Issei prepared to enter combat. Holding the handle of his katana underneath his coat. Lead. Something large landed in front of the chestnut tree, raising a large current of air. In front of Issei, a golem made of ice appeared with a crash, in his hands was a large mass also made of ice. The golem's size was at least about 4 meters, dwarfing Issei. Zoom. The golem fanned the enormous mass that he held pointing at the chestnut tree. Issei jumped in time, avoiding the blow of the club, the only thing he lost was the coat he was wearing. The golem's blow knocked down several structures. Taking several leaps backwards, Issei created a considerable distance between himself and the golem. Wow, that blow would have broken every bone in my body, Issei exclaimed, sweating cold now. How do I take that thing down? The golem moved to strike Issei. I dodged the blow again, jumping over the ice mace, climbing up the golem's arm and jumping over it. Let's see if you like this ice cream. Deploying the red bow attached to the bossed gear, Issei went on to fire a red arrow charged with quite a bit of energy. Flush. Stab. The arrow remained stuck in the back of the golem's head, but he didn't give it any importance, turning around wielding his mass, focused only on crushing the brown-haired man. It didn't work. Benitsabasa exclaimed next to Issei. What do we do now? Do you have a plan at least? Karasuba asked. Well, the damn guy is tough, said Isay, before smiling slightly but not smart. The arrow stuck in the golem's head exploded with great force, completely blowing off the golem's head and part of its torso. Plain. The body fell heavily to the ground, with no signs of moving again. That was easy, too easy if you asked me. This is a clear indication. From problems. Crash. Lame. Isay looked up, sighing tiredly as he saw how several of those ice golems began to emerge from the ice walls that covered the city. There are many, exclaimed Benitsabasa, frightened. 100, no, 200. Heihain said in surprise. Ai-sama Akitsu turned to see the brunette. Isay, after a slight initial surprise, began to prepare for the party that would begin. Well, it seems like a big party has been set up, Karasuba exclaimed ironically, envying the large number of opponents Isay would face. Do you have enough arrows for all the guests? You know, comments aren't much use right now, what I would give to at least have a grenade launcher or for them to be physically here with me. Isay began to charge more energy, now creating 3 explosive red arrows, aiming at the sea of golems. Wouldn't it be better to use some Naruto? Maybe with the girls one or with me we can finish them all off quickly, Karasuba proposed that idea. An idea that Isay rejected. Not now, using the combination of Naruto and the BG generates too much pressure on my body, I prefer to save it for some extremely necessary moment, Isay explained, releasing the arrows. Stab. The first 3 arrows embedded themselves in their targets. The explosions began. And this moment doesn't seem to you to be extremely necessary? Karasuba exclaimed, confused. Did you hit your head? Without stopping firing arrows to reduce the number of enemies, Isay responded to the Sekirei. I haven't hit my head as far as I remember, and something tells me that this isn't all, things will get worse. Stay away, I'll take care of everyone, I promise that if something happens I'll activate Naruto, okay? You better. Seeing that the golems were already too close to him, Isay went on to evade the blows of some, climbing onto their shoulders and jumping over everyone. Shush. Isay unsheathed the katana, cutting off the golem's limbs. Lame. Ducking before receiving a blow, causing them to hit each other to the point of breaking. Stab. Isay embedded the katana into the head of one, but the latter grabbed him by the arms, lifting him over him. Isay tried to get away, but the golem's great strength didn't let him. Careful. Seeing that someone was going to hit him with a mace, Isay fired a beam of red energy from his palms, blowing off part of the golem's head at the same time he propelled himself upward. What did I do just now? Isay exclaimed from the air, shooting more arrows at the golems. I think you released energy from your hands to propel yourself and fly for a few moments. Isay landed, grabbing the sword again, slashing at several golems, hitting them, firing more arrows. And wouldn't it be better if I left here like this, he shouted at the dragon, after embedding the katana in the neck of a golem, spinning the weapon until its head flew upwards. It's not productive, you spend a lot of energy just to get a little bit of lift. But what the buck, then I better use it like this, pointing his palms forward. Isay fired several bursts of energy, disintegrating the golems. Holding the sword again, Isay launched himself at them. Aibu, I recommend that you stop using energy, you have nothing left if you consume all your energy. Unless you tell me away. With one punch he broke the head of a golem to finish them all quickly, he shot an arrow that pierced 2 golems, exploding both. This is the best I have, shooting a large red energy array from his palms, finishing off several. The Sekireis hadn't moved far, the most they could go was a few meters from the start. Well, with what's happening we can reaffirm that we have the best Ashikabi there could be, Benitsubasa exclaimed excitedly, encouraging the brown-haired boy. It's an understatement, Ice is taking on an army alone, and he's winning, Heihane exclaimed. The only ones who didn't say anything were Karasuba and Akitsu, the latter's personality made it clear why she didn't say anything. Why are you so quiet, Kuro? Benitsubasa asked, looking at the disciplinary squad leader. This is rare. The fact that Ice is winning against an army in his current state, I would believe it, I would have even believed it 6 years ago when we met, but there is still something I do and apostrophe T like about all this. Don't you think you're being a little paranoid? AI Issei pierced the golem's chest, firing a red beam at point-blank range. After an explosion and a lot of snow rising, Issei jumped down from a pile of destroyed golems, landing safely next to his Sekireis. Aha, I can't take any more. Issei fell to his knees, panting, spitting out some blood, and then lying down on the snow dot. Evaluating himself, Issei came to the conclusion that he had broken his wrist, some ribs, damage to internal organs and extreme exhaustion. You did it, Ice. Benitsubasa hugged the brown-haired boy. Also, Benitsubasa, you hurt me. Oh, I'm sorry. The ouch, even laughing hurt, said Isay, looking towards the only exit there was drag. Do I have the strength left to impose myself to the top? Not at all, your reservations are at 0%. Fantastic. Hey, Karasuba stood over Isay, looking into his eyes. Tell me, did you notice that all of this was very easy? Two things, one is that you can see everything from where I am, you know. You think I care, it's not like it's the first time you've seen him. The second is that if it seemed easy to me, that's why I want to get out of here quickly, Isay exclaimed, sitting up with the help of Benitsubasa. Cross. The place began to shake. Oh come on, can't I even rest for a few minutes? I'm afraid not, boy. The voice of Issei's captor was heard again throughout the island. The poor guy has been designed to say something, Issei said angrily, holding on to a piece of stone to stay standing. You passed the test against the golem army with flying colors, but you still have to fight the boss of this area. Then bring that bucking boss with you, damn it, Issei shouted loudly, spitting out some blood in the process. As you wish, don't regret it later. Blame. Crack. Issei along with his Sekireis turned towards the direction where that loud bang was heard. This Karasuba. Must Benitsubasa. To be Heihane. The damn joke and bad taste, Issei shouted loudly. The pieces of the golems that Issei had defeated began to come together to form a new one that was extremely large and much more powerful than all of them together. The golem was so big that it could pass through the ceiling of the cavern. The giant golem roared. The entire underground city shook violently, the ice walls began to break under the pressure generated by the roar. Issei covered his ears so as not to go deaf, which was a mistake. Ice, be careful, Issei failed to hear Karasuba's warning in time. Blame. The giant fist hit Issei, sending him flying many meters into the air. Blame. Another punch sent Issei several meters back, bouncing repeatedly in the snow until he was lying on the ground. Ice, get up, Ice. Benitsubasa was panicking as she shook Issei's unconscious body. This is no time to sleep, you big idiot, didn't you say you wouldn't leave us alone again? Blame. The golem's footsteps began to echo throughout the place, indicating that it was getting closer with each passing second. Ice, get up. Isama. 85%. The giant's thunderous footsteps caused Issei to partially regain consciousness. Ice. I feel my body torn to pieces. Issei tried to move his limbs, but none of them responded. I circa and apostrophe T move. Comrade, your bones are all crushed, only this accelerated regeneration prevented you from dying. Blame. Will he be able to move before that thing arrives? Karasuba asked. No, it will take at least a few minutes for his bones to heal so he can move. So what? I wait here for the little guy to crush me? Blame. The golem had already caught up to Issei. This is bad, it's here, Benitsubasa exclaimed loudly. We want to make this water, I have such an idea. And how do you want us to do that, genius? We can touch it but not pull it, trying to move it will be useless. The golem formed a fist, ready to crush the brown-haired boy with a single blow. Buck. Lom. The impact of the blow cracked the ground, shaking the entire island. The stranger. From his place the being watched attentively what had just happened. His skeletal appearance did not reveal what his expressions were, but the one now demonstrated one thing. The satisfaction. I was prepared for the two of them to fight, but I didn't expect this outcome. Back with Issei and his Sekireis. Not even Issei himself knew what had just happened. Seconds after being crushed by the golem's blow, something appeared. The white blur grabbed him and took him away at breakneck speed. In a matter of seconds they were already at the limits of the tundra, the mountainous region was already easily visible to them. What just happened? Issei asked from the ground, looking only at the sky since his body had not yet recovered. I don't know what happened, Benitsabasa said, blinking several times. Something quick saved Issei, but whatever it was it seems it only helped us this time. I thought it was an animal, it was only for a few moments, but I saw it, said Heihane, confused by what she had seen. What was an animal? Issei said incredulously. I thought it was a white wolf, but it wasn't like the ones that attacked us, this one looked normal. I don't know if you can call an animal that pulled us for several kilometers in a matter of seconds normally, Karasuba said. Anyway, this is a stroke of luck. Issei began to speak. We have gotten far away from the golem, long enough for me to recover. How long will it take you to heal? Karasuba asked. It's weird to ask you something like that. Tell it to me, Dreg. About 10 minutes and you will be able to walk and use your arms again. Have minutes? Karasuba repeated. That's a long time. I'm the one with his bones in tatters, remember? It will take all the time necessary. I don't think we have 10 minutes, Benitsabasa said, standing up. Why? Issei and the rest asked. Because that thing is already starting to get closer. In the distance you could see the golem beginning to approach, breaking everything in its path. Crushing the various experiments that inhabited the frozen tundra. Shit, Issei started to sweat cold. The way the golem was running, it would end up catching up with him in 5 minutes, where he would not be able to move or do anything. We must get you out of here now, Karasuba grabbed Issei's head, trying to pull him in another direction. But nothing, Issei's body didn't move in the slightest. Damn it, what's the point of being able to touch you if we can't move you? We have to do something. Would you stop yelling and help me for once? Karasuba yelled at Benitsabasa. What the hell is wrong with you, Kuro? Now it was the pink-haired girl's turn to yell at him. Those two had started fighting, completely forgetting about Issei and the other two. Oh my god, now is not the time for. Shut up, Karasuba and Benitsabasa shouted in unison. That's why I say I didn't say anything. Why are you butting in at the beginning? Heihane asked Issei. Beanie and Kuro have had some friction lately. Why's that? I don't know, the gray-haired girl answered simply and plainly. Lame. While those two continued to argue, Issei could only watch as the golem approached. At that moment Issei had a brilliant idea, an idea that would cause him some pain. This will hurt. Drake gathers all the power I have left in my arms. What are you planning to do? The dragon asked. Just do it. As you wish, the energy you have left is in your hands, partner. The gems on the Bastard Gear's gloves glowed, emitting the typical Bast sound. What are you going to do, Ice? Heihane asked, being the only one Akitsu does an apostrophe T count due to her personality to give importance to the brunette. Fly. Flush. Firing the red energy blast towards the ground, Issei managed to rise high, aiming as best he could towards the front, advancing diagonally several meters until he fell into the mountainous area. The hard landing had broken Issei's bones that had already healed. You broke a few more ribs, definitely my weirdest companion. Shut up, Issei said, annoyed without being able to move. Tell me that at least we got far enough away. I actually think you went too far. It will take that thing well to find us in this kind of rocky canyon. Well, it's better to hide just in case. Stopping as best he could, Issei hid behind a wall of rocks. Rocky zone. 5 hours until time limit. Hours had passed since Issei landed badly on the rocky area of the island. The golem after an hour arrived at the same rock quarry where Issei was, beginning to search for the chestnut without success. During that time Issei had taken the opportunity to recover from his wounds and replenish his energy. I thought I noticed something about that golem. Oh, why did you stop fighting for a minute? Issei said, clearly irritated. Benitsabasa and Karasuba had not stopped fighting in all the hours they had passed, claiming things regarding Issei. Shut your damn mouth or I'll shut it for you. Karasuba was clearly irritated. What did you discover, Benitsabasa? Benitsabasa was happy to tell me what he had noticed. I've noticed that when that thing hits, its joints seem to come loose for a few moments. Dead away. As if it were taken apart and put back together in a few moments. How did you realize that, Benitsabasa? Said Issei, leaning over the side of the wall to see the golem. Golem that continued to destroy everything in its attempt to find the brown-haired boy. I must remember that a Sekirei's eyesight is 10 times better than a human's even for your new state, said Karasuba. But even though we now know where to attack, isn't that thing too hard to break? Heihane said, highlighting another point, the golem's hardness. I agree with the gloomy. Shady. If you attack that thing even using the bossed gear you will end up breaking your hands again. Strength, that's something I lack, Issei thought while rubbing his chin. Blame. It was then that the great wall they had used as a cover broke. The golem has already found them. Lead. Throwing a powerful punch, the golem attacked. Issei jumped back, using skywalk to increase the distance between him and the golem. Flom. The golem punched and punched towards where Issei was. Issei moved to evade the blows, each blow evaded momentarily destabilizing him due to the air currents produced by the golem when launching a blow. Let's see if you like this. Issei fired the red energy beam from his palms towards the golem's eyes. Ray. This cry of feeling pain shaking erratically rubbing his eyes. Did I hurt him? Issei asked from the air. The golem turned around, glaring at the brown-haired boy. I thought that was a bad idea, Akitsu said, causing everyone to look at her for mentioning the obvious. What? Clasping his hands together, the golem delivered a crushing blow. Lame. It seemed like the entire island shook with that blow. How the hell do I beat this thing? Issei wouldn't last long evading the golem's attacks, and he had no idea how to beat it. If only I were here, with a few hits I could easily break that thing, Benitsubasa exclaimed. At that moment Issei realized somewhat late what he had to do to win the fight. How can you be such an idiot, said Issei Benitsubasa. Issei approached the pink-haired girl. Haha. Benitsubasa was not prepared for what followed. Issei quickly grabbed her waist, bringing his lips closer to hers, separating her after a few seconds. I thank you, Benitsubasa, with your power I can defeat this thing, Issei exclaimed, descending to the ground. Faish. A red glow illuminated the entire place, equal to a huge explosion. The change of the bossed gear began, now the gloves had changed shape, resembling that of a normal armor. 2 boots covered Issei's feet up to his knee. On the sides of his arms 2 stingers emerged, and a mask covered Issei's face below his nose. Let's win this already, Issei clashed his fists. Issei's personality had changed to a more aggressive one. With your power, I will defeat him in a jiffy, Benitsubasa. She didn't answer him as that sudden kiss had knocked Benitsubasa out of Ella. Steam was coming out of her head to Ella, and her face to Ella was redder than a ripe tomato. Ice Beanie will be fine, give him a few minutes to react, Heihain advised. Okay. Blame. The golem threw a punch at the brown-haired boy, but Issei skillfully avoided the blow by jumping over the fist, running down his arm until stopping at the elbow. The golem's punch had made a large hole in the ground when it hit, leaving his arm still in the earth. Phew, big hit little one. Issei removed a part of the mask, smiling confidently. Now, how about we start round 2? Issei provoked the golem, indicating that it should come closer with his hand. Briaya. The golem, annoyed, without having taken his fist off the ground, attacked with a punch with his free hand. Crack. Lame. The result was that Issei jumped again on the other fist before impacting, causing the golem to destroy its own arm with a blow. You're strong but not very smart, right? From his new position, Issei watched as the pieces of the arm began to group together to reassemble. You better finish him off before he reassembles, Karasuba said. Don't waste the power the girl gave you. And I don't plan on doing it. Issei put his mask back on. Broom. The engine in the gloves and boots began to roar loudly, releasing quite a bit of steam and fire from them. Breathing calmly, Issei slowly waved his hands. Gathering power in his fists, Issei struck the golem's arm with both fists. Lame. The golem's entire arm shattered into pieces upon receiving such a crushing blow. Brah. Roaring in pain, the golem began to shake erratically as both of its arms were missing. This isn't over yet. Issei landed on the ground. Broom. The engines roared with great intensity, charging Issei's attacks with great power. Making powerful leaps, Issei charged at the golem, breaking every part he hit. In a matter of seconds the golem had lost both arms, one leg, and its chest had exposed its greatest weakness. Gathering a lot of strength in his arms and legs, Issei prepared to use a new combat technique. Typhoon. Issei made a powerful jump that broke the ground on which he was standing. Once in the air, Issei raised his fist, spinning like a tornado, hitting the golem's chest. Entering inside, destroying everything until coming out on the other side, landing on the ground. I guess you circa N''T continue fighting without this. With his right hand over his head, Issei was holding something. The large emerald-colored ruby, the heart of the golem. This is goodbye little one. Issei applied pressure, breaking the ruby into pieces. The golem's eyes went blank, then its entire body began to crumble. Perfect victory. The stranger. Well, it's a nice surprise that he's improving by leaps and bounds, exclaimed the happy being. It wouldn't serve my plans if he doesn't gain enough power to finish off the biblical factions, especially those who surpass normal demons. Rising from his seat, being left the room, walking through the halls of his fortress. It's time for us to see each other, my little experiment. Back with Issei and his Sekireis. Issei had finally achieved his goal. He had reached the end of the mountainous region, the place where the ship that would take him out of this hell was supposed to be. Ah damn, my body can barely handle me walking, said Isay, continuing on his way at a slow pace. Doing the combination with Benitsubasa took my muscles to the limit. I'm sorry, Ice. It's not your fault, Benitsubasa. If it weren't for you I wouldn't have won. The pink-haired girl blushed. Whiny, said Karasuba to irritate the brown-haired boy. Shut up, in any case we have to find that damn ship to get out of here. Issei was still determined to leave the island, but there was a feeling of dissatisfaction that everyone felt. As if everything was going too well, to the point of being a bad omen. This feeling of bad feeling is bucking disgust, it's clear that something will happen, Karasuba exclaimed irritably from the beginning, who confirms to us that the one who brought you here plans to let you go. You heard it yourself, that lunatic sees me as his lab rat, it's unlikely he'll eliminate me if he's so interested in me. But why are you Ice? Benitsubasa asked, that was the point she didn't understand. At first I thought it was because of the busted gear inside me, but I think he's interested in something else. Something else? Akitsu repeated. I've had a strange feeling since I got here, it's like something inside me is stirring. Issei put his hand to his chest, Drake already told me that there is some kind of power in me, but I don't know what it is. My partner's power is an enigma, I can feel some strange vibrations emanating from him, but there is still no way to bring them out. But it feels like that power is extremely dark, something that even I cannot understand. Issei Sekirei's had a slight flashback of what happened before, when Issei lost control after being brutally beaten by Sekirei number 05 Matsu. They all thought that what their captor was looking for and what was in Isay was a bad omen, a force that should not be awakened. Climbing up a slope, Isay and his Sekireis encountered a rather unpleasant scene. Hundreds of insectoid beings, hundreds of armors, hundreds of golems gathered. An army was waiting for the chestnut tree, which would be his last test if he wanted to leave that island. I should have guessed something like this would happen, I exclaimed tiredly. From his position Isay could see in the distance what was his ticket out of this hell, the ship that would get him out of here. But that same exit ticket raised many questions. That's Karasuba blinked in bewilderment for a few seconds. That ship is identical to the one that carried the Sekireis. How is that possible? Benitsubasa asked, extremely confused. TCH, it seems that the one who brought me here is not someone normal, it must be related to the Sekireis, or maybe. Several doubts invaded Issei's mind at this moment. But it was not time to think about that, since the experiment troops had visualized it. A sea of enemies was heading towards him. This has to be the worst thing that has ever happened to me, Issei laughed at how absurd it all was. I participated in several wars, but I never expected to face an army on my own. Alone? The Sekireis corrected him. Well, I'm not alone. Issei unfolded the bow on his left arm, generating an arrow. Let's see if my luck allows me to get out of here alive. Luck? Have you ever had any luck? Good point, Karasuba, I'm counting on you to have my back. You've become very dependent on us, don't you think? Maybe Issei released the arrow. This one came out with great power, going straight ahead with great intensity, erasing any being that was in its path. Jumping into combat, Issei didn't wait to defeat each of his attackers. Fighting for his survival, Issei remembered an old feeling. The desire to win. To rise above his opponents as if to overcome. Fight with everything I had to get out alive and breathe another day. Beliefs that he once held unwaveringly to, back when he was nothing more than a killing machine driven by a mission. The battle lasted for hours. Fighting with all his might. Combining her strength of Ella with her companions who swore to be by her side of Ella forever. Asking for strength from that being who had lived with him all his life, but whom he did not know. In this cruel battle Issei had descended into the depths of hell and emerged triumphant. His body had been burned, beaten, cut, pierced. Several stingers pierced his back, sinking into his flesh until they came out the other side. He had been hit by several explosions without protection, and his ears had suffered severe damage, leaving him almost deaf. Ice. Reacting only by inertia, Issei moved slightly to the right, avoiding having his neck cut by the last of the insectoid beings. Charging his fist with force, he grabbed the insect's head and smashed it against the ground, scattering its brains, eliminating it once and for all. The whole place was a mess. Tap. Issei dragged his feet to the ship, using what little strength he had left in his body. Falling to the ground as his legs ran out of strength, just a few centimeters from entering the ship. Excellent, bravo, you have managed to complete this challenge, my little experiment. A voice was heard over the ship. The sudden voice alerted the Sekireis. They focused their attention on where the voice came from. What the hell are you? Karasuba exclaimed in surprise. For the Sekireis, seeing such a strange being was a harsh surprise. Oh little dove, let me introduce myself, please. Bowing the being introduced yourself, you can call me Mr. V, I am the architect of this small act. So you finally show your face, monstrosity. Karasuba already knew who to direct all those feelings of hatred that she had kept since she arrived at her. You, it's your fault that Ice is like this. The one who couldn't keep his anger at bay was Benitsubasa. I'll crush you. Without saying a word, Akitsu also prepared to attack the being, emitting absolute cold around him. Do N''T attack him in his condition, they won't N''T do anything to him. The Sekireis stopped dead in their tracks when Issei shouted. The chestnut found the strength to stand up again, looking at the being with contempt. Yo, damn skeleton, it seems your plan didn't go as you expected. I'm still alive. What do you mean? My plan worked from the beginning. My goal was to make you stronger, not to kill you. The creature's smile was not at all pleasant to the eye. If Issei could use his arms, he wouldn't have hesitated to attack him. But you know, I think there's still something missing, so let's move on to the bonus stage. The being clapped, rising into the air. Blam. The entire island shook violently, pillars of lava began to emerge from all parts of the island. Thunder began to fall and very dark clouds covered the ground. What the hell, the fact that he was shaking so hard didn't help Issei stay standing. Something very bad is about to happen. From the air Mr. V spoke in such a way that his voice could be heard throughout the island. Witness how a new being will emerge from the ashes of everything you have fought against until now. All the corpses and remains of the creatures that Issei defeated throughout the island began to gather at a single point, forming a gigantic purulent cocoon, inside which a new being began to form at great speed. The beating of the cocoon combined with the black energy it gave off caused fear. Mate, this is bad. Whatever will be born from that thing has surprising power. The nervousness in the dragon's voice was not a good sign for everyone. Issei felt panic, a cold sweat running down his neck. The malice emanating from the cocoon was killing any sign of life on the island, filling anyone who felt that overwhelming force with terror. Is this a nightmare? Benitsubasa stepped back in fear. It must be true, this is just a bad dream. Beanie, calm down. Heihane tried to calm the pink-haired girl, but it was all in vain. She was too scared for reason. Crack. The cocoon began to break. A gigantic insectoid-looking being with large wings, horns and a tail. Yellow and blue in color and bloodthirsty red eyes. Braa. The beast's roar made the entire island tremble. Issei gritted his teeth as he looked at the giant monster. This time I'm dead. The creature's red eyes glowed, focusing its attention on Isay. I have to move from here, or it will destroy the ship. Isay used a skywalk air step to separate himself as much as he could from the ship. His strength was not even at 10%, and the wounds he received were not recovering quickly, so his only option was to keep moving and attack blind spots. The being opened its mouth, shooting out a puff of fire. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to avoid it in time, Isay fired the red energy beam from his palms to propel himself forward and evade the flames. Haha, Akitsu. Isay will be your Sekirei. Both joined forces with the new Naruto. Iceberg. Isay and Akitsu gathered all the water in the air to form a gigantic block of ice. Aiming at the creature. Take this. Launching the attack, Isay waited until he was able to hurt the creature. To his unpleasant surprise, the creature dissipated like mist, dodging the blow. How? Isay and the rest were confused. Lame. Isay received a hard blow to the back, throwing him several meters through rock walls. Ah, that bastard evaded our attack. Isay spat blood, standing up again to fight Benitsubasa. Following another strategy, Isay changed his ability. Now after kissing the pink-haired girl, his arms and legs were covered by the combat armor. With a powerful leap, Isay was at waist level with the monster. The monster tried to hit him with his tail, but Isay evaded it, hitting him in the waist. The monster groaned in pain, trying to catch Isay with his hands. It won't be that easy for you. Isay didn't let them catch him, using the being's hand to jump even higher and aim for his head. Isay was going to do a falling kick, but like before, being dissipated in a purple mist. So it does. The monster appeared above Isay, hitting the brunette with a kick. Lame. Isay was embedded in the ground, his consciousness was about to disappear. From afar Mr. V watched as Isay was being beaten by his monster. Let's see if with this he is able to increase his level of him, or his true power of him will come to light like last time. The being was gloating over Isay's suffering. But not everything goes as planned. Crack. Someone broke the barrier on the island. The being could sense that a separate power had broken the barrier that hid the island. The power I hadn't felt for 18 years. Ice, you have to get up. In a senseless attempt, Karasuba tried to make Isay regain his senses from him. Do they want to save him? Karasuba and the rest could hear a new voice, a woman's voice speaking directly into their heads. Pioneers? Karasuba demanded. Do you wish to save Hyoudou Issei with all your might? Answer me, who are you? Yes, the one who said that was Benitsubasa. I want to save Ice. Me too, I don't want to lose Ice, Heihane said. We want to save Ice-sama, Akitsu exclaimed with strength in her voice. The only one who had N''T said anything yet was Karasuba, but her heart that was once in darkness, could N''T deny that what she wanted most now was to save him? Save the man who had been with her longer than any other being in the world. That man who had helped her and who had once risked his life for them. Do they want to save him? Yes, I want to save him, Karasuba exclaimed. At that moment the Sekirei marks of the four began to shine. Without having received a kiss, their wings unfolded, the released energy began to go towards Isay. What's going on? Their affection for him is strong. I have given them the power to save him. The mysterious voice disappeared, leaving them with those last words. Followed by a burst of red energy that rose into the sky. Busted gear balance breaker. Welsh dragon scale mail. Issei could feel a warm presence around him, a feeling of nostalgia had invaded him. Then when that presence disappeared his entire being was hypercharged with energies. Opening my eyes, I noticed that he was wearing a full-body red armor. What is this? Partner, you just reached balance breaker. Balance breaker. The ultimate state of the sacred gear, with the help of your girls, you were able to reach this level. Hearing that, Isay tried to locate his Sekireis, but there were no traces of them anywhere. Where are they? Karasuba, Benitsubasa, Heihain, Akitsu. Don't worry partner, I don't know exactly how, but after giving you the power to reach the balance breaker they return to their bodies. I see, that reassures me. Blame. Raya. The monster had returned for Isay, breathing out a flame at him. Isay did an ''T move, taking full advantage of the flames, but with his armor, he didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Does not burn. Partner, I must inform you that the armor will not last long, you have just obtained the breaker balance, maximum duration 2 minutes. 2 minutes, that's enough. Flush. Isay spread the wings of his armor, launching himself like a rocket against the monster. Raya. The monster hit Isay with his hand. That didn't hurt me. Repeating the process, the monster threw a punch at Isay. I told you those punches are an ''T effective. Isay stopped the gigantic punch with his hands. Hit me with all your might. Raya. Blom. Isay received a powerful blow that pushed him back. 100%. Flush. The surge of power began to affect Isay, the blades of his armor began to flicker. Now you've done it, I'm fully charged. Brah. The monster threw another punch, but Isay dodged it by flying above it, but for a few moments Isay felt a burning pain on his back. Try this dragon revenge, his right fist charged with great power. Taking constant damage for so long, without returning any damage using full counter, Isay charged himself with revenge energy. Now he had released it in a deadly attack in the form of a gigantic dragon that impressed the monster. Ooh. Both exploded in a huge explosion that devastated almost the entire island. Only a small portion of land remained on which the ship was standing. Floor. Isay heard applause. Bravo, this far exceeds my expectations, although of course I didn't count on your guardian's interference. You've earned your freedom boy, about time, it's time for me to go. Being turned his back on Isay. Do you really think I'll let you go? Isay prepared to attack him. Boy, no matter how much you want, you still can't do anything to me, and I don't think I'm your main concern. What are you talking about? You are already marked, on your back is the rank you carry, and soon those with the same mark as you will appear in your future, especially one who is already in the place where you live. Where do I live? That scorpion is eager to fight you again, so you better go back. Without further ado, being disappeared. Without saying another word, Isay descended. Entering the ship and somehow getting it up and running to leave. Isay had gained many doubts, but there was no time now, the first thing he had to do was return to Japan and meet with his Sekireis. Mr.V. Back at his base, Mr. V began to meditate. The powers that those experiments in heaven gave him were impressive, and he did not count on his guardian being back in this world. Things are going to get interesting from now on. Chapter 13. Return to Kuo. An MBI military helicopter flew over the coast of Japan to pick up its target man and then return to Tito Tower in Tokyo. The only occupants of the helicopter were the pilot, Chief Investigator Sahashi Takami, and the target to be recovered. Isay Hyoudou. The named man waited patiently for the helicopter to descend. Once the chestnut got into the helicopter, it left for Tokyo. Takami lit a cigarette, staring at his stepson. What the hell did you get yourself into? He asked, scolding. It would be a long story that I doubt you would believe, Takami-san answered the brown-haired boy, looking out the helicopter window towards the night sky with a distant look. Studying him with his eyes, Takami noticed some changes in the brunette since the last time he saw him. Isay's physique had increased slightly to how it was before, as well as his hair. I have time, tell me what happened, Takami insisted. Isay didn't want to answer. Because something extremely big happened to you, starting from when you disappeared, the time that Karasuba and the rest were in a coma, and when you suddenly reappeared bringing with you nothing more than a ship just like the one that brought the Sekireis. Believe me, it's better that you don't know, Takami. I say this for 2 reasons. Isay raised 2 fingers in front of him. The first is because I'm not sure if the one who did this would come for those close to me. And the second is that I fear that if the president finds out about this, he will end up putting together something equal to or much bigger than the Sekirei project. Takami thought for a few seconds, coming to the same conclusion that if Hyoudou found out about the new ship, something would happen. Okay, I'll save the questions. Thanks, can I have a cigarette? Takami offered him the cigarette. How did you manage to drive it? I asked something that was of great interest. Letting out a puff of smoke, Issei replied. If I'm honest, I didn't drive it. Once inside, I pressed a few buttons and it started up on its own, an autopilot that not only brought me here, but did so in a way that no one would know of its existence. Better, we save ourselves a lot of government problems and a possible robbery attempt like the past times. The commie had made moves to recover the ship and study it in a way that only she and a few MBI scientists would know of its existence. How are Karasuba and the others? There were no after effects from the time they spent in a coma. When they woke up they felt disoriented. I see, I'm glad nothing happened to them. Issei felt relieved, expressing it on his face to Takami's slight astonishment of him. You have changed. Nothing. Takami took out another cigarette. Once back in the tower I want to do tests on you. The wounds on your body are healed, but there is no guarantee that you did not suffer internal damage. Issei knew that Takami would evaluate him medically as soon as he set foot in Tito Tower, but it was something he wanted to investigate as well. After all, his body had changed radically and he wanted to know why this change had occurred. Another point to discuss would be to compare how much power he had gained by going through this test and better understanding his sacred gear. "Can I ask you something?" Takami said. "That? A number on your back, did you get it tattooed before this happened?" "No, it was a mark that my captor put on me," the brown-haired man answered. Something that Issei had N''T realized until his return, something that must have happened when he ran into Mr. V for the first time. On his back a large black number 1 had been printed. "You were already marked, on your back is the rank you carry." Those words Mr. V said echoed in Issei's mind over and over again. "We will take it away from you." "No, leave her," Issei exclaimed. "It's a reminder of something from my past, a past that I thought I had left behind a long time ago." It would take the helicopter a few hours to reach Tokyo. On the way Issei wondered something. Why didn't the president come? Issei found it slightly strange that Hyoudou hadn't been shown up, although he was grateful that he wasn't. Takami sighed. "The idiot Minaka left for the Congress a few days ago." "The Congress?" "When I found out it was too late, the poor guy left and I lost track of him. I don't know what the hell he's doing." If the MBI is still working, it means that the president has not yet done anything crazy. "I'm afraid it's just a matter of time." "I can say the same." They both agreed that Minaka Hyoudou was a peculiar person who could change the world with his actions. But now Issei had to focus on discovering more about why he was followed by a strange creature like Mr. V and what relationship he had with his former comrades of him. The first thing to do will be to look for all the information about them. Partner Drake contacted Issei. In order to discuss calmly, Issei pretended that he had fallen asleep. "Something happens. It refers to the state of the balance breaker." "What's wrong with him?" "I must inform you that in your state you can only access the armor once per day for about 5 minutes, as well as each boss shortens the time limit." "Why so little time?" "It is due to your condition. Your strength is not enough for prolonged use of the armor. Trying to force it would be equal to self-destruction." "What should I do to increase the time and number of times of use?" "Train, you must become stronger." Issei continued discussing with Drake about that topic for a while. The balance breaker would be something extremely useful in his future to face the different challenges that await him. Unaware that something else would soon fully awaken within him, revealing the truth of his origins. Tito Tower. Tokyo. The helicopter had arrived at the MBI tower. Night had already fallen on the city of Tokyo. Isay and Takami got off the helicopter. As the brown-haired boy got off he took a deep breath, contemplating the city. I guess I got too used to the city landscape." Isay had gotten too used to the luxury of living in the city and had lost part of his instinct for him as a mercenary. "How many years has it been since you joined the MBI?" Takami asked. "About 6 years. I may not be a company official anymore, but I still see this place as my home." "Their position is still vacant if you ever think of returning. Minaka's initial plan may have been to make you the Ashikabi of the disciplinary squad, but you became a vital element for the company." "I'm flattered that you think that of me, even more so coming from you, Takami-san," Isay exclaimed, slightly astonished. "Are you trying to imply something?" "Not at all." "Gotcha." At that moment the door leading to the rooftop landing strip opened. Someone arrived at full speed, attacking the chestnut tree. Isay could only see a speck of pink hair before he was hit. "I see. I'm glad you're fine." "Now Benitsubasa, you don't have to cry," said Isay, while tenderly caressing the pink-haired girl's head. "Didn't I promise you all that I would return?" "And yes." Benitsubasa stood up, wiping away her tears. "I'm very happy that you came back safe and sound." She hugged Isay lovingly. Isay could feel Benitsubasa's feelings, relief, affection among other strong feelings towards him, feeling happy to have met someone like Benitsubasa. It seems that Beanie arrived earlier. It was expected that he would go up the stairs faster than us who used the elevator. Heihane, Akitsu and Karasuba arrived at the rooftop. Unlike the pink-haired girl, they decided to go up using the elevator. "What's holding you up?" Issei asked with a smile, standing up and helping Benitsubasa up. The disciplinary squad had met again in person with their Ashikabi. Each one had their own way of expressing the relief of meeting Issei again. But Karasuba looked at Issei in a strange way. She, unlike the others, had noticed a big change in Issei. "What is that aura covering Ice?" In Karasuba's eyes, Issei was covered in a dense red aura, an extremely powerful aura that manifested astrally as a gigantic reddish dragon with jade green eyes. Something that Karasuba had not felt in a long time was activated, that desire to fight against a strong rival, a feeling that she had only felt with a few people, Miya, Yume and Musubi. In addition to a powerful hexual desire that burned strongly inside her Da'ella, since the person was her Da'ella Ashikabi Da'ella, the only man capable of awakening those feelings in her Da'ella. This will be interesting. The next day Issei was undergoing the medical tests ordered by Takami. The brown-haired boy was inside a machine created by the MBI that monitored and analyzed the patient. After his arrival, Issei had contacted the academy in Kuo to inform them that due to some personal matters, he would be absent for a few days. Well, with this we finished the tests. The results of the analysis should be available in a couple of hours. I'm glad this is over. I got tired of being monitored and prickled by needles so many times, Issei exclaimed, leaving the machine, collecting his clothes from him. Stop complaining. By the way, I already prepared what you asked me, a private training room specialized for Sekireis of the physical and elemental type. I appreciated it. Issei stood in front of the exit door. It automatically opened. Before leaving, Issei spoke to Takami, without turning to look at her. There are no cameras in the room, right? The room is free of cameras. What the hell are you planning? Takami asked since she found Issei's behavior strange. A simple training, that's all I'll say. Issei left the room. Once outside, Issei walked through the halls of the MBI tower, thinking about a training plan to follow to increase his level. I recommend that you train in a simple way with your girls. If they control themselves a little, they will be the perfect training partner for you to increase your physical and magical abilities. A good start, although I doubt Karasuba will control herself. Drake, can I separate the bow from the busted gear? In theory you should be able to, just think about what you want to remove, and the sacred gear will do the rest, the dragon explained. A relatively easy method that also raised the issue for Issei to know more about his sacred gear. Drake, what functions does the busted gear have? Or does it just serve to multiply my base power? The primary function of the busted gear is to enhance the power of the possessor every 10 seconds. One of its functions is also the gift, an ability that allows you to transfer the gathered power to someone. That feature can be very helpful. Heading towards the training room, Isay ran into someone he wanted to see. Minato. Isay-sen, I see you're back, it's a relief. The person Issei wanted to see was his stepbrother Sahashi Minato, who, after finishing the Sekirei plan, began working part-time at the MBI at his mother's request. How are your studies going? I heard from Takami-san that you were accepted into university. If after a long time I finally managed to get into one, I wouldn't know how to look at my mother Yukari's face if I failed for the second time. You're studying medicine if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it has always been my dream to become a doctor. I know you will be a great doctor as well as a great father. Are you aware? Minato's expression of astonishment confused Issei. Of course, or do you forget that Takami-san is not only our mother, emphasizing with her fingers, but she also supervises me on how the adjustments on the Sekireis are going. Because I had to tell my mom the language. Wait, does that mean Yukari knows it too? Minato's face was one of total surprise. Were you planning to keep it a secret? Because a pregnancy is something that cannot be hidden, even more so if there are two pregnant women. If Yukari found out from mom and knows about her I didn't tell her, she'll kill me. Minato now stuck to a wall, scared of what his younger sister would do to him. I don't see why you wanted to hide it. Besides Takami, the ones who know about Musubi-san and Tsukiyumi-san's pregnancy are Asamamiya, your other Sekireis, my Sekireis, and most of the doctors who are in charge of the adjustment analysis. Someone would let their tongue slip at any moment. I repeat, I'm finished. Issei sighed tiredly. At that moment there was a sudden change in his attitude, going from friendly to more serious. Minato, I need your help with something extremely important to me. Huh? That sudden request confused Minato. But for Minato, Issei had never generated a feeling of distrust, even when they were enemies in the Sekirei plan, so he did not see why to distrust him, now that they were both brothers. What do you need from me? Minato asked, accepting Issei's request. I need the help of one of your Sekireis, number 03 Matsu. She is the only one who can help me with what I need. What do you want Matsu-san to do? I will give you a list with several names. Issei took a paper out of his vest and gave it to Minato. I want you to investigate everything you can about them in the past 8 years, as well as where they are. I want you to get every little detail you can get about them. Minato mentally read the names on the list. I know I'm asking too much of you, but please help me with that, any information you get about them send it to my phone. May I ask who they are and why you are so determined to find them? They are old companions from my past, it's better that you don't know more. Minato Issei left saying goodbye to his stepbrother. He did not want to involve anyone else in his problems, but himself, since in a world as cruel as the one he lived in taught him that your enemies will go for those closest to you. I will not expose them to those dangers. I lost a family without being able to remember them. I will not lose another. MBI training room. Karasuba and the others were waiting in this training room as Isay asked them to, all dressed in their usual disciplinary squad clothes. After meeting the brown-haired boy in person, they did everything possible to stay close to him, each in their own peculiar way. An Itsubasa and a Kitsu followed Isay on each side, trying to spend most of their time with him. Heihain, being a little more shy on the subject, kept her distance enough, but she still followed the brown-haired boy. Karasuba, on the other hand, had preferred to keep her distance from Isay for certain reasons. A few hours ago Isay had told them that he would prepare a training room and that he wanted them to wait for him there. "Why do you think Ice wanted to meet us here?" asked Itsubasa. "I don't know, but something must be happening for him to ask us to meet in a place like that," Heihain replied. "Most likely after what happened on Ice Island, he is planning to get stronger to face that guy called Mr. V. That's why he asked for a training room," Karasuba answered, guessing the brown-haired boy's plans. "He wants to get stronger by using us as training partners." "You make it sound like Ice is using us as mere objects," Itsubasa protested at the way the disciplinary squad leader spoke. "I-sama would N''T use us," said a Kitsu, defending her from her Ashikabi. "I don't doubt that Ice wouldn't use us as simple objects. Both he and I changed a lot in my opinion." The three Sekireis tilted their heads in confusion at what Karasuba said. "Shush." The doors of the training room opened, letting in Isay, who was dressed in sports clothes. "Why the delay?" Karasuba asked. "The Kami-san's exams took longer than expected," answered the brown-haired boy, placing himself between his Sekireis. "I suppose you know why I gathered you here." "The only reason for meeting here can't be other than to train," Karasuba answered seriously. "So, what are you planning?" "Why should we train?" Itsubasa asked, not understanding the point of this. Isay looked at them all and answered. "What happened on that island was not the only thing we will know about that mysterious subject called Mr. V. Most likely in the future we will hear from him again. He seems to be looking for something from me and my former companions." "Do you know anything about your former classmates?" Heihain asked, raising her hand. "Since we left that orphanage I had no contact with any of them, each one took a different path, and after joining the MBI, I stopped knowing about the different conflicts around the world." "Which is why you lost the rest of them," Karasuba said, guessing Isay's next words. "How do you expect to find them?" "That's why I asked Minato for help, more specifically number 03 Matsu." "Well, I must admit that Machan would be the right person to find that kind of information, no matter how hidden it may be. That's why I plan to take advantage of my time to improve my level, and that's why I want your help to do it." Isay had already said what he had to say, now he just had to wait to see if his Sekireis would accept his proposal. "Well, it's not like I have anything better to do, so I'll help you." Karasuba was the first to accept, "but don't expect me to be soft on you just because you're my Ashikabi." "I didn't expect anything less." The other three looked at each other, then agreed. "We will also help them," answered at the same time. Isay showed them a serious expression, telling them not to hold back and train with their all. Isay stood in the center of the training room. The first one to train with him would be a Kitsu, while the others waited for their turn. Both opponents looked at each other. The Kitsu, even with her neutral expression, could be seen that she was not entirely sure how to start without hurting Isay. "The Kitsu, I want you to attack with everything, don't hold back." Isay raised his left arm. "Boss." Automatically the bossed gear materialized, covering Isay's left arm, although there was a difference from before, since the gauntlet reached his shoulder. "Because I'm not going to hold back." The Kitsu continued with her neutral expression, but Isay's words managed to remove those doubts she had. "I understood." Ashikabi-sama, the air around a Kitsu began to cool, a thin layer of frost and a white aura covered the brunette. Isay smiled proudly, his Sekirei was strong, very strong. The Kitsu raised her right hand, pointing it at Isay. Fubuki, several ice stakes were shot out at high speed towards Isay. Isay, on the other hand, did not change his stance, facing the attack head-on. "Great attack, Akitsu, but I think you forgot my ability." When the stakes were about to be embedded in the brown-haired boy's body, full counter. Plank. The Kitsu's attack was repelled, redirecting itself against her. The Kitsu quickly formed a thick, large wall of ice that stopped the stakes. The Kitsu's face was one of confusion after stopping her attack. Isay didn't have to guess to know that his Sekirei had forgotten what he said on the island. The Kitsu remembered that Issei is capable of repelling any attack with his full counter ability of Ella from his place of Ella, Benitsubasa informed the brunette. I understand, Akitsu replied after a pause. The Kitsu, in a real fight you can't ignore any movement of your opponent, even the smallest detail can be of vital importance when deciding whether you live or die, remember that. The Kitsu listened and made sure to remember Issei's words from her. It was Issei's turn to continue the fight. Issei formed small red spheres at the tips of his right hand's fingers, holding his wrist with his left hand. Dragon shrapnel. Ayush Payush. A continuous burst of small but extremely powerful shots attacked Akitsu. The ice wall began to give way and crack under each impact produced by the rain of energy bullets. Seeing that the wall would not hold for long, Akitsu backed away, repeating the previous process and using the ice stakes. Crack. Crack. The clash between the two attacks produced a lot of noise, and steam began to form due to the evaporation of water in the air. The Kitsu was beginning to be overwhelmed by Issei's power, her stakes were able to stop Issei's attack, but as it was a faster attack and had a greater number of attacks, it was able to overcome the stakes that were stronger but slower and easier to destroy. Even the smallest detail can be important. Issei's words echoed in Akitsu's head. It was then that she thought, her attack was stronger, but what good would it do if it was easily surpassed by speed and quantity? Speed? Size. Akitsu managed to figure out a method to improve. The clash continued, Issei continued to press with his attack on the brunette. Again. A small cut appeared on Issei's cheek of her. It was when Issei realized, between the clash of the two attacks, smaller and faster fragments of ice slipped between his shrapnel, aiming at him. She realized it herself. It was at one point when a large number of ice needles penetrated Issei's attack and approached him that Issei knew he had achieved part of his initial objective. Payush. At high speed, Issei dodged the needles which embedded themselves very deep into the wall. Akitsu knelt down breathing unevenly, not being used to changing the form or quantity of her attacks. This little experiment had consumed a considerable amount of her stamina. Issei approached her to help her stand. You did very well, Akitsu, he praised. The brunette's pale cheeks turned red at the compliment. After that Issei let Akitsu rest to replenish energy. Karasuba, it's your turn, your gaze was already starting to burn me. Good, because I couldn't resist anymore. The grey-haired girl took a step forward, pointing her to Ella katana, at her to Ella Ashikabi have a sword fight, it must be even. She threw the other katana she brought to Issei, he caught it in flight. Something's wrong, I notice you're quieter, are you afraid I might do something to you? She mocked, holding back her anxiety to begin. Not at all, we'll see if you won't be the one afraid that I'll do something to you. That defiant look on Issei's face only served to excite Karasuba more. They both stared at each other for a few moments. Fish. Plank. Plank. In the blink of an eye the two moved, their swords clashing in the air with great force. Sparks flew and air currents formed as the weapons impacted. Haha, I knew it would be interesting, Karasuba exclaimed amused, delivering a downward blow against Issei. Plank. Issei blocked the blow, crouching down and lunging at the grey-haired girl with a thrust. Karasuba read Issei's intentions of her and with a jump evaded the stab. Plank. Both began to move rapidly at high speed, clashing their weapons again and again, losing themselves in the heat of the battle. Crack. Issei's katana broke after receiving a powerful attack from Karasuba, he didn't give it any importance and attacked him again. Issei leaned back at the last second, doing several backflips to gain distance. Scary, the first few digits are actually scary. Is that there? Karasuba exclaimed, more excited than usual. Show me what else you can do. Issei showed himself determined, getting back up, the count came to an end. Karasuba, it's time for you to observe the power that you gave me. A strong taste of air was generated. Busted gear balance breaker. Issei's body was covered by an extremely dense red aura, the red aura began to solidify and take shape. Vulsh Dragon Scale Male. A red glow shielded Karasuba and the rest, forcing them to cover their eyes from the intense light. When it disappeared and they could see again, their eyes widened in surprise at what they saw. Issei was wearing that imposing red armor, on his back a pair of large wings emerged. What the hell? Karasuba could now feel a chill run through her entire body. This is the power that I managed to achieve with your help, to fight against you, I see no better way than this. Issei got into a combat stance, spreading the wings on his back. Unconsciously Karasuba smiled, his vision of her now clouded by the excitement of battle, forgetting that initial slight fear. Karasuba spread her arms, inviting Issei, let's fight, without holding back in the slightest. Jet. The armor's thrusters activated, Issei disappeared in a burst of speed imperceptible even to Karasuba. When you fight you always leave a point uncovered behind you. Buam. Karasuba didn't know what had happened, in a second of losing sight of Issei, he had moved behind her, right to a point where she didn't notice him. Issei had fired a red energy sphere of great power from his palms right at Karasuba's back of him. She turned in time to block the attack with her katana, but the great force of the power dragged her back. Karasuba cut the energy in half, breathing heavily after doing so. Instead, Isay remained standing where he launched the attack, inviting Karasuba with his hand to continue. This is the best. A smile full of ferocity appeared on Karasuba's face. If it weren't for the fact that that chamber was special to control the powers of the Sekireis, the MBI tower would have failed the moment those two began their fight. Tsubasa, Heihain and Akitsu could only watch from afar as this impressive battle took place, understanding that there was still a long way to go for them. Kuro and Ice are on a different level, but Tsubasa felt weak seeing that. No, Kuro is stronger than us, and Ice is only strong because of the power that the dragon gives him, that's why he gets stronger. Heihain looked at the pink-haired girl with a serious expression, who says we can't get stronger. Isama doesn't just train to become strong. He also wants us to become stronger. I will become stronger, I don't want to separate from Isama or from you. We will become stronger, there is no doubt about that. Issei had managed to tie with Karasuba in power after using Balance Breaker, which only showed him how strong the Sekireis were. What's wrong? Let's continue, Karasuba exclaimed. Her clothes were somewhat torn, revealing her right breast, and her haori had been completely burned. As much as I would like to continue fighting, Isay fell to his knees, the armor began to evaporate into small particles. What's going on? I reached the time limit, in my state I couldn't keep the armor on for more than 2 minutes, Isay was barely holding on, fatigue was evident on his face. Seeing him, Karasuba suppressed her desire to continue, sheathing her katana and slowly helping the brunette to stand up by putting her arm behind her neck. I appreciate it, my body is heavy. You don't have to, you're my Ashikabi, it's the least I can do before the rest approached. Karasuba whispered something in Isay's ear, it would be better if we continued this later, whether it's by peeling the bed with him. Isay looked at Karasuba waiting for an explanation to what she said, there he noticed that Karasuba's eyes were overflowing with lust, she had gotten too excited in this fight. Give me an hour. After that Isay didn't have the strength to continue the training, so the 5 of them left the room. Office of Sahashi Takami. What Isay didn't count on was that Takami had lied to him, the training room had a tiny surveillance camera that had recorded everything that happened inside. What the hell was that all about? Takami's face was one of total astonishment. Even more mystery surrounded Isay's return from her. Kuo City, night. In the city of Kuo something big was about to happen. Ria's Gremory and her servants had investigated the movements of the fallen angels in the area, as well as the mysterious disappearance of their sensei. They were very surprised when they found out that their sensei had contacted the school to ask for a few days off. That filled Ria's Gremory's head with the question of whether the person he was talking about was actually Hyoudou Issei or someone else, and if so, whether something big had happened. But now he had to focus on something bigger. The fallen angels had made a move, days ago their knight Kibayudo had gone out to make a demonic contract that had to be something simple. But he wasn't, the contractor was killed by a street exorcist named Fried Zelzen who supported the fallen angels. Kiba had managed to survive the ambush, but declared that something big was going to happen in the territory. For that reason Ria's Gremory and her group prepared to attack the fallen angels' base, an old abandoned church. Once there the battle began, several exorcists attacked them, but the Gremory group managed to make their way through them. Kiba faced Fried directly and managed to defeat him, but he escaped before being killed. Once all the priests were defeated, Ria's Gremory and her company went down to the basement of the church, where they witnessed how the fallen angels extracted the sacred gear from a nun. Those useless people couldn't even take care of you damn demons, spoke a black-haired fallen angel, the same one who deceived Isay. Nice to meet you, Detenshi-san. I am Ria's Gremory from the Gremory house, and I have come to stop your plans. Next to Rainer were the other 2 fallen angels ready to face Ria's and her group. The 2 sides were about to start fighting when something that no one expected happened. Outside that place, right in the middle of the city something big had begun, and everything that would happen that night was the work of one man. I hope my message reached you. Issei standing on the abandoned church, a man dressed in a yellow suit watched as the flames engulfed the peaceful city of Kuo. Back to the MBI tower. An hour after training he had passed, Issei had regained his strength after resting and eating a little. It was already past 11 at night, his Sekireis were already asleep. At that moment he received an urgent call from Minato, telling him to come to the tower's computer room. What's happening? Because the urgency upon arriving at the room, Issei saw that not only Minato was there, but also his Sekirei, Matsu. You're Ice-tan, right? It's about the information you asked me Natan to investigate, the Reddit exclaimed, typing quickly, showing something on the screen. I found one of the people you asked me to look for, right now he is in the same city where you live. The problem is this, she pressed a button. What appeared on the screen left Issei in shock. The large military group was moving towards the city, a group of at least 200 guerrillas, 2 tanks and a helicopter were moving towards the city. What the hell? When are those pictures from? I have demanded to know. They are from an hour ago, most likely that army must already be in the city. Blame. Issei hit the table hard. How long will it take for the self-defense forces to reach the city? They have not been mobilized, the entire city has been isolated, so there is no way of knowing what will happen, Minato said scared. Issei had to think of something quickly or else Kuo and all its inhabitants would disappear. Minato, Matsu-san, I want you to stay here and hack the city surveillance network. I want traffic cameras, cell phones, everything that allows me to know what's happening in the city and to communicate it to me in real time. Issei went to leave the room. Issei-san, where are you going? Minato asked. I will mobilize the military forces of the MBI and head there. We are the most likely to help those people can get, since I personally took charge of training them. Issei left the room. It didn't take long for Issei to mobilize the MBI forces, all the men were prepared and armed. Issei wore a SWAT-like outfit, his main weapon was a submachine gun, he had a pistol on his right leg and a sniper rifle on his back. The time came when the MBI armed forces, which numbered no more than 100 at that time, moved towards Kuo in several helicopters. On the way to Kuo, Issei clenched his fists tightly, sending all his hatred of him towards the one responsible for everything. You will pay for this, Hamada. The dragon will soon face the scorpion, 2 old acquaintances will meet after many years, and the fate of Kuo and its inhabitants will hang in the balance. Chapter 14. The Marked Ones. Concentration camp. 11 years ago. This happened many years ago. In that hell that took many children and turned them into killing machines willing to sell themselves to the highest bidder. Right now, in a large dark room, 2 little boys were preparing to have a fight to the death. 2 10-year-old boys had been chosen to perform an exhibition fight, a fight that would be observed by military leaders from different countries. The purpose was that these military leaders would show interest in the young people who were being trained in this field, and that in this way they could purchase the services of these young people. Alright, you little beasts, it's time for you to show off your skills, exclaimed the instructor, a man in his 40s with black hair and a beard, dressed in military clothes. The 2 children, who were 10 meters apart from each other, began to walk to enter the circle that served as a ring. The cameras at the scene focused on the 2 boys. One of those children had brown hair, was wearing camouflage pants, a white shirt and boots, and in his right hand he held a military knife. The other had black hair and an outfit the same as the other boy. Both respond to the names of Issei Hyoudou and Hanzo Hasashi. Both stood in the center of the ring, the instructor stood in the middle to give a final explanation before the battle began. As you know, you vermin, right now a large number of people will be watching you, so put on a good show, and by that I mean that only one of you will leave this room alive, do you understand me? Sir, yes sir, they both exclaimed. Start. The instructor gave the order to begin, moving away from the ring to a safe distance. The 2 boys took their distance, analyzing each other with their eyes. Hanzo's gaze was full of rage and hatred towards the brunette, this was demonstrated by his expression and the way he squeezed the handle of the knife. Issei on the other hand remained calm, his blank expression showing no hint of his emotions, which had long since been lost. Hanzo was the first to make his move. He launching himself head-on against the chestnut, starting with several stabs. Issei moved his body back to dodge Hanzo's stabs, then with a slight jump back, he dodged a diagonal slash. What's wrong? Hanzo stopped momentarily. Am I being too much for you, robot? Launching himself again at Issei. He had already anticipated Hanzo's next move, preparing to intercept the move and decide to fight. When Hanzo lunged forward to deliver another stab, Isay, instead of moving back to evade the blow, preferred to advance and sneak into Hanzo's defense of him. Again. The knife had cut Isay's cheek, ignoring the subject Hanzo's arm which had the knife, then used his own to cut Hanzo's wrist. In pain Hanzo dropped the knife. Taking advantage of that, Issei swept Hanzo's legs, throwing him to the ground with force, then grabbed Hanzo's arm and placed his foot on his neck. By applying pressure, Issei was not only cutting off the oxygen supply to Hanzo, but was also breaking his arm. In a futile attempt to free himself, Hanzo tried to reach for his knife. It's useless, your arm is not long enough to reach the knife, you will lose consciousness in 30 seconds, said Issei, without the slightest sign of any emotion in his being. Hanzo shouted angrily. Isay only increased the pressure on Hanzo's arm. Crack. The arm broke so that the bone pierced the flesh. Isay released his grip on him, peeling his skin away from Hanzo's neck, walking to pick up Hanzo's knife. On the ground, Hanzo was writhing in pain from his broken arm and almost lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen. Blame. Isay kicked Hanzo on the right side, knocking him back onto the ground. He then sat on the dark-haired man's chest, holding him by the face and lifting Hanzo's own knife. Slowly and tortuously Issei brought the knife closer to Hanzo's right eye. Hanzo, using his only good arm, held Issei's hand in an attempt to save himself. It's useless, the lack of oxygen and the pain in your arm caused your strength to be null. Please stop. Tears began to form in Hanzo's eyes. Issei showed no mercy, slowly burying the knife in his eye. Hanzo's screams of pain completely filled the place. Before Issei could finish off Hanzo. That's enough, the instructor exclaimed from his place, approaching him with a smile on his face. Why? Issei asked, pulling the knife out of Hanzo's eye, removing it from its socket in the process. Our guests were pleased, even though that trash didn't do anything, pointing to Hanzo. You have won the approval of some very influential benefactors, that is why you both can live for now. Issei didn't object, he simply stood up and dropped the knife. After Issei left for his barracks while Hanzo was taken to receive medical attention. But a great hatred towards the brown-haired boy was born in Hanzo from that day on, swearing that one day he would kill Hyoudou Issei. Present. MBI helicopter. Minutes away from reaching Kuo. Around 40 minutes had passed since Isay, accompanied by several MBI military commandos, boarded the helicopters. Listen everyone. Isay stood up and began to give the orders for his men to follow. Alpha, Bravo and Cheryl teams will be deployed throughout the city. Their objective is to help the city's police forces evacuate as many civils as possible and decimate the enemy forces. The soldiers obeyed orders, the respect that everyone had for the person who trained them was evident on their faces. Team Tango and Delta will be in charge of eliminating the main concentration points of the attackers, did you hear me? Said Isay, bringing his hand to the intercom in his ear. Yes sir, was transmitted over the radio frequency. Matsu-san, are Japan's self-defense forces mobilizing? Yes Ice-tan, but it will take them at least 30 minutes to reach the city, said the Sekirei of the North from the base of this operation in the MBI tower. Well, they should hurry up, or maybe there won't be anything they can take care of by then, Isay exclaimed, looking serious about this. How are things in the city? Very bad. Enemy forces began to set fire to houses and open fire on people. The city's law enforcement forces are not prepared, but are rushing in. There will be nothing to save. Isay completed the sentence. Listen carefully, our main mission is to save everyone we can and eliminate the invading forces. Sir, yes sir. The helicopters had already entered the city's airspace, receiving a warm welcome with anti-aircraft artillery. MBI tower. In the MBI tower, besides Matsu and Minato, 2 other people had joined in what had become the base of operations. Once that idiot comes back here I plan to kill him. Look at him deploying the MBI forces on his own whim. Even if he's doing the right thing, he deserves punishment, said an extremely annoyed Takami, lighting his 8th cigarette in the hour. Not if I do it first. Drive. Takami, I thought I told you that we would do something, and the poor guy leaves, exclaimed Karasuba, equally irritated. Even if her face did not lose that typical smile of hers, her anger was above Takami's of her. It must be said that Minato and Matsu were scared of the intimidating presence of those two. I feel sorry for Issei-san, Ice-tan, Minato and Matsu thought. The fact that the military forces were in the tower was also a problem since it left the MBI security out, making it a perfect time for someone to steal information or take over a certain device. Kuo City. Boom. Boom. Approach. Gunshots and screams echoed throughout the city. At this moment, in the very center of the city, a group of officers were trying to safeguard a large number of civilians. Bang. Tanaka, tell me you managed to communicate with the outside world, Saji Genshiro exclaimed from behind one of the patrols. Nothing, the lines are dead, exclaimed an officer behind a van, throwing his radio to the ground in frustration and trying the same with his cell phone. Saji and at least 7 other police officers were behind vehicles or inside buildings for safety. The soldiers attacking them were at least 25, all armed with high-caliber assault rifles. Saji looked out after reloading his pistol to shoot again at those attacking the city. Bang. 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 The shots were accurate and he killed 3 of them, but the rest opened fire on the patrol, turning it into Swiss cheese. It was a miracle that Saji was still alive after that. This is getting ugly, at this rate they will kill us all. Saji began to worry, considering using his ace up his sleeve. Flush. Before they could do anything, a helicopter flew overhead, shining its lights on the soldiers and opening fire. Certainly. The helicopter's built-in machine guns easily wiped out the group of soldiers. What the hell? Saji was confused. The helicopter remained hovering over that place, then one by one several people got off. Saji was about to prepare to shoot in case this new force were enemies, but he saw that on their vests was the MBI logo. What the hell is the MBI doing here? Saji wondered. At that moment Issei descended from the helicopter, giving instructions to the squads to mobilize. Seeing Saji, he approached him, taking off his helmet and lowering his face mask. "What are you doing here?" Saji exclaimed in surprise, pointing his finger at Issei. "I've come to help, I brought some friends with me," said Issei, pointing with his head towards the MBI forces. "I was a former military sergeant under the orders of the MBI, when I found out what was happening I moved some contacts to bring them here." "Well, you arrived at the right time, a few more minutes and we would all be dead," said Saji, relieved. "Do the self-defense forces know about this?" "They have already been informed, they should arrive within half an hour." "Half an hour? Until then I want you and the other police officers who can gather the civilians and take them to the exits of the city," said Issei, explaining his plan. "Here, do you know how to use it?" Issei handed his rifle to Saji, now holding the sniper he had on his back. Yes, Saji right there demonstrated that he could handle the weapon, shooting at a soldier who had survived. "What will you do?" "I'm looking for the person responsible for this, if the leader falls the chain of command will be broken, this group is well organized." Issei revealed his plan, focusing on an enemy target on the roof of a nearby building and killing him with an accurate shot to the head. "I understand, we will do our best to get out as many people as we can, but there are still things to explain," Hyoudou Issei. "I can say the same, Saji Genshiro, your partner must be waiting in Tokyo." "Since when did you know?" "Since long before the two of us arrived in the city, now we have to get going." With all that said, the group separated. Issei took a motorcycle that was lying around and headed to where, strange as it may seem, he sensed that Hanzo was. Old church. Inside that church, Ria's Gremory found herself in a difficult situation. Taking care of the fallen angels did not present a difficult challenge for her and her Da'ella group, but what was now happening in the city was certainly something she was not prepared for. "What is happening in the city?" she exclaimed, leaving the church and watching how the flames engulfed the city. "You can hear screams in the city as well as gunshots," said the youngest of the group, Kaneko Taojo, who was carrying the new bishop, Asia Argento, who found inconsistent. "Sona Kaicho says that a group of human soldiers have invaded the city and started shooting at people," reported the second in command of Ria's group, Ukeno Himejima. Boom. At that moment, Ria saw how one of the helicopters flying over the city was shot by a rocket launcher and fell to the ground. How could this happen? Ria's turned around and faced the person she thought she was responsible for all of this. "You did this?" Answer, Ria's demanded furiously, creating a sphere of power of destruction in her hand. The one Ria's was aiming at was a badly wounded and exhausted Rainer, who was lying against one of the walls of the church. Even with the sacred gear she had just stolen, she was no match for the Gremory demons. "I'm as surprised as your Gremory demon," replied Rainer, who was lying on the ground. Tap. Ria's and her boys heard a noise coming from the entrance. They all turned and got into a combat position. "I can see that they beat you up, are you the only one alive?" said a man dressed in a yellow ninja outfit. On his back he carried two medium-sized katanas and on his legs two pistols. Rainer became angry when she saw who it was. "Damn Scorpion, where the hell were you?" Rainer exclaimed, standing up just out of anger at the man. "You're the worst bucking bodyguard ever." I'm sorry, I was just making sure the people I hired got into town to set up this party," Scorpion said, pointing his thumb behind him. Hearing those words, Ria's became angry. You are responsible for all of this." Ria's launched a sphere of power of destruction against the man. As that mass of black energy headed straight for him, Scorpion sighed in boredom. Typical of young people, they get carried away by their emotions. Scorpion simply leaned slightly to the right to evade Ria's attack. Ria's was somewhat amazed by the fact that he had so easily dodged her attack. "Since you paid me, I guess I can take care of these kids while you escape, okay?" Scorpion said to Rainer while unsheathing the katanas on his back of him. Rainer thought it would be the perfect opportunity to escape from the place. "Do you think we'll let them go?" Ria's and her boys got into position, with Kiba in front. Kaneko moved away from there so as not to expose herself in danger, while Ria's and Ukeno stood on the sides to attack with their powers. Scorpion had already analyzed the formation of Ria's and her servants and had already planned a way to take care of them all at once. "This will be quick, I hope he has noticed and heads over here at once. I'm dying to finish our pending fight," said Scorpion, launching into a frontal attack. As soon as they saw the man charging at them, Ria's and her boys prepared themselves. Kiba was the first to go against the guy. In his hands he already had a sword ready to block any attack. Flush. Great was everyone's surprise when out of nowhere a wall of fire appeared between Scorpion and Kiba. Kiba quickly attacked with a horizontal slash, but his sword didn't hit anyone. Scorpion had disappeared right under their noses. Flan. Another wall of fire appeared in the middle of the group, right behind Kiba. From that wall Scorpion appeared, attacking Kiba from behind with his katanas. Again. Then he hit Ukeno with a powerful kick in the stomach that threw her backwards. Blame. Crossing the church wall. Before Ria's could react to what had just happened, Scorpion continued. Blam. Using the hilt of his katanas, Scorpion struck Ria's side of her with enough force to break some of her ribs. Then, he released the katana he was holding in his right hand, and from his open palm, he launched a hook with chains that embedded themselves in the Riti's shoulder. Here Scorpion pulled the chain hard, pulling Ria's in the process and throwing her into a semi-fall. Lame. They both flew backwards, crashing through several badly injured church chairs. That was easy, said Scorpion, picking up his katana and sheathing it again on his back. With great ease, Scorpion had reduced Ria's team in a few seconds. You better go, it seems like things are going to get interesting now, Scorpion said to Raynor. Even though she wanted to kill the Grimoire, Raynor heeded Scorpion's words and left the place as quickly as she could. Scorpion slowly approached where Ria's had fallen, taking the gun on his left leg out of her holster. Uchao tried to stand up to help his mistress. Bang. 2 shots to the blonde's legs put an end to his attempt to do something. Scorpion stood in front of Ria's, then he crouched down and placed the barrel of the gun right on her forehead. Let me ask you, are all demons this weak or is it just you? Because let me tell you, you and your boys were a total disappointment, said Scorpion, looking directly into Ria's eyes. At that moment, Ria's began to panic, and when she looked around, she could see that no one was in a position to help her. Gibba was lying on the ground with a large cut on his back and gunshot wounds on his legs, losing blood for the minute. Bekeno was outside unconscious after receiving that hard blow. Kaneko trembled with fear because at that moment she wanted help, however her instincts were, Nekomata told her not to fight him, he was a danger, and she couldn't leave the former alone. And she herself was hurt, she could swear she had at least a few broken ribs. In his condition and with the enemy so close, any attempt to do something would end in only one thing. His death. Goodbye, young demon. Scorpion was about to pull the trigger. Boom. Bomb. Just seconds before his death, Rias could hear the roar of an engine, and seconds later a motorcycle passed over it, hitting Scorpion head-on and throwing him backwards and crashing into the wall. Bang. The shot was heard, the bullet hitting the motorcycle's gas tank. Boom. Causing a huge explosion that destroyed the church. At that moment, Rias didn't know what had happened, only that before the place exploded, a figure dressed in black had taken her out of there, dragging her children along with her. Once on the ground, she realized that the person who had saved them was wearing military clothing and was armed. The man was looking towards the flames with his back to Rias and her children. Pioneers? Rias asked with difficulty due to her injury. Before I can answer the question. Flom. The portal of fire manifested behind the man. From this portal, emerged an arm wielding a gun. The gun was too close to the man's helmet. Rias was not able to notice it in time. Bang. MBI Tower. How's the situation in the city? Takami asked Matsu, checking the images that were showing on the screens. The enemy forces have begun to retreat after the arrival of our men, and the self-defense forces have already arrived in the city. So far, there have been no coincidences on our side, reported Matsu, showing the transmission of the arrival of the reinforcements. That means we saved those people, Minato said excitedly. Issei-san did it, he saved the city. The situation indicated that the worst was about to end and that they had managed to save the city and its inhabitants, but there was some dissatisfaction. Too easy, said Karasuba, leaning against the wall. This was too easy, so much so that it's strange. There was a certain uneasiness in Karasuba that could not be shaken off. The idea that all of this was nothing more than a trap became evident. Danger. Suddenly the tower alarms went off. Alarms of all kinds appeared on Matsu's screen. What's going on, Matsu-san? The tower's security was breached. Someone illegally connected to the servers and introduced a virus, said Matsu, typing at full speed. Is the information about the Sekireis what you're looking for? Takami asked, assuming that would be the main reason behind the cyber attack. No, the virus is not looking for information. What it is looking for is after that last keystroke, Matsu, and the rest could see what they were up against. What the screen showed was the positioning and activation of the MBI satellite, pointing at a specific target. White that left those present stunned. This is bad, Karasuba said with concern. Extremely bad, the others said in the same tone. Ruined church. Issei versus Scorpion. Bang. A shot. In that moment before the trigger was pulled, Issei leaned back, drew his own pistol and thrust it into the portal, pulling the trigger several times. From the flames that engulfed the church a figure emerged. I see your instincts are still as sharp as ever. I'm glad, because otherwise this would be boring, said Scorpion, without the slightest trace of having received damage from the explosion. Well, you're still the same petulant and arrogant guy I can remember, Hanzo Hasashi said, Issei taking off his helmet and throwing it away. It was a surprise for Rias and her kids, except Kaneko and Asia, who woke up after the explosion to see that the one who rescued them in that precarious moment was their sensei. You haven't changed at all over the years, oh great Shinigami, said Scorpion, changing the magazine of his pistol. Although I can see that you now seem more human than before. I've changed, Issei replied. What are you doing here, Hanzo? I have demanded to know. Hey, things are asked in a good way, although I will still answer you. I came to see you, dear friend, to solve once and for all what we left unfinished years ago. Scorpion pointed to his right eye. Issei understood that Hanzo's motivation for doing all this was none other than to attract his attention. He remembered the hatred Hanzo had for him after that fight where he took his eye from him. Is that why you involved the city? To challenge me to your stupid game? Issei said, annoyed, holding his sniper rifle tightly. It was the best way to get your attention. It was lucky that I managed to find a trace of you. After you disappeared from the radar 6 years ago, I thought that you had been killed. It is lucky that I no longer wanted to be the one to kill you. Issei was annoyed. The desire to kill he felt at this moment was so palpable that it filled the atmosphere, generating great pressure for everyone present. Scorpion smiled inside his mask. It was the first time he saw Issei like this. Gremory-kun, you and your companions must leave here, said Issei, walking towards Scorpion, giving off so much killing intent that it was scary. Who but, said the Gremory heiress, trying to protest. Flush. Bang. Scorpion, impatient to start the fight, launched himself at Issei. Issei raised his rifle and fired several shots. Scorpion with his right hand drew his katana and easily cut the bullets that were headed towards him, shooting with the gun he had in his other hand. Before the bullets reached Issei. Boss. Issei materialized the busted gear arm, deploying the spiked ridges on the arm to form a shield that blocked the bullets. Scorpion formed a new portal in front of him, stepping inside it to move to another distance of his choosing. Issei sensed where Hanzo would appear, so he simply extended the arm holding the rifle and fired. Bang. Hanzo appeared a few meters behind him, standing on a tree branch, noticing that Issei had fired the shot at him, his gun also pointing at Issei. Bang. Crack. The bullets grazed in the air, diverting each other's trajectory by a few millimeters, enough for both shots to graze each other's faces. You haven't lost your touch, Shinigami, Scorpion said animatedly, dropping his weapon. I have no more ammunition. And you're still the same Hanzo. Oh, should I call you Scorpion from now on? Issei dropped the rifle and threw away his pistol as well. I don't have any ammunition left either. The two stared at each other. The clash that occurred when their bloodlust collided was so strong that a normal person would faint. Both were in attack position. Since the shooting started, Riaz and his boy stood back while they treated their wounds. This way of fighting is not common, said Riaz as she used her demonic power to heal quickly. It's like both. Get out, professional assassin, said Kiba while healing himself with the help of a keno. The precise form and the sinister instinct that both of them possess, said the Gremory Tower. For them it was more than obvious to think that what the blonde said was correct, and that would explain why there was no information about their sensei until now. Another thing to note is that glove that Hyoudou sensei has, said Riaz, fixing her gaze on the gauntlet. There is no doubt, it is one of the Longinus, the busted gear. Plank. An intense and high-speed battle was happening at this moment. Sparks flew through the air as the weapons collided. What's wrong? Are you tired already? Hanzo used his ability to get behind Issei, giving a vertical slash. Plank. Issei turned around and stopped the attack of the katanas using his knife, taking the opportunity to fire a powerful blow with the bossed gear. Boss. Hanzo, instead of dodging it, simply hit the side of Issei's fist so that the force of the blow would be deflected. The force of that blow broke the tree in half. Hanzo was going to take advantage of the small opening that Issei left in his movement to aim his weapons at his neck. This is all. Not yet. Issei held the broken tree trunk to then use it as a blunt weapon. Blame. Issei hit Hanzo squarely, hitting him in the rib area. But what happened next was something Issei never even thought would be possible. Boom. Hanzo's body glowed for a few moments before exploding, generating a pillar of fire that engulfed the brown-haired boy and rose to the skies. What kind of fight is this? Riaz asked, safe inside the barrier. Just before Scorpion exploded, she raised a protective barrier over herself and her boys, watching as the flames completely erased the forest. Just as the flames ceased, Riaz witnessed something that left her and her servants in awe. Haha, it seems that both of us are fireproof, Hanzo said haltingly due to tiredness. His clothes were burned in such a way that only his pants remained. A self-implosion technique. To what extent did you improve your skill? The brunette asked, equally hurt and tired. His clothes were just as destroyed as Hanzo's. More than you, that's for sure. If you had dedicated your time to improving your full counter, maybe you wouldn't be so hurt, said the infernal ninja. Although I must admit that I took a risk since I didn't know if your full counter would repel my explosion. You are insane, for that very reason I cannot let you live, said Issei, raising his fists, still with enough strength to continue fighting. Issei was determined to end this battle once and for all. But there was something that Issei didn't know, something that could have been alerted if it were N''T for his intercom being destroyed by the explosion. Ahahaha, at that moment Hanzo started laughing loudly. It doesn't matter what you do, both you and I and this whole damn city are doomed. What the hell are you saying? Issei asked, confused by Hanzo's reaction. What I'm saying is that we're all going to die. Hanzo fired the hooks from his hands, which pierced Issei's shoulders. Then, by using the chains, Hanzo managed to immobilize Issei. No matter how hard he tried, Issei was not able to break the chains. Damn it, let me go. Issei, even with his powers increased with the bossed gear, he couldn't break the chain. Because the rush, after all, is the same since we will all die, said Hanzo with the chains still coming out of his hands. What the hell do you mean we'll all die? Issei asked. In a matter of minutes this whole city will disappear, bathed in light, a light that you know very well, because Hanzo pointed to the sky. It will be your company's laser that will destroy everything. Issei was in shock. Somehow Hanzo had gotten hold of the MBI satellite. That's impossible, there's no way you were able to hack the tower's security, even less with it connected, Issei exclaimed, since he only knew two people capable of hacking the satellite security, and both were Sekireis who were in the tower. I managed to introduce a virus into the central network of the MBI tower in Tokyo, although none of this would have been possible if you had not used the MBI military forces, so I thank you, Issei. At that moment Issei understood that all this was his fault. Hanzo's hatred of him provoked him, the attack on the city simply for having come. Damn, how do I fix this? Issei thought, unable to find a method to fix this. Issei didn't want any more ghosts to haunt his mind, he wanted to leave behind his past who had taken so many lives, and now that same past would be in charge of taking hundreds of innocent lives. Maybe no one will know, but the one responsible for this whole catastrophe will be no one but you, exclaimed Hanzo, pulling the chains and crashing Issei against a tree. Issei is struggling hard. Hanzo repeated the dose, pulling the chains so that Issei hit the ground with his body repeatedly. As Issei was slammed against the ground, several images flashed through his mind of him. The few moments he had spent in the city had been pleasant, he had made friends with his coworkers, his students. And more than anything he wanted the city that had brought his parents together not to disappear, he didn't want the few memories he had made to disappear as if nothing had happened. For a few moments Issei found himself in front of Drag inside his soul. I lost, there's nothing I can do, said Issei defeated. Hanzo will destroy the city and all because of me. Are you sure? The dragon asked, looking directly into Issei's eyes. Do you really think there's nothing you can do to save your city? What else can I do? Issei shouted. Even if I defeat Hanzo, there is no way I can stop the satellite from firing. The gigantic dragon waved its wings, generating a lot of wind, so much so that it threw Issei backwards. Remember, partner, the sacred gear responds to the feelings of its bearer. If you don't want to die and lose what you've gained, surpass your own limits, said the dragon strongly. You're the Sekirei, and we never give up. Braig's words echoed everywhere, giving Issei the foundation to overcome this crisis. Issei hit the ground again. In just 3 minutes everything will be over, Hanzo exclaimed mockingly. At that moment I prepared to throw Issei against the ground again when I passed by. What the hell? Why isn't it moving? Hanzo tried to pull the chain using all his strength, but it wouldn't move. Issei stood firmly, holding on to the chains as best he could. The red aura began to be expelled from Issei's body, that same aura began to heat the chains, turning them red hot. I won't let this end like this, Issei shouted, his eyes glowing green for a few seconds before even more aura was expelled. Busted gear balance breaker. Welsh dragon scale mail. The aura began to cover his body until it formed the armor of the busted gear. Crack. With great ease, Issei broke the chains that wrapped around his body. It must be said that Hanzo and Riaz and their boys were in shock from where they were. What the hell is that power? Hanzo exclaimed, scared, taking a step back. Did you get a new power while you were away from the military world? Issei took a step forward, the ground cracking from the pressure of his power. Jet. Activating the armor's thrusters, Issei shot out at full speed to attack Hanzo. Hanzo was panicking at Issei's power. When he saw him approaching, he created a portal to escape, but he didn't do it fast enough. Issei had caught up with him before he could escape, landing a powerful blow that disfigured Hanzo's face. A shower of blows hits Hanzo's body at high speed and with great power. Hanzo was thrown back after receiving a hard blow to the face. Come here, Issei extended his right fist, from which after a sudden change of shape a hook and chains in the shape of a dragon shot out. Stab. The hook pierced Hanzo's chest, centimeters away from reaching the heart, but what Issei wanted was not to kill him anymore, but to pull him towards him. After pulling him, Issei landed another powerful blow that threw Hanzo back again, but since he was still hooked, he was pulled back. Issei continued doing that for a few moments before spinning at high speed and throwing Hanzo upwards. Hanzo was already almost dead when he was thrown upwards, managing to see with his only eye the one who would be responsible for his death. Space. At that very moment, the MBI satellite's laser was fired despite attempts to stop it. The beam of light would only take seconds to hit its target. The satellite's built-in camera was focused on the exact point where it would fall, reproducing those images on the MBI tower. The laser light could be seen in the city sky. It was a matter of seconds before it hit the city and erased it. But that wouldn't happen, the reason why. It is simple, since only one man refused to let this happen. Issei had released a large amount of aura and doubled his power to the limit. Extending the bow that was fused into his left arm and creating an arrow with all that power pointing upwards. Crack. Flush. The armor began to break and a lot of blood emerged from the cracks. Partner. It doesn't matter, we just have to keep increasing the power, Issei shouted, pointing. Before shooting, Hanzo began to fall, seeing his doom. Damn you, I curse you, first place, Hanzo shouted, full of envy and resentment. In all that had happened, no one had been able to notice that on Hanzo's back, he was printed a large number 10. Take this revenge dragon arrow. Flash. Issei fired the arrow with all his power from him. That red arrow imitated the figure of a gigantic red dragon that hit Hanzo, erasing any trace of his existence and then continuing and crashing into the laser. Lame. Both energies collided, but Issei's was stronger, surpassing the power of the laser and erasing it, continuing its path until it left the planet and hit the satellite and destroyed it. Back in Kuo. Issei breathed heavily, the armor on his body broke into pieces that evaporated into small particles. He fell backwards to the ground, seriously injured. His wounds were all over his body, and he continued to lose blood every second. If he did not receive medical attention quickly, it would be dangerous. Just before falling unconscious, he could feel a warm light and how his pain diminished a little. Opening his eyes, he could see red and black hair at his sides. Didn't I tell you to get out of here, Gremory-kun, Himejima-kun? You have a lot of things to explain, Issei-sensei, that's why we're healing him, said Rias. Her hands were covered in demonic energy to speed up the brown-haired boy's recovery. Fufufu, I do an apostrophe T think I should talk like that to the people who are helping him, Akeno said mischievously, trying to hide the fact that she was amazed by the brunette's quick recovery of her. Well, everything indicates that I will have many things to explain to many people, Issei raised his left arm pointing to the sky. But for now I can say it, mission accomplished. The rays of sunlight were beginning to emerge, indicating that this nightmarish night had come to an end. Far away from Kuo City. Forest. Far from the city, the fallen angel Rainer believed she was safe. Her mistake was serious in thinking that he would live another day. Flush. An intense green light could be seen in the depths of the forest, indicating the end of Rainer's existence. I let you live long enough to get away from the city, I still don't want him to notice my presence, exclaimed a woman with a voluminous figure. Her hair was blue and long, her eyes were the same color, and she wore red-framed glasses. Her outfit consisted of high heels, a short black skirt, a green sweater and a lab coat. This will be put to better use now. Dla picked up a pair of rings that gave off a green aura. It is still a miracle that she survived, perhaps she hides a mystery, little nun disciple of Father Davidson. But those last words the woman left that place. Chapter 15. Explanations. MBI Tower. 1 month later. The month had already passed since the city of Kuo was attacked by an old enemy of Isay, who was also one of the 10 who survived that hell with him. After the invading forces that arrived at Kuo were eliminated and/or arrested, the survivors of Kuo were moved to a designated safe location. But the sad reality was that in this tragic event around 100 innocent citizens of Kuo lost their lives. In addition, there were many injuries, and many of Kuo City suffered severe damage, which cost millions of yen. At this moment Isay was in what was his room in the tower, reviewing papers, data and files with a little one that Matsu had managed to find so far about his former companions. Isay looked with great interest at the documents in his hands. In them were mentions of the other 9, but there was a strange pattern that was bothering Isay. 6 years ago any trace of them disappeared, almost at the time I entered the MBI. This gives me a bad feeling. Isay took off his glasses to read, sighing tiredly. Why did they disappear, and where are they now? I wondered, looking at the ceiling. Gotcha. At that moment the door to the chestnut tree's room opened, and the one who entered was Benitsubasa. I brought you something to eat, exclaimed Benitsubasa very happily. She was wearing the clothes of the disciplinary squad. In her hands he already had a tray of food, which he left on the table in the room. You should take a break, Ice, you've been reviewing those documents for several days, she said with a worried tone. Did you sleep last night? She asked, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. I appreciate it, Benitsubasa. Isay put the documents aside, taking the cup of coffee on the tray. But you know I have to keep investigating, I don't want what happened to happen again, he exclaimed with a serious expression. I know it was a terrible event. Benitsubasa's expression turned sad. But is it true that the person responsible had been dead for some time? She asked curiously. That was something that was also bothering Issei. According to Matsu, who had already investigated it, he discovered that Hanzo Hasashi had died in Iraq 6 years ago, at the same time that all of Issei's other companions went missing. After what I've been through these last few months, the fact that a dead person returns no longer surprises me. In fact, I would bet that Mr. V was the one responsible for bringing Hanzo back, said Issei, finishing his coffee. The last words he said to me make me assume that. Benitsubasa didn't know exactly what to say at this moment, since she didn't witness the end of the fight on the island. Now that I remember, Issei remembered. Did you finish filling out the application, Benitsubasa? Issei asked, focusing his attention on the pink-haired girl. Huh? I already filled out the application to enter Kuo Academy, although I still don't understand why I should enter. She said, throwing a small tantrum. Here at the MBI I learned what I needed. That may be true, but I would like you to lead a more normal life from now on, and a good first step is for you to attend a school like someone your age, said Issei, acting like a sensei. Well, if Ice is going to be my teacher, I do see the problem, she said while playing with her hair. While Issei looked out the wide window, his thoughts focused on discovering what that mysterious Mr. V was up to and what he and his companions had to do with all this. Power corridor. Issei and Benitsubasa walked through the halls of the tower on their way to Sahashi Takami's private laboratory. How much longer does Takami-san need to finish the adjustments once and for all? Issei asked the pink-haired girl. I know that the Sekirei's adjustments continued during the time I was here. According to Dr. Takami, the last Sekireis to undergo the adjustments would be ready in a week. We no longer have to go through that since the adjustments were performed on us while we were in a coma when we accompanied you on the island, answered Benitsubasa. But it still bothers me that we still can't leave until all the Sekirei's adjustments are completed, she said, annoyed by that injustice. We can't do anything, Issei said more calmly. Although you have already gone through the adjustments, we still have one last task as the disciplinary squad. We cannot let number 01 be the only one in charge of protecting the Sekireis. That woman is scary, Benitsubasa would say, trembling as she remembered how terrifying Mia could be. That reminds me, where are Kuro, Heihain and Akitsu? I haven't seen them all day, the pink-haired girl asked. Karasuba and Heihain are constantly checking the perimeter of the tower. After someone infiltrated and hacked the satellite systems, it became clear to us that we had to triple the security of the tower, answered Issei, still wondering how Hanzo had done it. As for Akitsu, the truth is that I don't know where she is, but I trust that she can take care of herself and that if she left the tower, they would let me know. I see. What surprises me is that they infiltrated the tower, and even more that they didn't look for information about the Sekireis. There are few people who still know of the existence of the Sekireis. Many believe that everything related to you was lost when Kamakura Island sank, Issei explained. Issei and Benitsubasa stopped in front of Takami's laboratory door. Issei sighed tiredly. Well, it's time to continue being Takami-san's guinea pig. You can go back if you want, Benitsubasa, Issei said dejectedly. No, I want to go in too, she said despite being scared. The reason for all this is that ever since Takami found out not to say spied on Issei's training about Issei's abilities, as well as learning about the supernatural, Issei became a scientific interest for Takami, which is why she had been performing tests on him ever since she returned from the mission in Kuo. Issei and Benitsubasa entered. Inside, Sahashi Takami was already waiting for them, dressed as always in her lab coat. I was wondering when you would arrive, said the scientist, checking Issei's medical records. Take off your shirt and lie down on the stretcher, she ordered. Sighing again, Issei agreed to Takami's demands of her by removing the shirt and pendant his father was wearing, leaving his chest exposed. It must be said that at this moment Benitsubasa was devouring Issei with her gaze, something that Takami noticed. Benitsubasa, stop drooling, said Takami, semi-annoyed, preparing a syringe to extract the brown-haired boy's blood. I wasn't drooling, she exclaimed embarrassedly, shaking her arms in denial. The tests Takami performed on Issei included drawing a new blood sample, among other things, while Benitsubasa watched closely. Now take out that thing, whatever it's called, Takami said, urging Issei while typing some data into his computer. The boss gear? Asked the brown-haired boy. That's it, fast. Boss. Issei agreed, materializing the bossed gear gauntlet on his left arm. Taking out a strange device, Takami began to scan the gauntlet. Interesting, the glove is made of a material never seen before. It is harder than steel and extremely light. When wearing the armor, do you feel its weight or not? She asked, looking at Issei's face of her. Not at all. When I wear it active I feel as if I were wearing any other clothes. The problem is that after the time limit that I can use it ends, my body suffers the effects, tiredness among other things, explained Issei. I see, I would like to take a sample of this metal if you could give me some, she asked, if not demanded. Crack. Issei exerted a little force and broke a small piece of the gauntlet, which quickly repaired itself. The kami watched this with utmost fascination, slightly eager to begin conducting research with this material. The kami, what can you tell me about my current condition? Said Isay, putting on his father's shirt and necklace again. According to the analysis carried out so far, it seems that your body has undergone several changes, the most important of which is that your body seems to be undergoing accelerated aging as a result of your rapid healing, she explained. After what happened in Kuo, you had injuries that would leave a normal person bedridden for life, but you recovered in days. Should I be worried? Isay asked. I couldn't tell you, you heal quickly, but that causes you to age faster. I suppose that if you avoid using your rapid healing, the aging will also stop. As you are now, you might live until you are 60 or 50 years old, said the albino, giving an unfounded hypothesis. Well, living 50 years for me is already an achievement, said Isay, being ironic, since there was a time when he thought he would not live long. After some final tests and questions, Isay and Benitsubasa left Takami's lab, leaving the scientist to concentrate. Sometimes it seems to me that Takami-san and the president are alike, there must have been a reason for them to get together and have their children, said Isay. Why do you say that, Ice? The pink-haired girl asked, confused by the brown-haired boy's statement. The president focused too much on the Sekirei project and it ended as it did, but it was his desire to know more about you Sekireis that led to the creation of this company. In the same way Takami-san has focused on this, as different as those two are, I don't see why they aren't married, said Isay. But we have to prevent the president from finding out about all this by any means, right? Yes, knowing him, he would end up putting together something extremely big, bizarre and possibly ending up creating a huge disaster if it weren't for the officials, Takami-san and I, who knows what the president would have done with the company, said Isay, sighing tiredly, again. In the afternoon Isay was preparing his things for tomorrow. Tomorrow he had to return to Kuo to resume his duties as a teacher at the academy, although he knew that things would be more difficult and complicated for him. The reason behind that was that it became public knowledge that he was primarily responsible for mobilizing the MBI forces to rescue the people of Kuo and hold off the invading forces until the self-defense forces arrived. He and the other main person in charge of rescuing the citizens of Kuo, the now lieutenant of the Kuo Police Department, Saji Genshiro, were decorated by the Prime Minister of Japan himself for their actions and quick response to this attack. The decoration of both was live on national television, which is why Isay assumed things would be different in Kuo. Hero of Kuo, it was my fault that so many people died, said Isay, repeating the words that the minister said when giving him a medal. Are you going to keep tormenting yourself for that? Karasuba said while leaning against the door to Isay's room. It's your room too, but it would be nice if you knocked. I did it. She knocked twice on the door. Do you see it? What do you want, Karasuba? Asked Isay. Nothing, I just came to see how you were. She moved away from the door, walking until she sat on the brown-haired boy's bed. If you think about getting depressed because of the blood that was spilled because of you, you will return to that pathetic state you were in before the final stage. You may be right, Isay scratched his head, maybe he was overthinking it. But that doesn't change the fact that I am responsible for those deaths, more corpses are piling up behind me. And what's the point of you thinking about that? Karasuba said directly, stopping and looking into the brown-haired boy's eyes. Those people died, there is nothing to do, but remember that just as they died, you, and listen to me carefully, saved the other people in that city. If it weren't for you, all the people in that city would have died. Now you give words of encouragement, the twists and turns that life takes, said Isay, amused, accepting Karasuba's words of encouragement. You've changed a lot, did you know that? And whose fault is it? She said, lightly hitting Isay's shoulder. You changed me, you big idiot. And you me, so I think we're even. Isay remained silent for a while, thinking. What are you thinking about? Karasuba asked, interested. Now the consequences of my actions become clear to me, not only for Hanzo and that guy, Mr. V, many in the world would pay anything to see my head on a stake. I wonder maybe if I go where no one can you find me. Live like a hermit hidden from the world. Even though we are your Sekireis and we will follow you no matter what you decide, remember that hiding is the option of cowards, said Karasuba seriously. I was thinking about it, but you really are the perfect woman for me. In your own way you manage to make me see reason sometimes, and even though you give advice with double intentions, it is advice that helps, said Isay, smiling a little. Should I propose to you already? You decide, now that the president has taken charge of legalizing the, said Karasuba. It's true, I had forgotten about that. Now we must be careful that he does not go to the Congress again. If he was able to make Japan a country where it is legal, who knows what he will do next, said Isay, having a slight headache because of Manaka's actions. And will I have a ring on my finger? Said the gray-haired girl while showing her hand. I would like to, but I don't think it's fair for Benitsabasa. The minimum age to marry hasn't changed, so until Benitsabasa comes of age. There won't be a wedding for anyone, said Karasuba somewhat irritated. It bothers me a little that we all have to wait for her. We have time, there is no need to rush this issue. Whatever you say, Karasuba said, annoyed. Was the house where we will live preserved or did it disappear in the attack? As incredible as it may seem, the house is intact, a miracle since the helicopter we shot down almost fell on it, answered Issei, not believing his good luck. After this last week we will all be able to live in Kuo, will you be able to adapt? Issei said in a mocking tone. Who do you take me for? The gray-haired girl got upset, looking at the brown-haired boy with annoyed eyes. It was a joke, in any case, I have to finish putting these things away, so Matsu-san can't send any information she manages to find to my cell phone. Of course, if she manages to find something, your companions knew how to erase any trace of them, said Karasuba. In a way you did the same, didn't you? Hey, I didn't ask for all the information about me to be deleted, that was something the president did, although I appreciate that he did it. Leaving that topic aside, your birthday is coming up, right? Huh? Oh, that's right, with everything that happened I had forgotten about that. Would you forget your own birthday? What can I say? I've never been one to pay attention to those things, and it's not like I'm going to celebrate it. I've never celebrated it in all the time I've been here. Assuming the girls are trying to have a small celebration, should I buy you a gift? You didn't give me anything before, why are you interested now? Let's say it so as not to look bad. Anything would be fine, you can tell that to Benitsabasa and the others in case they don't know what to give me, although I wouldn't want to celebrate my birthday, said Issei normally. You leave tonight, right? I guess, I have to go back for my job as a teacher. Between the unplanned trip to that island and Hanzo's attack, it's surprising that they haven't fired the brown-haired boy told me. I have to return to Kuo at night to start work the next day, Issei said, saving the last thing. Perfect, that gives us some time, said Karasuba locking the door, leaving her katana aside. Time for what? Issei asked confused, then saw how the Sekirei began to undress. I do and apostrophe T have to tell you what's next, right, said Karasuba dressed only in her black underwear. Without saying another word, Karasuba wrapped her arms around Issei's neck, kissing him with passion and lust. Her wings spread out the moment their lips met, illuminating the room with a dark light. She quickly pushed him onto the bed, quickly removing his shirt from her, almost ripping it off of her, and then kissed him again. As he ran his hands over her Sekirei's body, enjoying the kiss as much as he could, separating momentarily to breathe. We've been doing this a lot lately, don't you think? Issei said between gasps, removing the gray-haired girl's bra and beginning to suck on her left nipple. Who do you think is to blame, she said between gasps, filled with pleasure at feeling her Ashikabi's touch of her, getting more excited every time they kissed. You emanate an aura that excites me, so strong, dominant, it is almost impossible for me to control myself when we are together, she said, unbuckling his belt and pulling down his pants and boxers. Without waiting any longer, she placed the brown-haired man's hard member at the entrance of her vagina, lowering her hips slowly for greater pleasure. Issei, unable to hold back any longer, grabbed her by her rear, penetrating her in one go, reaching deep inside her. Karasuba let out a loud moan, biting her lip to keep from fainting from pleasure. I curse this function of our bodies, he said between gasps. The saliva mixed with a little blood, running down the corner of her lip, beginning to move, shaking her hips. When we experience hex with our Ashikabi, even the simplest thing can take us to immense pleasure, dragging us to the edge of madness, explained the gray-haired woman, letting go of her hair, putting her hand on Issei's chest while she surrounds him. Loose hair suits you, so does having short hair. Issei grabbed Karasuba's breasts, teasing her nipples to give her more pleasure, as he did so she began to squeeze his penis harder. Issei flipped her over her, beginning to penetrate her from behind with great intensity, kissing her passionately as he did so. Their tongues fought for dominance, but it was a battle Karasuba would not win. Issei pulled Ella's face away from hers, watching in amusement as the Sekirei mark on Ella's neck burned like red-hot metal. Seeing that smile on Issei's face, Karasuba knew what he would do. No, you dare, Karasuba said between moans, unable to speak clearly. You know I will. Issei brought his thumb to touch the mark. And I know you like it, otherwise you wouldn't squeeze me so hard down there. I know you want me to do this. Issei pressed his thumb against Karasuba's mark of her. Unable to contain herself, Karasuba had a powerful orgasm when her mark of Ella was touched, squeezing Issei's member of Ella tightly. Enjoying that sensation, Issei couldn't hold back any longer, reaching orgasm as well, and filling Karasuba's inside of her with his seed of her. Issei, still with his member inside the gray-haired woman, recorded in his mind what he saw. Karasuba trembling with pleasure, holding the bed sheet with her tongue out and a lost look on her face. I love seeing you like that, and it seems like you still want to continue, Issei said with a smile, feeling Karasuba squeeze his member of her begging for more. We have at least 30 minutes before Benitsubasa, Heihei and Orakitsu arrive. Karasuba smiled upon hearing those words. Those two continued enjoying the afternoon. Kuo Academy. The next day. The next day back in Kuo. Issei wondered what his reception from him would be like once he returned to Kuo Academy. He thought that maybe people would avoid him or stay away from him, but he didn't expect this. Phew. Clap. The other teachers, students and staff of the academy welcomed him, applauded him and welcomed him as if he were a hero. Okay, I didn't expect this reception being treated that way was something Issei wasn't prepared for. Never in his life would he have expected to be treated this way, to be honored and praised as a hero. He had always been branded as a murderer, a genocidal maniac and someone to be feared, someone to be hated from the bottom of your heart. But now everyone welcomed him with open arms, thanking him for everything he had done. I don't deserve to be thanked this way, not when it was my fault this happened. Remember what that woman told you, partner was the only thing Drake said before going back to sleep. When Issei entered to give his classes as he should, he was bombarded with questions from his students. Questions of all kinds, such as whether he knew how to drive military vehicles, how to perform maintenance on weapons, and many other things. We will leave the questions for later, understood? Said Issei smiling at his students, making the red Hanyu mask appear to impose order. His students became frightened and returned to their seats. Now I understand why sensei is so scary was something all the students said. Did they say something? Issei said with a piece of chalk in his hand. Nothing. Classes continued, but Issei was relieved to know that none of his students had been harmed in the attack. Teacher's room. Recess. Already in the teacher's room, Issei was glad to see that his coworkers were okay. A round of applause for the hero of Kuo, exclaimed the sports teacher and friend of Issei Kenzin with enthusiasm. All the teachers in the room began to applaud. Come on, leave that, Issei said to calm everyone down. If we are like this, how can we tell the students to calm down? Now in more normal spirits, Issei sat at his desk, preparing his notes for the next class while chatting with Kenzin. Did I miss something while I was away? Issei asked. Not much, before that happened everything at the academy was normal, even with your students, that pair went back to their old ways said Kenzin, referring to Mitsuda and Motohama. I guess it's nice to see that some things will never change. Oh, there's that too, in your absence a new school nurse came in, and let me tell you, she's extremely hexy, said Kenzin with a perverted look on his face. She has the figure of a model, and you should see the size of her breasts, my friend. Issei simply pointed behind his friend. My wife is behind me, right? He said, accepting his fate. Issei acknowledged, taking his things from him and leaving the teacher's lounge, leaving his friend from him to his fate from him at the hands of his irate wife. As he walked through the halls, Issei thought that sometimes Kenzin should measure his words from him and how terrifying his partner from him and senpai Akawa-sensei could be. Walking down the stairs on the third floor, Issei ran into someone he didn't know. A large-figured woman with long blue hair, eyes of the same color and red-framed glasses, dressed in a lab coat over a green sweater, black skirt and black lace stockings. You must be the famous hero of Kuo, said the woman looking at Issei from head to toe, analyzing him with her gaze. I suppose you must be the new nurse, Hyoudou Issei. Issei introduced himself, stretching out his hand towards the woman. Ina Azaki, nice to meet you, Issei she introduced herself, shaking the brown-haired boy's hand. Have we met before? Issei asked, as strange as it seemed there was something about Ina that seemed familiar to him. I don't think so, I started working at the academy while you were away, and I wasn't in the city when the attack happened either, so this would be the first time we've seen each other. I see, sorry if you found my question strange. No problem, ever since I arrived, many of the other teachers have tried to flirt with me, you seem to be one of those few who don't seem to have other intentions when talking to me. I see, well I have to go to my next class, it was nice meeting you Azaki-san said Issei saying goodbye to the woman. As Issei walked away, Ina looked at the brunette with interest. Classes had ended, night was about to fall in Kuo City, and Issei was heading to one last place before he could return home. The place he was heading to was the old school building, where he was to meet two of his students, Rias Gremory and Sona Shiratori. They seemed to have some control over the city, at least as far as the supernatural side was concerned, and whether I liked it or not, I offered them an explanation. Walking through that old building, Issei noticed certain things. The interior is in better condition than the exterior shows, a clear indication that this place has been used in secret for a while, plus an aura is felt around it, perhaps to keep the interior hidden from prying eyes, Issei analyzed while running his hand over the wood. Issei arrived at the doors of the occult classroom, a club at Kuo Academy led by Rias Gremory. Knock knock. Forward. Atcha. Issei entered the room. Inside as expected were Ria's Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Kibayudo, Kaneko Taoju and recently reincarnated Asia Argento. Shiratori-san isn't here. Issei said after not finding his other student in the classroom, but there was someone else there whom Issei had never seen, a silver-haired maid. Who is she, Gremory-kun? The brown-haired boy asked. My name is Gryphia, maid of the Gremory family. The Platinum movie was presented. I understand that you are a teacher at this academy, as well as the person who helped the young lady. It was my job, Issei replied simply, proceeding to take a seat. Where should I start, Gremory-kun? From the beginning, sensei, said Ria seriously, placing on the table the files she had been able to find on the brunette. I see you investigated me, Issei said, taking the papers, looking through them briefly, but I regret to inform you that this is not all my information. I already assumed that, say it clearly, sensei. Did you have anything to do with the attack on the city? You ask if it was my fault. Well, let me tell you that it was, said the brown-haired boy. Clap. Ria slammed the table. And you dare to respond in such a cynical way? Do you know how many people died? Riaz exclaimed angrily. I know very well, about 100 people lost their lives in this incident and another 50 people were injured, much of the city was damaged, and many people lost everything they had. Issei responded seriously, without a hint of feeling responsible. The attack on the city was only to get my attention, and as you know, I took it upon myself to put a stop to it, not only to the invading forces, but also to the leader. That man he faced in the abandoned church that served as a base for the fallen, said Riaz. That was information that Issei was unaware of. I see, so that place was a cover. From the tone of your voice, Gremory-kun, I must assume that something happened there, or am I wrong? No, you're not wrong, Sensei. Riaz took out another folder of documents, throwing them on the table. Issei took the folder. In it a name was mentioned, Asia Argento. Asia Argento, former nun in the service of the Vatican, known as a saint capable of healing wounds, expelled after saving a demon. From that moment her status as a saint was revoked and she was branded a heretic and a witch, said Issei, reading the papers. Is something wrong with this person? It happens that while you were away, that never came to this city serving the fallen angels. I met her. She was a good girl who had been through difficulties. I wanted to save her and have her join my group. From what you say, I must assume that she died or not. Yes and no. She possessed an exceptional sacred gear called Twilight Healing. The fallen angels were interested in that sacred gear. They extracted it from her, killing her in doing so, although it was a miracle that she survived the extraction ritual, said Riaz, annoyed. The fallen angel who took her sacred gear escaped because of that man, which is why she almost died before being reincarnated as my bishop. That's a pity, but that's something that doesn't concern me, Issei said. Not only Riaz, but the others present except Gryphia were upset by the brown-haired boy's comment. Hanzo attacked the city looking for me. That guy is someone I knew when I was young, a genocidal maniac capable of doing anything. Proof of this was the fact that he almost erased the city from the map. Using the satellite of the company you worked for, sensei. We heard what he said while they both faced each other, Riaz exclaimed. That is why what happened leads us to the next question I will ask you, sensei. Are you a danger to the city? No, and if it were, that would be something you would do, referring to everyone present. It shouldn't matter to them. Well, they are important because it is partly my responsibility to ensure the safety of this city. That's something I'd like to ask you. How much of this city is secretly controlled by demons? Because I investigated and found that in this city there have been many cases of missing people and brutal unsolved murders. Should I assume that this was the work of demons or something related to your world? Yes, street demons that invade the city in search of energies and human souls. That is why I was entrusted with the duty of finding and eliminating these creatures. Oh, and the good work is noticeable, said Issei sarcastically, getting up from his seat. If there is nothing else to discuss, I will leave. Riaz was about to stop the brunette when a magic circle appeared in the middle of the room. That emblem, Kiba recognized the emblem on the magic circle. D-Nex, Riaz said, clearly annoyed. Several people appeared from the magic circle. A blonde-haired man dressed in a red suit. Next to him was a young girl dressed in an elegant dress. Behind them were about 14 women. I have come for you, my adorable fiancé, Riaz said the man, spreading his arms. Unwittingly, Issei had gotten himself involved in another problem, one that would lead his life down an extremely complicated path with countless problems ahead. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.